Ladies and gentlemen, wonderful people, good evening, good evening, good evening. Great to have you, great to see you, great to be part of this awesome conversation that we are about to have. Asanteni sana kwa kujiunga nami. I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator, and this is a show that you have come to love, a show you have come to enjoy, a show many have come to be tuning in. Inapofika tu saa 4, unaingia na unakuwa pamoja nami. Thank you very, very much. I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator. Karibuni sana. We have a great show lined up for you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for being part of this awesome experience. Kama kawa, tunakuwa na muda wa kuzungumzia yanayojiri hapa nchini. A lot has been happening, a lot has been trending, and we have a great conversation just about to take place hapa kwa Mutembei Live. Thank you for joining me. Let me know where you're watching me from, not what, where you're watching me from. Kwa sababu leo we are discussing the financial bill among many other issues contained therein. Asanteni sana wadau wa Kenya kwa kunijoin kwa hii show. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Asante sana. Like this video, share this video. Let us have a decent, awesome conversation. Nijuze unantazama ukiwa wapi. Just text me and tell me we are where, and this is what we are saying concerning the financial bill. Let me know where you're watching me from. I see Malika Akondani, Brent Titus Akondani, Halima Aziz Akondani, Emma Otieno from Lebanon Akondani. Nijuze unantazama ukiwa wapi. Let me know where you're watching me from. Karibu sana kwa show. Karibu sana kwa show. Thank you so much for following me. I see Shaban Meno ananiambia anantazama akiwa maeneo ya Khartoum. George Saka ananieleza anantazama akiwa maeneo ya Kisii. Where are you watching me from? We are discussing this controversial bill. Hii bill ambayo imegawa Wakenya right in the middle. Those supporting, those opposing. But the good thing is, this financial bill has always been there. So Ruto is changing the game. Yeah? When he said itakuwa kuhusu kudiscuss economy. Hey, that's what nowadays people are discussing. Hadi kwa barabara unakuta si wana discuss tu wanasema, hey bro, hey, uchumi nayo. The economy is the story. The economy is the discussion. The financial bill. It is not an invention of William Ruto. It has been there. But unfortunately, this is now a debate. Why? Therein kukona ma taxes, therein kukona ma levy, and people are discussing it. People want to know what is happening. Where is the money going? We contribute a lot of money, but the money seems to be not doing what we want it to do. Watu wana complain. Hapa nje watu wanapiga kelele. And I love what the president said. Alikuwa ametuon. Sijui kama umeona hiyo meme ya kwamba Prezo alikuwa ametuon. Alisema ya kwamba alikuwa amediscuss stories za housing akicampaign.
Hata yeye apate nafasi ya kulipa mortgage ya 4 ama 5,000 ili kama vile wewe ambaye unapata mshahara kubwa uko na mortgage, hata yeye apate nafasi ya kuwa na mortgage, so that we become all homeowners in the Republic of Kenya. Sijui kama tunaelewana. Na mimi nataka niwaeleze, mimi nilifanya campaign, na nilifanya campaign na viongozi wengi, na hawa viongozi nilifanya campaign na wao walinisikiza vizuri nikisema kuna mpango ya housing, si ndio? And it was public. Nilisema tuko na mpango ya housing. Sasa msinikeuke hapa katikati, kwani mlikuwa mnafikiri hiyo housing ilikuwa ni siasa ya maneno ya kuongea tu?
We. Alikuwa ametuon, alikuwa amesema itakuwa kuhusu the economy. Akasema itakuwa kuhusu wewe na mimi na kuhusu the bottom up na kuhusu economy tu. Ilikuwa economic model. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we are discussing. I know it's a very complicated bill. Above all, we are not expert in the same. But I want to take your feel from the same. I want to know, what do you see this bill? Do you accept it? Unaiunga mkono? unaipinga kwa nini? Let's know. That's what we are discussing tonight. And asante sana kwa kujiunga nami. Thank you very very much for being part of this show. I see my brother Deng Bull anasema akondani. Namuona Dirango wa Hadnat akondani. Kainango Rwanda Rangi akondani. Peter Ojuma akondani. Dennis Jacob from Sweden akondani. Kevoito akondani from Kajiado. Karibu sana. Malika anasema I love your show. Thank you very much. Asante sana wewe ambao unajiunga nami. Nijuze unatazama ukiwa wapi. Karibisha wawili watatu kwa kulike. The more una like, the more inafikia wengi. So let's help us by liking the video. Like the video, share the video. Let us reach as many. Hii bill na to affect. It's a topic many will not want to discuss, but it's a discussion that we must have, because gharama inapopanda haipandi tu kwa mlengo fulani wa kisiasa, inapanda kwako wewe na kwangu mimi pia. Inakuaffect wewe ukiwa mbali kule diaspora, na inaniaffect mimi nikiwa tu hapa Kenya. So I invite you to come in. Let us have a debate. Let us have a conversation. Let us have a discussion over the same. Hapo ndani kuna vitu kadhaa. Wametaja kwamba kutakuwa na increment of other things. Of course pia kuna deductions ama reduction ama removal of taxes from other things. Lakini man, hey, the financial bill 2023, the first one for William Ruto. Hey, I'm telling you, imefanya watu wagware vichwa, imefanya kina mama wa discuss, vijana wa discuss, wazee kwa mabaraza. Hii ndio story, the financial bill. I thank you for tuning in, and I wish you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, because we shall be having many coming in to discuss this awesome show. Karibu sana wewe ambao unatazama. Namuona Mark Morethi ako ndani, Johnny Bless ako ndani, Recalcal ako ndani, anasema ako ndani tu sana. Kelian Chondo, I see you, karibu sana kwa show. Let me know where you're watching me from. Nijuze tu hapo kwa comment section unantazama ukiwa wapi. Zaidi ya yote, karibisha wawili watatu kupitia kulike na kushare. That's simple. Kulike video kwa YouTube na kushare video hapo kwa Facebook. Asante tu sana. Now let's continue with what the president said. The president said during campaign, if you remember, alikuwa anaongelea kuhusu economic model yake ambayo aliita bottom up, kutoa watu chini kuwaleta juu, right? Hapo akasema atazingatia mada mane ama vigezo vine ambavyo vilikuwa kwa previous regime: manufacturing, housing, agriculture and all that, na health na kila kitu ambao alikuwa amesema during Jubilee. Alipokuwa kikampeni akasema ya kwamba I will focus on housing, I will focus on job creation, I will focus on manufacturing. Those were the sentiments. Probably tulikuwa tumezama katika mrengo wa Hasla na mrengo wa Azimio. We didn't listen keenly. Na juzi akasema, na nilikuwa nimewawarn ya kwamba this is what I will do. Now he's saying tunataka kumgeuka. But listen to him. This is an old clip, but I'll be playing even recent ones.
Even as we move on. So that we become all homeowners in the Republic of Kenya. Sijui kama tunaelewana. Na mimi nataka niwaeleze. Mimi nilifanya campaign. Na nilifanya campaign na viongozi wengi. Na hawa viongozi nilifanya campaign na wao walinisikiza vizuri nikisema kuna mpango ya housing. Si ndio? And it was public. Nilisema tuko na mpango ya housing. Sasa msinikeuke hapa katikati, kwani mlikuwa mnafikiri hiyo housing ilikuwa ni siasa ya maneno ya kuongea tu porojo? Hapana. Wadau.
President anadai msimgeuke because he had warned us, or rather he had mentioned it, or rather he said it during the campaign that housing will be an issue. Na kwamba kutakuwa na mambo ya housing, kutakuwa na maswala hapo ndani. Of course pia walikuwa wameongea vizuri sana, wakasema watapunguza gharama ya maisha, wakasema watapunguza bei ya bidhaa, right? Bado hawajafanya. Of course that's so many other things ambao waliahidi lakini hawajatenda. Hivyo basi mwananchi anafeel kwamba hii bill, jinsi amekuwa akisema hivi, anapindua hii bill as much as anaipush. Why should we trust him? Kuko na issue ya trust hapa ndani, kwa sababu watu wamekuwa wakiulizana wadau ya kwamba Prezo alitupromise ya kwamba akiweka Biblia chini unga itashuka bei. Watu walishika hiyo vizuri sana. Juzi tu akasema mwezi wa sita ambao sasa inakaribia kufika katikati, bei ya gas itashuka kutoka shilingi 2,800 right, 3,300 hadi shilingi 300. Kidogo tu, siku fast forward akadai ya kwamba bro na dada, sikudai gas, ilikuwa ni mtungi. So Wakenya wakagadhabika sana. Kidogo wakasema ya kwamba bima ya afya last year December ilikuwa ianze. Haijaanza bado. Akasema ya kwamba pia akiwa katika uongozi, right, atakuwa akipeana mikopo ambayo iliitwa Hustler Fund. Akasema kina mama watapewa, vijana wa bodaboda watapewa, na itapeanwa bila riba. Kidogo hivi aliposhika serikali akasahau ya kwamba alikuwa amesema haitakuwa na riba. Akasema ulisikia wapi pesa za serikali zikipeanwa bila riba? Okay. Sasa after all that, after promise and failed promises, amekuja na bill, right? The bill, from where you look at it, kuna wale wanasema ni mbaya and wako na reasons. Kuna wale wanasema ni poa na wako na reasons. Wanaosema ni poa wako na reasons zao, wanaosema ni mbaya wako na reasons zao. And that's why hii show we try to look at the good, the bad, the ugly about this financial bill. Kuko na stories za hao hapo ndani. Kuna sio anauliza, as much as mnajenga hizi hao, after imeisha, vijana ambao watakuwa wamepata ajira katika hizi hao wataelekea wapi? Wadau wanauliza vipi ya kwamba after constructions zimeisha, kama vile SGR construction ilisha, wafanyikazi hao wataelekea wapi? Of course serikali inajitetea. Serikali inasema wana attract viwanda, wana attract manufacturing, wana attract industries, hence eventually everyone will be absorbed. Okay. Financial bill imekuwa interesting ya kwamba kuna wale wanapinga wakiwa wamesoma na kuna wale wanapinga wakiwa pia wamesoma. Of course pia kuna wewe na mimi ambaye tumesikiza lakini hatujasoma. Or tumesoma lakini hatujaelewa, or hata hatujali hizi story venye tu kutaenda. Kuna jamaa wa Azimio wananiambia ipite eh? But what are you saying? Wewe kama wananchi, semi zako ni zipi? Do you agree with the financial bill? Right? Wewe unakubaliana na ujenzi wa manyumba, unakubaliana na kuongezeka kwa 16% ya gharama ya fuel, right? Yes. There's a lot hapo kwa hiyo bill. Sio mambo tu ya nyumba. Wanasema gesi itatolewa levy yake, or rather pesa ambazo zinatozwa katika gesi, hence gas itashuka bei. Wanasema wameguza mambo ya fertilizer, wameguza mambo ya rent, wameguza vitu kadha wa kadha. Pia budget of course, financial bill ndio ina inform budget. So budget pia iko na mambo kadha wa kadha. Of course counties watapata mgao wao wa bilioni 385, right? 385 billion. Of course education wamezingatia, vitu kadha wa kadha wamezingatia. Lakini wewe mwana Kenya, wewe Mkenya, after all this, do you trust this government? Hii financial bill, wewe unaitrust? Right? We are having a decent conversation hapa kwa show. Allow me to invite you to join me. Allow me to have you here in the show. I'll be showing you how to be part of this great conversation. Kuna watu wanadai ya kwamba introduce hizi stories za hao, kuna watu watafutwa job. Kwa nini? Waandika the boss ama wale ambao wameandikana kazi watashindwa kusustain wale ambao watakuwa wameandikwa, kwa sababu kuna huo mgao wa 3%, right? Kwa sababu hii 3% wewe mwajiriwa unalipa na mwajiri wako pia analipa. Sasa mwajiri atapunguza idadi ya wafanyikazi. Sitaki kuwa mwenye ambaye ataeneza uvumi tu, lakini nataka wewe mwenyewe uwe na sehemu zako. Wewe unaona hii bill itakufanyia nini? Namuona dadangu Roda amejaja kwa show. Karibu sana Roda, asante sana kwa kuwa part of this show. Mama Roda ni mmoja wetu karibu sana, siku nyingi, karibu sana kwa show, na nashukuru sana wewe kuwa miongoni mwetu. Of course, ni lazima nianzishe show kwa ku habari ya Sweden.
Sweden iko poa, sahi tuko summer, tuko winter time sahi. Can you imagine 9:21 in the night na kunakaa kama like Kenya vile kunakuaga kama 4 o'clock, bado jua iko nayo, unaweza tembea, giza itaanza kitu 12 midnight, alafu tena kuaze nini 2 in the night. Sasa sama mtu anakuanga na chance ya kuenjoy. Yes. So I'm thank God for that.
Nice. So Wakenya, mkitaka kujinice, mjiunge na Roda huko maeneo ya Sweden kama Kenya imekulemea wadau. Kuna place ambayo inabamba saa hii inaitwa Sweden. Na Roda ana advocate, chukua visa bro. Ruto akikushinda, ponyoka Sweden. Ponyoka Sweden. Saizi anadai ni kufiti, lakini wacha tuanze show. Allow me to do this. Allow me to begin with this video first, and then I'll be bringing in Rod and many who are joining me live. I'll be showing you as well how to join in live the conversation. Asanteni sana, karibuni kwa show. Let's begin with this video that made headlines.
Warning that the country stands to lose up to 150 billion shillings as a result of mass exodus by both foreign and local investors should the controversial Finance Bill 2023 be passed into law. As our very own Seth Alala reports, the Kenya Private Sector Alliance is also warning that up to 100,000 jobs will be lost owing to the implications emanating from the proposed bill. CAM and KEPSA were among stakeholders who expressed their concerns before the National Assembly Committee on Finance, which is gathering public information from members of the public and the private sector. Take a listen.
Proposed Finance Bill 2023, which is at the public participation stage, came under scathing objection from members of the private sector who expressed their concerns before the National Assembly Finance Committee.
All of us here are from private sector.
The Kenya Association of Manufacturers telling the parliamentary watchdog that the country is on the brink of losing up to 150 billion shillings through an impending mass exodus from the Kenyan market due to what they term will be double taxation if the Finance Bill 2023 becomes law.
So as much as we want to protect local manufacturing, doing this before we are ready is just handing over the market to other people, Egyptians, Tanzanians, Ugandans, and Chinese, of course. So
clearly, if this levy is imposed on clinker, the price of cement will shoot up, and the same will be passed over to the consumers, the common man. In the cement industry, 70% of our customers, people who buy cement, are not the big guys who are doing infrastructure projects. They are not these people who are building up high-rise buildings, but it is the common wananchi, the Wanjiko, who buys 1 or 2 bags in the villages. Our biggest market is not just in Nairobi, but all over the country. Those people want to improve their houses. Those people want to floor their houses, convert their houses into semi-permanent. These are the people that are going to be affected seriously by this new levy.
This will create a very uncertain environment for business. It will defeat the attractiveness of Kenya as an investment destination. How would someone go into a market where you are really not sure how tax disputes will be handled, where you have to pay 20%, whether you dispute those taxes before they are even looked at by an independent body, you have to put to the table 20% of those taxes.
How this is going to impact immediately, and it has started already. Because when people who are doing packaging and exporting, they say this, it's a signaling They have started making their orders from elsewhere.
This is a bill that will decimate the packaging industry in Kenya. It will disappear overnight. So please, gentlemen, ladies, I implore you, do not do what you're about to do, which is sign off on this bill. It will kill the packaging industry. And it won't happen slowly. This one will happen overnight.
The Kenya Private Sector Alliance warning that up to 100,000 jobs will be lost as a result of business closure due to high taxation. The Petroleum Outlets Association of Kenya lamenting to members of the Finance Committee how the margins will be eroded by an additional 17% additional on petroleum products.
We are still being cited, or rather being taxed with withholding tax, and it has become a very serious issue. So what we are asking is if the commission, or rather this department, could allow the commissioner.
Let me first stop there. I'll be playing many and a lot of clips. Nakuwa nacheza clips nyingi sana just to inform us what is this financial bill. I see my friend Keep ako nyuma ya studio. I see Cornelo Chuka ako ndani na Roda ako ndani. Aha, thank you so much. Na pia wewe ambao unajiunga nami, let me know where you're watching me from. Johnston Juguna, I see you. I see Fred Oking ako ndani. Michael Machogu ako ndani. Ojembe Nyabilo ako ndani. Johnston Juguna ako ndani. Eric Makoware ako ndani. Johnston Juguna, I see you. Thank you so much for your messages. Na mwana Hezbon Boka ako ndani. Kujiunga kwa show ni kupitia hiyo link ambao nakusukumia hapo. Hiyo link unaingia nayo na kutuma moja kwa moja hadi StreamYard. Ukiingia StreamYard, asha mic, asha kamera ambazo ziko kwa hiyo app, alafu unajikuta uko ndani ya show. We are having a conversation on the finance bill. Hii bill inafanya Wakenya wanatoka mbio. Kuna watu wanapiga nduru huku nje, kuna watu wana complain. Of course, watu wa Azimio wanasema ipite ikipitanga. Cornelo Chuka anasema this one must pita. I don't know why anasema ipite, atatueleza tu sasa hivi. Lakini zaidi ya yote, wewe mwananchi ambao unatutazama, maoni yako ni yapi? Una support hii housing bill? Una support hii financial bill? What do you know about it? Ni nini inakubamba, ni nini haikubambi? Wacha tusikie maoni yako. Wakenya huku nje wana complain, manze maisha haijakuwa fiti, kumekuwa kugumu. Lakini wewe una feel aje? Is Ruto trying to make the country better or worse? Hii bill, will it make our country heaven or will it be a small hell? That's why the title, A Bill from Hell. Cornelo Chuka, habari ya leo?
Mzuri sana.
Aha, karibu sana kwa show. Let me ask you point blank. Do you support this bill?
To me,
aha,
I support the bill because it is the government of the day. The government of UDA, hao ndio wanaongoza, anything they want watapata. Kama washanunua watu wetu wa sita, wamenunua watu wa Jubilee 25, wamenunua watu walikuwa Azimio 14, wamenunua Independent 11. Bill itapita, usidanganyane. The only thing mimi najua, the way watatusikia ni the way tukifanya maandamano. That is from what baba atasema kesho. And we are eager, tunangoja. Saizi tunafollow tu hapo, tunasikia venye wanaargue hapa. Government yenyewe haiwezi to convince the reason why wanataka kupass the bill. Government yenyewe iwezi explain 3% inaenda wapi. Government yenyewe iwezi aminika na pesa ya wananchi. Over 200 billion watakuwa wanapata per month. Hawatawajua watawapeleka wapi. The more government inasema ati wanataka kutax tuwaweke Kenya ikuwe nchi mzuri, wanasema nasikia hapa wakisema ati wametoa subsidies. Country mingi ziko na subsidies. US bado iko na subsidies kwa according to mambo na fuel. Saa hizi serikali imetoa pesa NSSF, imetoa pesa NHIF, imetoa pesa kwa education, vitu zinaharibika. Wanasema bado wanataka kuongeza. Wacha bili pite ndio Mkenya asikie uchungu. Unajua saa hizi tukienda kwa streets, the more unasikia uchungu, the more unabaki paka jioni. Ukisikia uchungu kidogo unaenda 2 hours. maandamano. Ukisikia uchungu zaidi unaenda mpaka saa 7.
Okay.
Ukisikia uchungu zaidi kabisa unaenda mpaka jioni ile 6 o'clock ya constitution. So tunasema wacha ipite ndio wa Kenya next time wakiambiwa wa vote. You know, we have so many people who want to change this country. Actually, they live abroad. They live within us in this country. But wakisimama wanaulizwa baba yako ni nani? Mama yako ni nani? Walikuja na wewe. Yet wewe unaangalia baba yake ni nani? Walikuja na yeye. Yet anawaonea huruma. There is a way another change this country ikuwe better. Now we want a Kenyan whereby anybody can lead, anybody can respect each other. Hii mambo ya kuambiwa na kupea sijui na kupea gas, alafu tena unakuja unaambiwa si gas, ni mtungi. Hii mambo unaambiwa sijui nataka kupea vijana ambao vijana wa mtaa, inaitwa nini, kazi kwa mtaa. Wanataka kupewa kazi, alafu tena anakuja anageuza, hapana, kazi kwa vijana itakuwa kuweka miti. Tena unakuja unasema hapana, kazi kwa vijana itakuwa kufanya mjengo. Hii bill ikipita, so that bill ikipita mtakuwa mnafanya mjengo. Wewe umesoma, uko na degree, uko na watu wameuza shamba juu yako, watu wameinvest, watu wa village wamekuchangia pesa, alafu wewe unaenda mjengo unakuja na 700 uko na mama, uko na bibi. Hiyo ni nini jamaa anajaribu kufanya?
Ochuka, shikilia hapo tu kidogo, nataka kuja kwake Kip na Roda. Kip, habari ya leo? Asante sana kwa kujiunga nami. Thank you so much for being part of this show. Now, I don't know if you have read the financial bill, and if you have, bro, what will this bill do to Kenyans? Will it make it even worse than it is at the moment?
The bill is good. I like the bill. The bill is perfect. Choices have consequences. Tulitaka hii kitu Kenya, tulitaka hasla, ndio hiyo. So tuliambia mama mboga, tuliambia boda boda watalinda hii government, even if it was making decisions. Ruto is working 24/7 to talk to the hustlers and mama mbogas, and the mama mbogas and boda bodas have told us that this bill is good for them. So hii bill ipita, tufurahie kwa sababu it is actually directly from them. This is what they want. Hata hii housing bill ni mzuri, tuliona vile Singapore walifanya, tuliona vile Thailand walifanya. It's good because we are very good at copy pasting things from other countries. The only problem is implementation. But it's only been 9 months. It's been 9 months since the election was stolen from us. Let's give him a chance. Wacha tu we borrow 75% of what we are earning. Sasa we can only spend 20%. So Kenyans, it's very important that we go for a financial bill without knowing the budget. It's fine. We don't even know what budget it's going to. So mimi nataka ipite kwanza, Ruto hajafinya vizuri. Mimi ni boda boda na nasema ongeza more tax. Kwanza si 35% for 500 people earning 500,000. Weka 50 kwanza. Kwanza chumvi wali tax kidogo sana. Hata mnaongeanga juu ya unga. Unga ifike 500. Tunasikia, because I'm telling you, Kenyans,
now
we've been very lenient on taxes. By the way, on a serious note, this was part of Azimio's plan. We are going to increase the taxes. But the thing is, we had the plans for the increasing the increase of the taxes. There was a plan. So it is and we've been in debt since Kibaki times. Okay,
now, of course, I rightfully agreed. Tumekuwa na madeni haikukuja na Ruto ama na Uhuru ama na Kibaki. Madeni have always been there, and I love what you have said, that Azimio as well, or rather Raila Odinga, would equally have done something. Azimio, of course, Azimio would have increased the taxes, but of course not what Kenya Kwanza have done.
They don't have a plan.
Yes. Now, from the Azimio manifesto, they equally also had a housing program. Maybe you can tell Kenyans what is the difference between Baba's idea of housing plan and this of William Ruto in this financial bill?
Just one big difference. The Azimio one was going to be implemented. I don't see any plan. I do not see any plan. The advisory for housing, the guy who was sweating. There's nobody in the KKK government that can explain to us exactly what the housing plan was going to be. Yet the Azimio one is it's plain and simple. The first thing we're going to do is not even focus on the housing project. What we're going to do is the one county, one project plan, meaning that we're going to get our country first into earning revenue by ourselves, each county by each county. Secondly, this is not the position of the national government to actually do housing. That is the job for the county. So each county will be responsible for the housing projects for themselves. So, for example, I'm from Wasingishu County. I would say that we are more interested in fertilizer rather than housing. Well, in Nairobi, they're interested in housing. But then now Kenya Kwanza is just saying, oh, the teachers, we don't even know. Sasa hii 3% itatoka kwa nani? It's going to be coming out of the 9% of the population that is actually working. So, what about that person in Kibera that is earning no living? Sasa ni mimi ndio natengenezea nyumba ama ni mtu wa Kibera? There's no plan. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Why is there so much confusion? Because one day they are saying this, the next day they are saying this. Is it because probably they jumped the gun before they prepared the bill, before they came with nice statutory laws, with good regulations? They just announced things, and then now that the tire meets the road, they're finding it difficult. What could be the problem with all this? Because it seems like everything is going in a wrong direction.
They did not jump the gun. KK is not stupid. The problem is they did not find a reason as to why they are taxing us heavily. So, walienda kuangalia everywhere and anyway to find a way to tax the Kenyans. So they happened to look at our manifesto and saw housing in need. Wakaingiza huko. Yet they did not know what was going on in the Azimio plan into how housing was going to go. We go into things or in our projects in phases. This guy is just an excuse to increase taxes. That is it. So it is nothing about they did not plan that. It's just that they were caught to find ways to taxing. Like, for example, why are they taxing my mother, my grandmother, and my aunties in the village for chamas? Why are you taxing chamas? Aren't chamas supposed to be savings, for savings? It's a saving account. And in a saving account has already been taxed because it is an income that I already made. It has been taxed, and all I'm doing is putting it in a group as a savings account. Why are you going to tax that? Another funny thing is, why are you taxing cryptocurrency and NFTs? Your 3%. Cryptocurrency is already an illegal activity in the CBK. Yet somehow KKK feels the necessity to tax illegal activities in Kenya. Excuse me.
As well, they're introducing some taxes on betting and all that, lottery and all that.
That is good. Yes, Charlie, because a lot of people are committing suicide through betting. So lottery tax at 50% in Missouri because we need to reduce that. And I also want them to tax on the loaning because there's a lot of predatory loans that are happening in Kenya. I'm not going to mention the names. People are struggling with those predatory loans because it's about 150% ARPs, things that we cannot afford through our normal loans like banking. So those ones are KK. Do it.
Hold on just there. I'll be coming to you with more questions because I love what you're saying. Allow me to come to Cornel Ochuka before I come to Rhoda. Cornel Ochuka, why is it that they're saying one of the things is they want to increase what they're collecting? One of the ways they can increase is to reduce some of their salaries. If someone is earning over $1 million plus, if anaweza pata a cut kwa hiyo salary, right? Hata kama ni 100,000 or so.
Wacha nikwambie, hii serikali iko poa sana kwa kucollect. Actually, hii serikali ina collect hata kuliko serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta na Mwai Kibaki. Problem ya hii serikali ni moja. Wana collect, wako na pesa mingi na wana misuse pesa. For example, umeka PSS wengi. Another thing, watu wanaenda nchi za nje daily. Sijui huyu ameenda sijui nchi gani, sijui anatumia pesa aje. Unapea bibi ya Mudavadi pesa, hata hatujui anasaidia nani. Unapea bibi ya Gachagua pesa kwa sekta yake, hatujui anasaidia nani.
So
hii serikali ina collect vizuri kabisa, ina collect mingi, lakini 3/4 yake inaharibu. Unaona, kuokota na okota, inatafuta pesa, ina hustle. Kama sasa hizo utasikia mama mboga sisi tuliambiwa atakuwa analipa sijui nini, inaitwa nini, something ya kanjo ya city council. Mama mboga analipa, mama mboga atakuwa anatoa wapi 5,000? Yeye mwenyewe hata 5,000 anaunda in 4 days. Unamwambia utamkata 5,000 na ulisema mama mboga ndio utainua. Sijui ni kama hata mboga zake zitaki kuja kwa free ama zitakuwa mingi. Sasa hizi unapoa sijui mboga 5, sijui ni 10 bob, sijui mboga 5, pieces 5. So ukibai mboga ya ni kama ulikuwa unabai mboga ya 40 bob. So ukiona hii serikali iko poa sana kwa kucollect, lakini kwa kutumia inatumia na inaweka na inaiba. It is like they know they are not going anywhere after 2 years. Now they are just stealing. They are just stealing. It's a matter of stealing. Wakiingia kwa ministry yote kuiba. Wakiingia kwa nini kuiba. Like saizi unasikia ministers almost saizi nikiongea na wewe nasikia almost ministers almost 19 wako nchi za nje. Nchi za nje. Wanafanya tu benchmarking. Mnafanyaga nini tukafanya huko Kenya? Wanakuja hapa hakuna kinyo wana implement. Saizi hii serikali inasema mambo na housing na bill. Hawajajipanga. They want to pass this thing kuwe law, alafu wajipange ndani. Yani they knew, wanajua vizuri sana. Hii kitu hawajajipanga, hawana clue. Jamaa anajaribu kuuza ideas za housing. Ana sweat, anakunywa maji, anamwaga maji kwa papers, ana misbehave sijui aje because hawajajipanga. They want to lie to Kenyans so that they pass this bill. After passing this bill, it is when watajipanga ndani ya ikisha kuwa sheria. So sisi wapitishe tu.
Michael Kennedy, I see you. Joshua Sami, I see you. Solomon Makore, uko ndani, karibu sana. Bitos Horace, uko ndani, karibu sana kwa show. And wewe ambao unajiunga nasi live, thank you so very, very much. This is your show. We discuss the financial bill. It's not a very interesting subject, but it's a subject that we must discuss. Why? Somehow, it will affect you. Okay, Roda habari ya leo. Let me ask you, Roda mbio. Hii bill inakuja kufanya hadi kuwa mrembo ni gharama, kwa sababu wame introduce tax on hairs, nails, beards, hizo vitu zote hadi kuweka mascara na hiyo lipstick yako inayopendeza itaongezewa tax kidogo. Now when wanaongezea tax to some of these things zinafanywa na kina dada katika salon. Hizo ndio biashara zao, right? Watu wamejiandika kazi kupitia vitu kama hizi. Wakiongeza tax kwa vitu kama hizo, as much as wanataka hizo pesa, sikatai, serikali inahitaji pesa. Wakiongeza tax, haitafanya huyo mtu wa chini ambaye amejiandika kazi, ambaye labda alikosa kazi ya serikali, alikosa kazi za kiofisi, akajiamua kujiandika kazi. Unaona kama hii itakuwa moja ya zile vitu ambazo itafanya biashara nyingi zianze kufungwa.
One thing, hata niongee ukweli na Mungu anisaidie niongee ukweli, kwa sababu ukweli ndio unatoa ukombozi. Ruto need to be arrested. He need to be arrested.
Endelea pole.
Tekeni ni sawa tu.
Siku tunajua utasema hivyo. Lakini ni sawa, endelea.
Ruto need to be arrested. The things Ruto, he is so racky. Ruto, you must be a happy guy. Because Kenya, we don't have the law. Kenya is not democracy. Kenya is not freedom. That's why he's doing whatever he wants. If Kenya is a real democracy, after independence, we need to have a very strong. If Kenya is a rule by the law, Ruto cannot do how he is doing. He needs to be arrested. Ask me why.
Why?
Because when he was doing campaign, he was saying that he will feed Kenyan people, 300 people every day with the food. Isn't 300? When he was doing, he said his manifesto is to feed 300 Kenyan people with food. Akasema mama saloon atakuwa up. Mama saloon, mama boga, mkokoteni guy atakuwa juu. The things I have a worry right now. How wanalipa tax? Watatoa pesa wapi? Jiulize wewe Kenya. The way I have a fear, Kenya, it will be poor. Kenya, we are going in Zimbabwe. I'm telling our note. Unaona kama mimi nikiwa huku natumia mamangu pesa, zitakuwa no room. Our money do no value. You know why? Because watu watatoa pesa za kulipa tax. Watu na note ya Kenya saa hii ina value. That's a fact. So Ruto need to be arrested because he came to destroy our country. He was not coming to bring the good. So Ruto need to be arrested. And I could ask all Kenyans, walk of life, wherever you are, raise your voice. Whenever you are, do demonstration. Tutoe idume. Nakumbuka for when I was young, it came a thief for my uncle house. They tried to beat my uncle. 10, but my uncle tried with those. There are 2 guys. He tried to fight. They say, "Iuni dume hatuwezani na yeye. Kujeni wale wakakuja wakamua." You understand? So Ruto ni dumo. Ruto anataka Kenya. You raise your voice wherever you are. Children, women, men, young people, raise your voice and you say Ruto must go. Nothing else. I don't have time ya kubeberesa. I don't have time, Ruto. I have to tell you the truth. I feel painful. I'm not in Kenya. I feel so painful. I feel how Kenya people, they are hardened. How Kenya people, you are carried, they are hurted. He doesn't have even sympathy to feel how we feel.
Okay.
Yes.
Awesome. Now, let's continue kidogo na Cornel Ochuka. Cornel Ochuka, as much as we might be supporters of Azimio or supporters of Kenya Kwanza, by the end of the day, all these things will affect us equally. Now, this financial bill somehow might pass. The ripple effect, the effect of it affects kila mtu, whether you supported this government or not. Now, my question is this, to you as a common mwananchi, right? Do you feel that this government is a caring government?
One, hii serikali si serikali ya kusema inajali maslahi ya mwananchi, because one, mambo na health wameharibu, education wameharibu. Ni serikali ambayo hii bili ikipita itaniumiza mimi, because mimi ni mzazi, mimi pia ni mtu ambaye naweza fanya biashara, mimi pia ni mtu ambaye nanunua vitu, unaona? Sasa hii bili itaniumiza mimi, sijakataa. Lakini nataka nisiumie peke yangu, tutoke sisi wote. Venye tu Roda amekwambia. Unajua mimi nikitoka wanasema, wewe tumezoea na wewe unatupaga mawe, wewe ni mtu violent. Sasa saa hizi mimi nimerudi nyuma. Nimerudi nyuma niseme mimi na mawe yangu na violent yangu wacha nikae. Ule Mkenya mwenye anasema yeye anasikia vizuri, anakula vizuri, wacha ajitokeze. Wacha watu wajitokeze, wacha kitu tufinye sisi wote. Na Ruto alisema hatuwezi fika State House. Once the bill imepita na maisha ikuwe ngumu, hata kama ni kushutu watu, utashutu wengi sana. Watakukujia because maisha ikiwa ngumu, Nairobi inakuwa ngumu ya kwanza before ifike mashinani. Nairobi maisha inakuwa ngumu because Nairobi unakuwa na deni, kuna watu wako na deni za magari, kuna watu wamechukua mortgages hapa, kuna watu wamechukua so many things. So vitu zao zikienda, wao wenyewe watakukujia. Na napenda kenye tunafanya because ni public participation, because tunajaribu kuambia watu wengine msifurahie sana hii kitu. Na wacheni kuona Ruto anatoka kwa kabila yako. Gachagua anatoka kwa kabila yako. Ati sasa mnasema wako sawa, wanaondesha hii kitu vizuri, tuwape time. Tumewapa time ya kutosha. Since hawa watu wameingia, ukiangalia ile pesa ambayo wametoa kwa masekta za serikali, hata wenye walikuwa wanasema kupata pesa, ukiangalia ile wamepata, wamechukua, ni mingi. Ukiangalia wale watu wameajiriwa, ni wengi. Ukiangalia zile pesa ambazo wanajaribu kufanya, na ni kama wanasema wanafanyia Wakenya huduma, Hakuna huduma anafanyia Wakenya.
Mhm.
Kwa saizi very soon utasikia news, itakuwa vifo zitakuwa mingi. Unasikia ulikuwa unatoka kazini, vijana wamekushika kwa barabara. Cause hakuna kazi. Hakuna kazi. Vijana pia unatumia vibaya, unawaambia utawapea kazi, ajira, hujawapea ajira. Wewe mwenyewe ni president.
Tunasema
Kila siku
crime ita increase, right?
Ita increase because kila siku rais anaamka. Mimi huwa na wish saa zingine mtu aende afunge mdomo yake because Kenya anataka kutoa ni uongo, ahadi tupu za uongo. Naomba tu mtu aende afunge mdomo yake kwa sababu anatamka vitu ambaye sijui ni kama yeye ni wazimu, anafaa kumeza dawa ndio afikirie because matamshi yake si matamshi ya rais, ni matamshi yake na matamshi mtu mwenye ako mahali pengine kwa choo ni same. Because wewe Uhuru hajai kuja kutuambia ati nitawafanyia hii na hajai fanya. Sijaiona kwa serikali ya Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. I saw the guys struggling to make sure that Kenya imefika kwa level fulani. This is a person who tells you something sweet, something good, doing nothing, acting jamaa sijui tufanye nini.
Okay. Roda, anapotax hadi watu wa chini, na umesema vizuri sana, inakulazimu unagaramika kidogo ili kusaidia your mom at home.
Yes.
Unaona kwamba hii serikali inapomtoza ule mtu wa chini, ana feel huduma za serikali anapozihitaji, akienda hospitali anapata madawa, sijui mama kama nakueleza, anaona yes anataxiwa, lakini anaona uzuri ama umuhimu ama faida ya kuwa taxed, anaifeel, ama tu anaona pesa tu ndio zinapotea, lakini haoni chochote kutoka kwa serikali.
Mamangu tukiongea na yeye ananiambia Kenya imechange. Watu wale wanafinyiliwa ni wale maskini. Hao ndio wanafinyiliwa na hii serikali. They don't care about for the poor people who have nothing. Na ndio wanafinyiliwa. Kwa sababu hii serikali, they think about themselves. They don't care about for the poor people. They don't care about for those children sleeping without food in the table. That man sleeping without food. That man is dying for food. Do you know how many Kenya people they die every day for the food? They don't care. Ni kama wanafanyia kazi. Yani they don't work for us. Ni kama sisi tunawafanyia kazi. Unaona? And that's not, that is to be more sad, most opposite. They need to take care of us. Our constitution say the government have a responsibility to take care of us, not we take care of us. Ruto, he need to focus with Kenyans, not with he need to think to feed those people. Like the way you asked me about the hospital. Our hospital, there is no medicine. People are dying at home without medications. Trying to
Okay, Rhoda seems to be receiving a call on her phone, but the show must go on. I see Hannah Mbogwa unasema hi, hello everyone. Hello to you Hannah, karibu sana kwa show. Gordon Waganga, I see you. David Kibet Kipto, I see you. Scholastica Mungai, I see you. Eric Makowero, Michael Kennedy, Joshua Sami, and many watching. Asanteni sana. We have a great show lined up for you. We have a great conversation happening here live at Mutembei TV. Kuingia kwa show si ngumu. Kupitia link ambayo nakutumia hapo kwa comment section. Hiyo link inasoma Mutembei TV, Mutembei official, Mutembei Facebook. Hiyo ndio link ambayo unatumia, unajikuta umeingia kwa show. Ukiingia kwa show unawasha kamera ambayo iko kwa hiyo link na mic ambayo iko kwa hiyo link. Ukiingia unaandika jina, si lazima iwe jina rasmi, lakini jina ambayo nitaweza kuitumia ili niweze kukujua kwa show, and then we do that thing. We have a conversation with you. Thank you very, very much. I don't know if you support this bill or not. You can as well participate hapo kwa comment section. Tell us what is it in this bill that you like and what is it in it that you also don't like. Tujuze, wacha tuwe na conversation. Okay. Aha, Roda nakuona umerejea, lakini kabla sija kuuliza swali, acha nirudi kwako jamaa unajiita Cornel Ochuka. Cornel Ochuka, ukiangalia hii bill ina increase transactions za M-Pesa. Kutakuwa na 5% increase in transaction like what they tax, right? Kama ulikuwa unalipa 23 bob, inaweza increase na 5%, probably ukuta unalipa 40 or 30 something shillings. Now, what do you think that will make for you? What do you understand about that? Will it discourage people from sending money? Because the government is looking for money. And mwananchi atajaribu njia zote za kusave hizo do. Kuna wale wataogopa kuweka hizo do kwa bank, kuna wale wataogopa kuzituma na simu. So what do you think will be some of the tactics mwananchi atadevelop? So as cause kama kuna kitu Mkenya amejua ni jinsi ya kuhepa gava. So how do you think mwananchi atasurvive with all these taxes being brought to him?
Kusurvive itakuwa kama kitambo, though itakuwa risky because ita increase wizi. Tutarudi, mimi ukitaka kunilipa usinilipe through bank. Nipe bahasha, wacha nikuje nichukue bahasha. Nikitaka kukupea pesa, nikikwambia tukutane saa 4 mahali, usipokuja saa 4:30, mimi nimeenda. Wewe hiyo pesa utapata kesho. Kwa sababu siwezi kukutumia pesa ushanikata na bado hujatuma ya sometimes when you do business, kuna watu wanasema tuma paka ya kutoa. Kuna biashara ambayo huwezi tuma tu pesa ya kutuma ati umetumia mtu pesa. Ulikuwa unanidai 7,000, ndio hiyo 7,000. Unatuma 7,000, maybe 150. Because kuna biashara ambayo akikata hiyo 7,000 anakudai automatically. Ukiangalia mambo na serikali pia kusema wana increase mambo na, for example, kama maisha gharama, nimeona mafuta itapanda, nimeona sukari itapanda, hata transport itapanda. Unajua watu wangapi wanatumia matatu? Watu wangapi wanatumia matatu kwa siku? Watu wengi sana. Watu wengi sana, tuko na sako mingi sana hapa Kenya. Ni kama tu sheria unaniambia mtu anaishi Narok anakatwa 3%, ananiundia nyumba hapa Nairobi. Mtu ameishi Narok, hakuna nyumba Narok, lakini kuna nyumba Nairobi. Maisha yake yote ashafanya kazi Narok.
Hizi nyumba wanasema zitajengwa katika kila constituency. So labda kuna jinsi
nimesikia wanasema Nairobi ndiko na land kubwa. Wanasema Nairobi ndiko na shamba kubwa sana kuliko hizo kaunti zingine. Hizo kaunti zingine shamba zimebaki ni za watu binafsi. So ukichunguza kitu vizuri ni uongo. Hii serikali inakwambia tu vitu tamu, lakini hakuna kitu wanafanya, hakuna kitu watafanya. The only way is for tunangoja baba tuambie the way forward tomorrow. Na mimi naomba upende baba usipende baba, akisema kitu kesho anza tu kutumiza, kwa sababu lazima itendeke.
Nitakuchezea tu saa hizi, naona hujasikiza kenye baba amesema. Baba amesema ya kwamba of course the bill will be tabled tomorrow, and then thereafter waanze kudiscuss story na the budget is somewhere next week I think, and then financial bill itakuja huko mwisho. So amesema ya kwamba financial bill ikiteboliwa tu hivi, that is when atapiga parapanda. I'll be playing that clip in a short while, but I see I have a brother, Bishop Joseph, is in the house, and Nancy, my sister, as well, have joined me. Nancy, we are discussing this issue on the financial bill. It has kind of divided our country right down the middle. There are those supporting it with their reasons, those opposing it as well with their reason. The government seem not to fully explain what is it in this bill that will benefit mwananchi, what is it in this bill that probably will challenge mwananchi. The government seems to be changing tact every day. No one seems to really understand. If you listen to Hinga, he'll give you an explanation different from what Moses Kuria is raising. If you listen to the show that has just been aired right now on Citizen, if you listen to Dinde Nyoro, his explanation will be totally different from that of Cheralgei. Now, why is it that the government itself is unable to fully explain the financial bill, and Mwananchi as well is in between that challenge, and as well is supposed to accept the bill and have it in their hearts and allow it to pass or to fail, depending on how the parliament will vote? Nancy?
So hi everyone. I hope everyone is fine.
Hi.
For me, the most interesting thing about Kenyans, they do not seem to understand what distribution means. And if Kenya will ever be a world country, whether we like it or not, or move from a middle income country to a country that cares about the needs of everyone, then we will be in a better place.
Okay.
Kenyan Constitution itself, Article 21, says implementation of human rights and a state responsibility, which it calls housing, health, your freedoms and rights are those things that are basic to your life. And if the Constitution gives the mandate to the government to provide these services, inevitably government does not make money. Government has to tax its own people. Is money in, money out. Government is not a company. They make profit from anywhere. The duty and the needs of the vulnerable groups and the marginalized person and the urban poor, it's what the government is trying to address. For us to be a society that cares and meets the basic human needs, which we gave ourselves in our 2010 Constitution, we have to agree to pay tax. The problem with the current explanation, for one thing, I want to call out Abdallah today, because he was very unprofessional. He should entertain when the Mwananchi says the reason why we are not understanding what is right and what is wrong about this financial bill is because you're only covering the negatives. There are 30 good in that financial bill, but what the citizen is doing is only focusing on the housing levy. There are fundamental questions to be asked. For example, I have a problem with them being ready. I have a problem with them not having the legal framework. I have a problem with interest rate. I have a problem with return death rate. What comes first? Also, the government is not addressing the trust deficit. So for me, government is serious. It's a brilliant idea. It's a good idea. They need to sit in the tent, come up with a statute, pass the financial bill and do the budget, put the housing levy aside, because housing levy is a separate issue. It's not, government always, we have a budget every year. So, and I also have a problem with the way the government is trying to collect 289 billion from 50 billion that they were collecting in 2022, financial year 22. The government has increased that fourfold. Unless they can explain to Kenyans why they're making this bold decision and provide the blueprint to Kenyans, even they should have had the blue paper, the green paper, and the white paper, and do proper public participation, then Kenyans buy the agenda, because Kenyans already feel the burden of cost of living, which I'm saying today, and I always say, even us who are not in Kenya, we are feeling the cost of living. Some of us don't even go out because you can't afford even to go and buy a meal out because everybody is squeezed. But because income is low in Kenya, people are more. But so the idea is a good idea. For me, is a wrong time. And also they lack coherence in what they're telling people. And the question that Moses Kuria was asked, and he beat about the bush, was about what will happen to the millions of youths who will be employed in the housing industry. Once the houses are built, what will happen? And the question is a very simple answer. You don't stop building, because this funding will not be only for 7 years. Gonna, if it's enshrined in law, then it means we'll have a social fund available, and I would not even call it housing levy. I would call it something social fund, because it's a social fund. So only development fund, because we're trying to develop stuff using people's money. So there is real issues that has to be addressed. But when it comes to, we throw the baby with the basket or the water, whatever, it's wrong. I think let's sit back and let them get some of the answers to the questions that are being asked. And if they can do the legal framework, do the statute, and do the legalities part of it and make us understand where this money will be kept, and as long as it's not going to be spent, I think it's a genius idea. Now, I'll support it if those sticks are met.
I love what you have asked, and I equally wish to repose the question in a different way. After the 7 years, now that will be enshrined in law, will we have an amendment to this law? Because the article that they'll have prepared, will it say that after 7 years, this law will be ineffective? Because it's a blank statement to say after 7 years it stops, and already it has been enshrined in law. What do you think they need to do so that Mwananchi is assured that it's truly a 7-year plan, and after 7 years they don't come with a kipini and say, oh, you see, this housing has been good, let's continue for several years?
You know, this is why I'm saying that the devil is in the details. For example, as I told you, housing is an area I'm welcome with. So, like, for example, if I give you the housing, how the housing revenue account in the UK works, the government funds private companies. These private also pay a housing levy in taxes, which is what the government gives as grants. It doesn't lend; it gives it as grants to private partnership companies. So what the government says to them, we're gonna give you land, we're gonna give you to develop this amount of houses, right? Some of then they tell them 40% of these houses will be social housing. Okay. So people are given this on a very affordable rent, whereby if you're a low income, you can afford to pay that rent, and it will be a good housing. Then they say the 60% to the private partnership company. You can sell the 60% in the open market and make as much money as you can. So you'll be able to continue developing and employing people. So housing is calculus motion. There is no way you'll stop building, because housing will always be in demand. So I am saying this: the government needs to sit down and think through about how they're gonna refinance this idea once after the 7 withdraw the money. It's that.
Anne, I don't know if you're still there. I see you behind the scenes. Anne Brimot, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, karibu sana kwa show. Good to see you. Great to have you here with us. I don't know if you have heard the financial bill and how much it has divided our country right in the middle. And of course, many are complaining, others are praising it. But by the end of the day, we must discuss this because it will affect us, whether it passes or not. Somehow, we must be informed about it. We must discuss about it, and above all, we know what we're getting ourselves into. Now, wewe unafeel aje kuhusu all this?
Mimi niko mgonjwa. Mimi hata sitaki kuisikia. Sitaki kuisikia. Sio ugonjwa. Si ugonjwa ya ugonjwa ati niko mgonjwa, ni vile sitaki kusikia hii government ikitajwa somewhere. Because since mwanzo hiyo ni kitu ilionewa mbali. When this government come, kwanza watashughulikia mifuko yao. And we especially watu wa Central tuliambiwa tukakataa kusikia, watu wa mlima. We are the business people. Na tunajua kenye kinaweza kutuangusha kwa biashara ni tax. Me, I do import and export. But for now, I'm quitting from the business.
Why would you be quitting?
I will be quitting because the taxation, mambo ya jute na VAT. Unaona? Hakuna vile ninaweza kuja for now niongezee customer wangu mzigo yenye nilikuwa namuuzia hapo 2 years back or 1 year back. Na tumetoka kwa wakati wa corona. Kwa hivyo business bado haikwe kwa customer yangu, business haijapika, si ndio? Sitaweza kutoa what I have niende nichukue mzigo China ama India nilete here in Kenya, na sina mtu wa kuuzia because the customer, huyo mtu, the consumer mwenye nauzia ameshaondoka kwa biashara tayari.
Okay.
Ana capital ya kufanya biashara, isn't it? Hii government inatudanganya, ina create business ama employment, but inatufuta kazi. Let us say the truth. Kama wangekuwa wanataka kusaidia huyo mtu, walikuwa wanasema ni hustler. Hii ni kitu wangeenda pole 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 pole, tukigrow together, to grow mpaka wafike hapo wako. Another thing, mi kwa Biblia, wao ni watu wamesema wao wanajua Biblia sana kutuliko sisi, ndio wanataka kusema, but actually sisi wenyewe tunajisomea. Mungu aliacha nafasi ya mkono yenye ya buriani ya kusaidia, aliachia wewe mwenyewe, you make decision. Hiyo ni kwa maandiko ya Mungu. If they want us, wenye wanalipa kodi, wanataka kama hiyo 3% ya housing, if they want to help huyo mtu mwenye hana nyumba, waniachie mimi mwenyewe ni make it. Actually hata tunajengaga, hata hii last week ilikuwa guild, mimi wa PCA Presbyterian, tulikuwa na guild wa nini week, si ndio? Nimetembea kwenye nilikuwa nataka kusaidia to lay a hand of help, si serikali iliniambia, si ndio? And I was not forced by anyone. Why are they forcing me to help somebody? And yet even the Lord who created me left that something to me to make decision to help somebody.
Okay.
You see, why wanachukua it is a command. Ana command sisi tusaidie huyo mtu mwenye hana nyumba. Of which mimi niko na yeye huku mashinani, actually mimi nakaa kwa nyumba ya rent. Ningekuwa mmoja wa hao wana support tupate hizo nyumba. But I remember there was a program ilikuwa inaitwa Boma Yangu. Why people are not talking to receive kwa Boma Yangu, and up to now hatujapata nyumba. Pesa zetu ziko wapi? Tumejaribu withdraw our saving, hatuzipati. What are you coming to tell me I go back kwenye kidole yangu iliumwa nirudishe tena hapo? Hizo nyumba ni akina nani walipatiwa kama sisi hatukupata hiyo Boma Yangu? What is the difference ya Boma Yangu na hii affordable house hii wanasema? Hizo house wanasema. What is the difference? There is no difference. It is another cartel imekuja kutuibia pesa the same. It is another cartel imekuja kuiba watu pesa zao na watalia vile tumelia kwa Boma Yangu. Unaona? Kwa hivyo president aache kudanganya watu.
Hapo kwa Boma Yangu kidogo tu ili nikuelewe. Hapo kwa Boma Yangu, how are you doing the contributions? How was it? What were the terms? What were the conditions for you to join? What were you told this will happen? And what made you trust the process and you joined Boma Yangu?
Walikuja na wacha niseme na siri kama hii tu imekuja. Ati hizi nyumba kama wewe ni una rent nyumba ama huna nyumba, you save for affordable houses. Isn't it? Boma Yangu. Na tukaenda Huduma Center, we register, it was free and you save 200 per day. Unaona? After addition of 1.2, yes,
per month that's 6,000. Okay.
Yeah, after you get kama unataka nyumba ya 1.2 usave 3% ya hiyo nyumba. Unaona? Kuna wale hata tulisave, tulikuwa tunachukua, mimi kama nilikuwa nimechukua nyumba mbili na savia nyumba mbili because of my son. Unaona? Umefikiza hiyo kiwango, ulikuwa supposed to save percent ile unatakana upate nyumba hiyo ingine ulipe ukiwa huko. Nyumba hakuna, pesa huna. Wale walisevia kwa nyumba yangu, Boma Yangu wajitokeze, waseme kama wao walipata nyumba. Naona? Imekuja ingine nao, unaambiwa, wacha tu wakate 3% msaidie hawale hawana nyumba. Of which wewe mwenyewe ulikuwa umesevia. Hivyo unasikia watu wafanyakazi wanasema, tuliacha hivyo mtu anaenda akachukua mortgage somewhere, either kwa bank, ama kwa employer wake, amejinunulia kaplot na amejijengea. Isn't it? Why are you coming to force me nisaidia mtu mwingine na labda mtu huyo?
Umesema ya kwamba ulikuwa unafaa uweke a down payment ya 30% ili kwa how worth $1 million, right? 30% of $1 million is around 30,000, and if you are giving 200 per day for 30 days, that's 6,000. In a year, that's 72,000. So already in 1 year, you have already met the down payment.
Exactly.
So how comes most of you didn't qualify yet? The saving as well has made you qualify automatically.
Nyumba hata hizi mnajenga, ni mali ya wale wako na pesa. Go to those houses zenye zilijengwa hiyo kitambo uone ni akina nani wako na hizo nyumba. Si ya mtu mwenye ako na pesa. Ama mwenye amesevia, yani ni ya mtu hao tu. Unaona hizo cartels za hao watu wengi wao walichukua hizo manyumba, wanazifanya renting, wanakuja wanakuita sasa wewe unaenda tena kuleti nyumba kwao. How can I ninajiuliza ukweli, how can you trust a government yenye imekuwa kwa kampeni ikisema hii serikali tunaunda na wewe and let alone hamukuunda serikali na wao. Huwezi kwenda kunidanganya ukuja unidanganye alafu kesho yake unataka ni trust. Unaona? Haya, if it is a genuine kitu wanasema hii ya 3%, if it is genuine, why are they commanding, even threatening? Why? Those are the questions wananchi wa Kenya wanatakikana kujiuliza. Hata wale wanakatwa hiyo 3%. If you want me to help someone, you are there kubembeleza mimi nikubali kusaidia. Isn't it? Sio utumie nguvu. Asifu unaninyang'anya mali yangu. Another thing, wezi ukaniambia nikubali hivyo, unaniambia mambo ya kukatwa 3%, ati hata nikimaliza nikikosa kuchukua nyumba naweza withdraw pesa zangu. Nani amekuwa signatory wa pesa zangu? Nimeziweka kwa nani? Nani nitaenda kuuliza kikataa kunipatia niende kwa court of law? Do you understand?
Can I ask a question, Anne?
Yes.
Yeah, please, Nancy. Go ahead.
Are you a salarized paisley person? Do you because you've said you're in imports. So are you on a
Mimi nafanya biashara.
Government will not be able to get the 3% from you.
Mimi hata siwezi nikataka.
I'm saying, so this is the problem. Again, the details are not correct, because if you're not a pay as an employee, you will, if you want to pay, and you, because the government is budgeting on people who are on pay as you earn, and this is also in progressive countries, the money for what government taxes is only taken from people who have a salary, because that's the only way, assured way of earning.
Let me ask you a question, Nancy. Let me ask you a question. You are supporting that bill, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kwa hao wenye wameajiriwa, do you know where they stay for now?
It's the same question I can pose to you. Because you pay NHIF or whatever that you pay, do you know how many other Kenyans have got private insurance for medical?
There are so many, but let me tell you, when you are saying that mwenye ameemployiwa ndiye anakatwa hiyo 3%.
Yeah.
So many of those employees vile kitambo waliona the government is not providing those affordable houses. Wengi walibeba mortgage kwa mabank, wamebeba mortgage kwa employees, wamenunua maploti zao na wamejenga manyumba zao. Na hii ni kitu sio serikali itoe nguvu ati lazima na lazima. Hii ni kitu ya kukaa chini, mwenye anasikia ako willingly kukatwa hiyo 3%, akatwa yeye ndiye anataka nyumba either ya kukondisha, ama ako na sana atapatia, ama ako na familia anaweza patia, but don't use force kwa pesa za mtu na ni zenye amefanyia jazo yake. You can't command for a hell.
You know
why the government is cheating Kenyan people?
I don't think they are. I think it's just lack of civil education, which is being done wrongly.
Okay, why did
they
they
are
not
cheating?
start
Ruto
the
is a
civil?
liar.
Why
He
did
was
they
lying to
not?
Kenya people manifesto. Atapatia watu
Kwa nini
chakula.
hawako?
Chakula na
Kwa
nyumba.
nini
What is important? You live
No,
in UK. You don't
let
sleep
me
without
answer her.
food.
Let me answer her.
That is a
Kwa
common
nini
sense. Ruto is a
hawakuanza na
liar.
hiyo civil
Alidanganya watu wa Mount
education?
Kenya. Mwizi yeye.
Kwa nini hawakuanza na
Takataka
hiyo
yeye.
civil education? If they want to get into that deal, wangeanza kukaa chini kwanza waelimishe wa Kenya. What are they talking about? Did you listen to the big conversation? Even they can't answer any question. Wanaulizwa na Wakenya maswali hata hawawezi kujibu. They can't answer because they are doing this thing by force so that they get the money into their pockets. They are not helping Kenyans.
I listened to the same debate, and there are questions that they answered, and there are those that they could not provide answers. And some of them they said,
why they don't provide the answers?
They don't care about Kenyans.
Let me support Anne by saying
Ruto hates Kenyans. Ruto anachukia wananchi wa Kenya. Wa Kenya stand up.
Yes.
This government ina collect. Government inajua kucollect kabisa. Ina collect pesa mingi kabisa. Lakini matumizi, serikali yenyewe kwanza inatumia 3/4. Imeibwa, unasikia ma ministers wako. Kama saizi 19 ministers wako nchi ya nje. Ni nini wanatuletea za maana? Ni nini wanatuletea za maana?
Wacha hata hivyo, me and my importer nimesema vizuri sana. We go with those people on conference. Wako na diplomatic passport. Wanafanya shopping ni ya kuja kuuza mizigo. Wanaileta kwa port. Sisi tukilipa duty and VAT, they don't pay anything. Yao inapita. What are you telling me? Mimi nitaweza kukuelimisha. Those people wanapora mali kwa nchi. And let me tell you, they are worse than Atamoi. Wako worse. Because wote wanatafuta ya kuweka kwa mfuko. That NHIF you are telling me. Sasa enda kwa hospitali ujue kama enda uone kama utatibiwa na hiyo NHIF you are telling me. Mimi nasema watu wakatae kabisa.
Tutakataa.
Ukiona kama nchi kama Somalia, Congo, Sudan, hizo nchi umeona kumekuwa na vita. It is because the government iko there. They don't listen to war.
Yes. I'm ready for the war. We are ready for the war, Ruto. We don't fear you. Don't think that your state house we cannot. We're not afraid of you. I don't fear you, Ruto. We are not afraid of the war. We are not.
Tumefukuzwa kwa biashara.
That system utatuona. Unatuonanga hapa chini Nongwe. We are not stupid. We have been seeing you 18.
Ako wapi Nancy nimwambie?
Anakusikia, amemute video.
Anisikiza nimwambie. Hii stima unasema iko na bei gani? Here I'm not propaganding ama nini. Sina vita na mtu na sina madharau kwa mtu. But hii stima tunaongea ukweli. Stima, the shareholders watoka nini nani? The big shareholder is Dede Nyoro. Why is that not person talking about token? Token imetuibia na wao wenyewe wanakuja kutudanganya. Enda kwa every business ya kufanya import. Hizi mambo ya Tyro, wine and spirit, watu ndio importers. What are you telling us? Hakuna business hao watu hawako.
Na walipi tax.
Na hawalipi tax. Mzigo yako ikimaliza accumulate damage. Yao inakujanga imetoka bila kutolewa tax. Why are you telling us ati wanasaidia mwananchi? They are looking away where they can get pesa ya haraka. They reward themselves chenye walifanyia campaign before muwafukuze nje. That is how they are doing.
Na wanaiba ni kama wako wagonjwa wanaweza kufa anytime. Wanaiba rakaraka.
Hakuna mtu atakubali kukatwa. Mshahara yangu ni jasho yangu. Na hiyo sio kitu tunaweza ongea na mtu. It is my jasho yangu. You leave me alone, I decide ni nani nitasaidia. Na kama tutasikizana na government, tusaidie mtu mwenye ako na shida, ni tukae chini, we negotiate, tukae to have a conversation. Sio uamuke asubuhi uniambie nakata pesa yako
na ubembelezwe na uambiwe reason.
Hata kama ameajiriwa na serikali, anaamukanga anapeleka damu yake kwa hiyo kazi, anafanya kazi na damu yake, alafu jioni anaenda home akiwa amechoka.
Kama Ruto anasema kuna bili mzuri ya 2023, asikie zile vitu ambayo wananchi wanasema toa vitu ambayo wananchi wataki, pitisha hizo zingine.
Akae chini asikize wananchi.
Hii bili yote si mbaya, nimeona hii bili yote si, lakini kuna vitu mingi zile.
Wacha nikwambie, alionyesha watu kutoka the day one, na mimi nimeambia watu na wasikize vizuri sana. Alisema yeye ni mcha Mungu, si ndio? I don't hate him, but I hate the uongo, the lies. Alisema yeye ni mcha Mungu. Akasema nikishaenda kuapishwa niweke Biblia chini, unga itakuwa 70. Okay. Mimi sikuiona unga, sikiza, sikuona unga. Niliona mimi nimeanza kutawaliwa na shetani. Niulize kwa nini? Who can put a Biblia chini na ni neno la Mungu? Unaweka chini unitawale na nini? If you can put God down, unakuja kunitawala na nini? Shakahora.
No, Shakahora, there is no difference. Shakahora na Ruto is the same.
Wacha nikwambie saa hii, nitaweka Mungu chini tuonane. Niko dunia gani hiyo? Si niko kwa shetani already?
Ndio mimi nilisema tunataka kutumia sasa uganga.
Ruto anachukia Mungu kabisa. Ruto hate Jesus.
So nyinyi
anachukia Mungu kabisa.
Hamukuona wakati mlimwapisha alisema nikiweka Biblia chini. Kwa hivyo aliweka Biblia chini ya Mungu, neno ya Mungu, akaweka Mungu chini, akachukua nani? You're not asking yourself, alichukua nani? Another thing, hiyo unga alikuja yeye mwenyewe akasema gas kuanzia tarehe 1 June itakuwa 300. Isn't it? Akarudi kuhojiwa na wanahabari. Watu wanini akasema nini? Ni mtuki.
Ruto ni wali prosecute Jesus. Ruto ni Judas. Ruto anachukia Mungu kabisa. Ukichukia binadamu unachukia Mungu. That's a fact. If you don't love Jesus, you hate people.
Even if one remain hata kwa miaka hiyo mitano, he is not my president and I can't support it. Because
Ruto na captain wanafanana. Ruto na captain
wanadanganyana. They have been mocking God. You have been mocking Jesus. Even today, you are mocking God, you Ruto. You have been lying that you are Christian. You hate Jesus. The Bible says, love Jesus with all your heart and all your soul. And then you love people. You hate people. You hate us. You must repent. Repent. Totally repent.
Goja, kama anamucha Mungu. And he has that wisdom of kuwa president. Alisimama kwa publicly. Anasema anaanza kuwan MPs. Akiwaambia ukipitisha tuko sawa na wewe. Ukikataa kupitisha utaniona. Let me remind the president. The salary that MP is correcting is for Kenyan people who pay tax. Sio yeye amemwajiri kazi. Kwa nini amwambie tutaonana na wewe ukikataa kupitisha bill? Yeye hamulipi, sio yeye amemwajiri kazi. Kama amemwajiri kazi aende afute huyo MP kazi for now. Aje kutudanganya. Aende aseme MP wangu wa Limuru ama wa Githongori wa Mushomba amekataa kupitisha the bill, enda home. Tuone ili tumjue yeye ni president. Hana nguvu.
Awacha kuleta Mackenzie State House. Alialika Mackenzie State House. Sasa siku hizi inasemekana ati Mackenzie ni mbaya sana. Naenda alialika Mackenzie State House. Kuna mapicha inasemekana alikuwa amekaa hapo
aliweka neno kuanzia the day one akiapishwa, akaweka neno la Mungu chini na yeye alisema na mdomo yake, na hakuna kitu kibaya kama mtu kutestify na mdomo yake. Akasema nimeweka hii Biblia chini, aliweka chini akachukua nini? Si hata ni heri hivyo alikuwa anaita Uhuru Mlevi mwenye alikuwa anajua Mungu na hakwenda nje.
Heri huru wetu ni mlevi, anaogopa Mungu, anafu anapenda watu.
Yes.
Huyo ni mlevi wetu.
Yeye alikuwa na point wa Uhuru na kidole moja, but four of them zilikuwa
tunampenda.
Unaona? Kwa hivyo bill, mimi si support bill. Na sita I support because it is another scandal ya kuibia Wakenya pesa zao. Na musipo act saa hii, this person atadrain hii Kenya. Utakuwa kama Zimbabwe kwa Mugambe. I'm telling you.
After 7 years una withdraw, hauna account ya withdraw, haujui hiyo pesa iko wapi, hakuna signatory.
Hata hivyo, ona ingine alileta hasura fund. Si alileta hasura fund. Mukafurahi, tumeletewa hasura fund. Mukaanza kuapply. After kuapply mlikuwa mnaambiwa hazina interest, ni kidogo sana. Uhuru aliacha ametutoa kwa CRB. Saa hii tumerudishwa CRB straight away.
Mliambiwa.
Haya, namba
2.
Hizi pesa wenye wanarani hiyo pesa ni Sairok. Private ndio walipatiwa warani hiyo pesa ya Hazra.
Wash.
For now, wewe hujui pesa zako, hata ukikopa unakopa nani na ukilipa unalipa nani. Kwa hivyo umempatia pini yako ya M-Pesa, anytime anaweza kutoa, hata ukiwa na milioni yako hapo ama 200 hapo, anaweza ingia kwa akaunti yako ya M-Pesa na atoe pesa.
Na puliza ikuli pesa.
So, unadanganywa, nasema alituambia ni pesa ya serikali, mjikuze nayo kibiashara. Huyu private mwenye amepatiwa hiyo pesa haran, ametoka wapi?
Okay.
And kidogo. Wacha nikujibu moja tu.
Dakika moja ili nipe akina Oguna na
Gabi. Ama unaongea 3 years.
Ngoja moja, sikiza.
Captain, wacha
sikiza. Hata naweza ongea mwaka because you have voted no. You have voted ndio inakufinya saa hii unalia. Haya, nilikuwa nasema hivi. Hii Hazora Fund ameifanya vile tu bibi yake alifanya hii Joy Women. Tunaambiwa mambo ya table banking and I think it's nini? Hii Mount Kenya people. Wamama walikataa hiyo mambo ya Joy Women. Walikataa, hawakuingia. Because ukiangalia mwanamke mwenye anaingia hiyo Joy, anachukua loan huko. Unanunua kuku huko kama ni kuku unataka kununua. Unanunua chakula huko. Yani hiyo dururu haitoki nje ya mlango ya kwake. It is like you are a slave. Unasunguka hapo tu na hakuna kuendelea pale pengine. The same as Hazora Fund. Imekuja kudrain mifuko ya Wakenya wale walikuwa wanaitwa Hazora. Because wengi wao wakuambia ukweli ni wangapi hawajalipa. Wamekataa kulipa kwa nini?
Hazora was a scam. It was a scam. It was not real.
Hata nilikuwa nasema heri ningezikopa na nikose kulipa.
Kuna mtu analalamika pesa haijalipwa? Kuna mtu analalamika? Ama wewe ndio unalalamika hapa?
Uwezi ukalalamika because hutaki kuonekana. Anyway, wacha nikwambie. Kitawaramba because kimeanza kuwaramba.
Wewe ndio tutakuramba vizuri sana. Tutakuramba vizuri hapo.
Captain.
Kutukanana. Keep to respect old women. A mother, she's like your mother. Respect her. Shame on you, keep to.
Ebu sasa James, sikia mambo ya respect that inakuja.
Kuja nikugawie pesa ya biashara, wacha kutukanana hapo. You are my son age, shame on you.
Shame on you. Una respect. Tukanana wa mama.
Just one moment, kina dada.
Kabla ufike age yangu kijana utalia.
Hawa mama
Anna and
wamkule
daughter
kabisa,
and the
wamkule
ladies
huko.
watching, we respect you. No one will disrespect you in this show. But asante sana wewe ambao unanijoin, namuona Cornerstone ako ndani, Michael ako ndani, Gitash, Patrick Garama, Michael Machogu na wengi ambao wanatazama. Thank you very much. This is how it becomes in Mutembei at times. Inakuwa moto sana. Now, captain ni wa UDA, Oguna ni wa Azimio. So waliotangulia walikuwa wa Azimio. So allow me Paul Oguna nimpe kwanza captain for a right of reply. Now captain wanasema kwamba hasla ilikuwa ni story za kuibia Wakenya. Wakasema kuwa mambo ya hii housing fund itakuja pia kama scheme ambayo wengi wamepoteza pesa kwa previous schemes za kuundisha nyumba. Maoni yako ni yapi? Hii tunafaa to trust government ya kwamba hii itakuwa sawa, ama tuzidi kuogopa? Because Kenya watu wamepoteza pesa huku nje. Kuna watu wanalia doo kukimbia kwa sababu ya ahadi kama hizi, programs kama hizi ambazo they are not well thought out, not well prepared. So by the time watu wanapoteza pesa, hakuna hata law ya kusaidia kurecover.
Raikirakuyo sako.
Exactly, Ann. So wacha captain anisaidie. Captain, what do you think?
Jex, let me say this. Watu wataongea hapa mpaka meno yote itatoka nje.
Okay.
Wacha hii tunaongea, meno itaisha mkitudanganya hapa. Sijui nini ile Ruto, sijui one time president Ruto anaibia watu. Ruto, kwani hizo serikali zote mlikuwa mnaambia watu wanaibiwa? Si walimaliza walienda?
Kwani alikuanga wapi? Si alikuanga hiyo serikali? Wacha kutudanganya, wacha zako. He was that government.
Sijaanza kuongea hiyo, nimeanza tu kuongea bure.
Ladies, allow him to speak.
Tayari wameanza kucheka hapa na hakuna meno.
We are waiting for you to talk, kijana. We are waiting for you. We are not fearing you. Sisi sio watu wa kuuziwa woga. Just talk.
Correct. Captain, zingatia mada. Don't attack anyone personally. Zingatia mada na swali ambao umeuliza.
I'm not attacking anyone personally. Lakini kama mtu hauna meno, wewe kubali tu meno iliisha. Meno iliisha, kubali utawaliwe. Okay,
we are not here for help ya meno. Hatuko hapa kuomba nini msaada wa meno. You understand?
Hatuko hapa kupigiwa kelele.
Tumeona mengi kukuliko wewe kijana. Tumeona mengi. Wacha kujifanya wewe ati you are in government. In government doing for what wananchi wa Kenya.
Don't think that you can make noise more than some of the noise makers.
We are not here to waste our bundles. We are not here to waste our bundles. I don't think tuko na hatuna na free wifi.
Like that, you can tell us. Okay. Also, we can make noise the way you are making noise.
We are not kijana, wacha nikwambie.
You cannot dictate us. Wewe ni mama, mimi kijana ni sawa.
Captain, wacha kutukana watu. Unajua captain kusema meno hiyo wafai kusema. Hiyo una
Ochuka and everyone, nimewamute for one reason. I want us to debate, not attack. Don't attack someone. Debate issue. If you don't have a point, it is only weakness that you now attack someone physically or whatever. Just give your points.
I'm not here to be helped by you.
I'm not helping you anything, my madam. I'm not helping you anything. I'm just educating you to leave what you are telling us that you, the government is.
I don't fear men. I don't fear men. Shame on you. What are you talking about there?
What is that? What is that? Don't come here to quarrel us here. We have more important women here who can
respect women. Respect all women.
Respect men. Don't come here with much of all that you want us to respect you. We can't respect you. If you are not respecting men, how do
Je,
you want us to
jamaa
respect
anatupa
you?
matusi.
You cannot.
Hatutaelewana the whole
This
day.
guy is supporting you.
Huwezi sema macho ya mtu ni macho ine, huwezi sema meno ya mtu ana hiyo haki. Wacha kumpea
Wait, leave me alone. You understand? Leave me alone. This is not your
I'm not
marriage. This
touching
is not
you.
your.
I have not touched you in any way. I have left you alone.
Nakwambia
I'm not
toka
here.
hapa.
Siko hapa kuomba msamaha.
Sasa Jay, toa huyo kijana ana respect. Please Jay, Sir Joy, mtoe kabisa. Ana adabu. Shame on you. Shame on you. Hauna adabu. Una respect. Tukanana wa mama wengine na ni mamako. Tunajua Kiafrika tunaheshimu wa mama. Tunaona kama ni mama wetu. Una respect hata kidogo. Mtoe huyu nyang'au. Enda kwa huyo Ruto wako. Enda kwa huyo Ruto wako. Umwelezee ni nini unasema. Enda ukarambe Ruto. Enda ukarambe Ruto. Enda ukarambe Ruto wewe. Unaongea meno. Enda ukarambe Ruto na hiyo meno yako. Shame on you. Shame on you. Umesema nimesikia vibaya sana. I'm so angry with you. You don't know how I feel. Ukiongea kama hivi. Shame on you.
Kama umesikia vibaya, there is
shame on you. I respect DJ. I respect Sanjay. He's a little gentleman. Shame on you. Enda uwape Ruto matako. Enda uwape Ruto matako wewe nyang'ao wewe. Enda uwape Ruto matako. Enda uwape matako. Enda umurabe matako. Enda umurabe. Enda kwa Ruto umurabe matope.
Nimemuingilia kama umesikia vibaya, go to court. Nimemuingilia.
Hakuna mea
imeisha. Kama ningekuwa karibu na wewe ndio ungenitambua mimi. Ungenitambua mimi ni Mkikuyu. Wacha kuleta hiyo maneno yako unaleta.
Ukiwa Kikuyu, Wakikuyu ni fire. Tunakwenda fire. Ruto atatuona. We are fire. Tutakuwa go to the state house. Tutatoa manguo to the state house kumtoa. Tutajua ni sisi. Sisi wa mama tunarwa mikoa Kikuyu tunatoa nguo. Tunaenda kwa state house na tutakuwa all over the world. We don't fear Ruto. Yes, nothing. Tutata wa Kikuyu. This is enough. Is enough. Enough is enough. I will fight for my community until I die.
Ulikuwa unakuja kuuzia nani woga? Ulikuwa unakuja kuuzia nani woga? Ulikuwa unauzia nani woga?
Nidafia Ruto. Nidafia. Kwani yeye ni nani? Mimi siogopi Ruto. Yeye ni nani? Amepagiza community moja. Atimampigie makofi. Wamulombe matako yake juu apate nini favor. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. Nasikia vibaya sana. There's a time mimi na wafanya suicide because of Ruto bila ametutesa sisi kwa Kikuyu. Anatutesa, kututesa. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. These are Ruto all over the world. All over the world they've come to see Kenya. What Kenya is coming to do is we can be like South Sudan. We don't care. We don't give a shit. Ruto.
Hata ikiwa kama ni sawa, tutakubaliana na nyinyi. Tutaenda hivyo. Tuko na nyinyi mpaka mwisho. Kwani mtafanya nini?
Okay, calm down everyone. Calm down everyone. Thank you so much for all you have said. Some was very nasty, some was very bad. I hope you are proud. Now, thank you so much. I see Helen Maganga kondani ya show. Namuona Remos Yegona kondani. Namuona Qatar Mohammed akondani. Hey, sawa. But the show must go on. The show must go on. And somehow, we must have a decent conversation. Now,
But we are not here kuuziwa woga. Nobody can sell us fear.
Nobody can stare at me. Wire. I don't shake. Nobody. I don't fear anybody this one. Nobody. Me not a panda back away. Where? I wish I can see you live if you see me. I don't fear anybody this world.
Okay. Enough. We have to continue. Captain, relax. I know you're now very hot. Rhoda, I know you are extremely hot. And
nimepangia hawa wawili hawa. Kwa sababu amekuja na macho ine nimempangia vizuri sana na mgoja.
Okay, Captain, now let's allow the show to move on. We must move on. We must have a decent debate. Okay, thank you so much for joining me. That is how at times inakuwa hapa kwa Mutembei, when you have two opposing sides. Anne is in the house, Rhoda is in the house, Polo Guna is in the house, SC akondani, KK amejaja. Now we have, I have both sides. Watu wa Kenya Kwanza wamejaja, watu wa Azimio wamejaja.
Si Kenya Kwanza ni Kenya kuisha.
Tuko area, hata ukituita Kenya ukimwi. Tuko area. Tuko area.
Now let us continue.
Kwani tukiwa na ukimwi ni nini? We don't care. Ukimwi siku hizi ni homa. We don't care about ukimwi. Ukimwi, me I don't care. Ukimwi ni homa, siku hizi kuna dawa za bure all over the world. Cha kutupeleka hapo.
Wewe James, unafaa kumute watu bwana.
Let me ask you, mbona unaona hii bill cause so much controversy? Because wengi wameipinga, wengi wamebishana nayo, imekuwa ngumu kuikubali, imekuwa ngumu kuitikia. Ilhali serikali lazima itafute pesa, ilhali serikali lazima ijipange ili iweze kubadilisha maisha ya mwananchi. Sasa mbona serikali ya Kenya Kwanza imepata changamoto, na hii ndio financial bill yao ya kwanza. This is the very first one. Mbona ya kwanza tu hivi na imeleta changamoto hivi? Ikiwa ya kwanza iko hivi, hizo zingine 4 ambazo wamebakisha zitakuwa namna gani? Esi?
Thank you. Hi. Nimekuta imechamuka. Nasikia wengine wanasema anatoa nguo. Sisi wamama tunatoanga nguo kila wakati, any time ni kutoa. So hakuna maneno. Kukosana ni kuendelea. Bill tunatoa nguo, hata mkitaka naweza toa, mimi sijali. Tulitoa kitambo. Sasa kuchamuka ndio mambo yote. Hii bill lazima ipitishwe, na kitu mzuri na kujanga na ungumu. Unaona kitu watu wanakataa hivi. Watu wanakataa, lakini as time comes itakubaliana tu, kwa sababu saa hii kila mtu atatoa. Na ukiangalia leo ile mkutano imekuwa asubuhi, almost kila mtu amecooperate. Tusichamuka ati Mount Kenya, hakuna tofauti Mount Kenya na nini, sisi wote ni wa Kenya, na hii bill haina mkubwa wala mdogo. Umoja ni nguvu, lazima tushikane tumalize hii maneno ya deni ndio tuweze sasa kupika economy ya Kenya. Iko chini sana, na nimeangalia imeaffect worldwide. Uchumi si kwetu peke yake, iko kila mahali. Hata nimesikia Kuria akiongea na nimekubaliana naye, amesema si hapa mafuta vile iliongeza kwa sababu ya vita, so imeaffect globally. So tukivumiliana na tutoe hii pesa, bili imepita. Si ati nini, hata tukigombana hapa tumenyane, tayari hii kitu kubwa imepita. Sisi watu wadogo hatuwezi pita hapa, tunamenyana tu bure. At the end of the day nyasi inaumia. Wakubwa wamekubaliana, hata baba ana quorum ya maana, lakini lazima akue hapa. Nilisema baba ni kama uwanja, huwezi cheza bila mwenzako. Hii bili ishapita na faida tukivumilia, after 3 years 5 years tutafaidika. Mimi napenda Wakikuyu sana. Mimi natoka Chebarbar, mimi ni mkale kabisa, natoka Kerio Lake Mwarere, na mimi napenda Wakikuyu sana. They are my role model. They are the backbone of this country. They are the basket of this country. They are our everything. Hawa ndio wanashikilia kila kitu. So palipo na ukienda mahali ukose Kikuyu, toka hapo, enda kabisa, usifanye biashara hapo. Ukienda country ukose Kikuyu, rudi haraka sana, book the next flight, rudi. So Wakikuyu mimi, my sisters, sukari ende chini. Me I can't do without a Kikuyu. They are our people. I love them so much.
Huyo mwenye anaona wanawake hawana.
Usijali, huyo ako na mimba mingi, anaweza weka mimba. Wewe usijali. Huyo anaweza wekea wewe hata msichana mimba, unauite shemeji, wachana naye. Hakuna mwanaume mbaya, labda yule amewekwa msalaba, rest in peace. Usijali. Hakuna mwanaume mbaya, labda yule alikufa na wakufanga hata higa. Si hata ikikufa unaona mtoto anafanana na yeye. Achana na hawa, tumezoea kwa nyumba. Achana na, hakuna mwanaume mbaya. Wote ni wazuri. Ni kuchamuka, hata wale tuko naye kwa nyumba anachamuka mpaka tunapoesha na mguu. Achana na hawa. Hii bill Hii bill itapita. Unaona vile mimi napenda kuria karibu ni hage hapa. Hii bill itapita. Na hii bill Wakikuyu sana ndio mngetusaidia kwa sababu nyinyi ndio mko na biashara na nyinyi ndio mnajua maneno ya hela, nyinyi mnajua maneno ya dola. So you should lead as an example, si kelele. Okay, Kikuyu ladies, you are our role model, queens, our queen. You should lead as an example to guide the country.
I support you when you are sending me out of the business. I support you when you are sending me out of business. Okay.
Wacha kelele, wacha tuongee. Sasa nasema hii bill itapita na itasaidia Kenya na itasaidia mdogo mpaka mkubwa. Wafanyabiashara wata adjust tu. Kila kitu sasa hivi vile wana adjust, tumeamua hata kukunywa ndufia na tuna adjust after 5 years. Sukari itakuwa tumepata sukari tutakunywa. So hii bill tayari imepita na unaona sana support kubwa inatoka Mount Kenya na Rift Valley, Western na hii kitu imepita. So hatuwezi kosa watu wawili watatu wanapitisha hii bill. I am supporting the bill 100%. Na economy ya hii country lazima ipik na tuko sawa. Bele iko sawa. Okay, thank you.
Nilikuwa nataka kuambia
KK, mbona wewe unafeel hii bill
Kenya inateremka chini?
Dogo tu Ochuka.
Mbona Ochuka anaongeanga tu abruptly bwa. Atakangi hata kuweka mkono juu.
Wewe unajua unaweka watu mimba, wewe ngoja utafute mtu weke mimba.
Captain, relax.
Hata wenda kuweka mimba wewe. Kwanza wenda kuweka tu za watoto nani.
Relax. KK, nina swali kwako. Mbona hii bill una feel itaweza kufaidi wa Kenya?
Bana, reasons ni mingi sana. As in a lot of those kwa hizo clauses ni majorly ni kustar wa economy. Ukiangalia hii ya hii ya turnover tax ni ku expand our sources of revenue. Government haiwezi cut. You have an obligation to pay debt. You have an obligation to capitate our hospitals. You have an obligation to capitate our schools. So this bill is good. Levy ya housing, unasikia watu wanaishi kwa since tuachie the private sector maneno ya housing.
Mutembei, mimi nimeenda Toro, nimeenda kulala because I don't think I can support Kenya kuisha. Wacha mimi nienda nikalale. And Mount Kenya yetu wacha walie because we told them and they didn't hear us. Wacha warambwe kabisa.
Enda ukiendanga kabisa.
Kwani ninaenda kwako?
Enda lala.
Kuja kwangu kama unataka kukuja.
Sasa
shemo ni hata ni pale tu siwezi nikaolewa na mukale. Mimi ama Kikuyu mwanaume upate tabia wewe. Kama bibi yako akukuzi tabia
utakuja kukula nini wewe?
Hakuna meno ya kukula
chakula.
Wewe mwanaume, what's wrong with you? Wewe unanijua kama umenionea tu hapa.
Utakula nini?
Nakuuliza. What's wrong with you mwanaume?
Hauna meno. Hauna meno nitakuoa ukuje wewe.
Sasa wewe na ni wale maraya wanashindanga Nairobi. Wewe wanaume wale maraya wanashindanga Nairobi. Wewe ni maraya wale wanashindanga Nairobi, that is why unatukana watu. Kama ungekuwa mwanaume halisi, ungeangalia hiyo mdomo wako. Nikikuangalia hivi wewe sio mwanaume halisi. Wewe sio mwanaume halisi. Wewe ni mwanaume chokora, mwanaume chokora wewe.
Wajana na mimi mwanaume chokora, wewe enda lala.
Kuja nikuoe. Kuja nikuoe. Kuja nikuoe mwanaume, mimi nauliza.
Nitolea suruali.
Kuja nikuoe, ukula na ukunywe.
Wewe usinibure tu bado.
I'm telling you, kuja nikuoe, ukula na ukunywe.
Okay. Enough.
Yeye, enough. Hey, shindwe hii. Sasa nyinyi mlienda ng'ambo mkatuacha mkatoroka Kenya kwa sababu iko kahawa ni chungu, au mkatoroka mnaenda kutusi wanaume mkiwa ng'ambo? Si mkuja tumeze hii dawa wote quinine pamoja. Jamani. Hey.
KK, let's continue with the show. KK,
yes, tuongee vitu serious sasa.
Why is this bill important? Yeah. Why is this bill important?
But there's a shift in policy, yani.
There's a shift in policy. See, kama kawaida tumekuwa tukibembeleza na subsidies manini. It's time for us to work for our country. We are a developing country. We are not developed. We have to think about how to source revenue, how to source tax, how to fund our agenda, our what do we call our budget. You know, the budget estimate right now is about 3.6 trillion. Now, mjuu mali hiyo pesa itatoka. You have to think about where to get those money. So, as much as another thing, I think tuna feel pain just because we have a debt ndo inatuleta hii shida. And as we service our debts, we also we have a development agenda which is looking at us. Our kids are looking at us. We have a vision to pursue as a country, as a society. We have nations to compare ourselves with. We have to catch up with countries that have moved on. So, this is the generation to feel the pain for the sake of the future. Maneno ya housing, since 1980s, since government ijiondoe kwa maneno ya housing, you've seen what the private sector has done. We have what do you call slums sprouting everywhere. Unasikia hata huko Isiolo, people are defecating on everywhere. There's nothing. Hygiene is just sasa imagine. And you have
so according to you, unasema ya kwamba hii itasaidia kila mtu in terms of improving the livelihoods na kujenga decent homes. That's what you're saying.
Not really, not necessarily like that. It is there's a lot of things that this bill is doing. Tukiangalia maneno housing peke yake, I told you like the other time we talked about this. We are spending 650 billion on education, and there is no return on investment. There is no value for that money. Tuna dump wanafunzi wana graduate na hakuna mahali wanaenda. Tunakuja alafu tunaanzisha industry ndogo ndogo za ufala hapa sijui za guns. We are spending 40 billion kuweka kwa guns, kuunda guns. Alafu inaajiri watu 6 peke yake ya operate so machines.
Okay.
The policy has shifted. We need value. We need labor intensive projects. Zenye zina star economy na zina create jobs, more jobs. This is just a shift in policy. Hizo zingine tumeona tukifanyanga ni just to keep the status quo. Watu wasikii sana, watu wanasikia kidogo lakini sana. Now the reality is here. Our agriculture imeanguka mpaka hata chakula we are importing food. When we have tuko na mashamba zenye zinaweza produce more food for and give our farmers value for their land and their labor. So it's a shift in policy. So we have to lazima the reality is now down on Kenyans. Tumekuwa tukinini sana tukikaa tu hivi. So I think that is that. So ni sisi kuangalia and look at it critically, not petty politics of sijui Kikuyus and Kalenjins, sijui Luos and Kalenjins, sijui nini. This is our country bana. It is your kids, it is my kids, it is our future. I think that is that. So wale wengine hizi maneno ya politics mjilisha, maneno sijui kutoa mtu kwa kiti.
Jex, leo umenisahau kabisa Jex. Jex, leo umeniacha kabisa.
Nilikuwa Oguna sijakusahau, nimefanya aje? Nilipoanza show nilikuwa na watu kadhaa wa Azimio, nimewapa muda kiasi. So nilibidi kwanza pia nipe watu wa Kenya kwanza, sababu hiyo ndio inaitwa debate. I have to balance. Of course matusi ikachacha, show ikakuwa moto, lakini zaidi ya yote now we are back. Oguna, nieleze now that wewe ni wa Azimio, mbona unahisi serikali imeshindwa kufanya raia amwamini ya kwamba swala ambazo anazileta ni vitu ambazo zitamnufaa? Mbona kuna trust kwa watu?
Okay, habari yenu ya jioni kila mtu kwa studio.
Salama sana.
Yes. Mr. Jex, kwetu kwa mila zetu tunasema kama ulikuwa unatembea kwa barabara kwa njia na ukaumwa na nyoka mahali, ukirudia tu hapo penye nyoka ilikuuma unakumbuka ya kwamba unaweza umwa tena. Sasa sisi kulingana na mila za watu wetu wa zamani, tunaamini ya kwamba mahali nyoka imekuuma, ukirudia hapo lazima kitu ya kwanza utafikiria ni nyoka. tumeona hizi serikali zote na hasa serikali ya kuongozwa na watu wa Rift Valley. Tumekuwa nao 24 years na tumejua mahali walipeleka uchumi yetu. Moi aliacha uongozi kama hatuna chochote. Kama tumebaki watu wa mbehombeho. Na tulikuwa tunaongozwa na makartels, akina Zakao Cheruyot. Kama unaweza kumbuka akina Joshua Kulei. Kama unaweza kumbuka jamaa, utajua ya kwamba tulifika mahali, imagine tulikuwa tunalipisha school fees na madawa zikuwa kwa hospitali na economy ilikuwa imeanguka kabisa. Mungu alitusaidia kwa kuleta Mwai Kibaki. Akatusaidia in the shortest time, Kenya ikatoka kwa budget ya 290 billion to 1 trillion. Sasa wakati tulikuwa tunafanya campaign za hii kampeni ya mwisho, na mheshimiwa Arap Chipchirchir Ruto akasema ya kwamba anawania uongozi, watu walikuwa tayari wameona danger. Hawa wapendwa kutoka Rift Valley vile unasikia wanaongea, hawa watu wanajua kuongea. Kwa upande wa kuseduce ni namba 1. Wako na mdomo tamu, lakini action ina miss. Wakati mheshimiwa Ruto amechukua uongozi, in the shortest time in the history of this country, tumefika mahali civil servants hawezi kupata pesa. Tunaogopa sana mtu ambaye anaitwa Ruto na 6 cartels ambao wamemzingira, wenye ule muhanga mwenzangu alikuwa anasema huyu Marama huyu mwenye amefukuzwa na Ruto juzi kwa UDA. Yule jamaa alisema waziwazi ya kwamba Ruto amezingirwa na 6 cartels. Na 6 cartels ni watu wa kutoka kabila moja. Na those people want to control everything. They are not economists, they are not governance experts, they are not policy drivers. Hawa ni politicians ambao wamezingira rais kuharibu nchi yetu. As we are speaking today, nimeona debate kwa Citizen. Moses Kuria ambaye ni one of the chief architects ya hii finance bill alikuwa Belarus. Na as we speak, Moses Kuria ameenda Belarus na Qatar more than 18 times tangu wachukue uongozi. Ni nini Moses Kuria anaendanga kufanya Belarus na Qatar? These people are cartels. Hawa watu ni cartels. Na Jex, wacha nikwambie, tulichukua mwelekeo mbaya, and I tell you, even my friends Kenyans are going to cry. Hii kitu sio mchezo, na itabidi tukomboe nchi yetu hata kama tutakomboa na njia gani. Hawa watu wameamua kumaliza Kenya yetu. Jex, juzi nilipata accident kidogo pale Rabuor nikitoka Kisumu town. Nikakimbia kwa hospitali sababu nilikuwa na hofia naweza kuwa na fracture. Nikakimbia kwa hospitali. Niko na kadi yenye ninalipishwa every month 1080 shillings. Ninalipa every month. Kufika kwa hospitali niliambiwa ya kwamba hawachukui NHIF. Wanataka nitoe cash kwa mfuko. It is only 8 months tangu Mr. Ruto kubeba Biblia na kuacha chini vile nimesikia dada yangu Lucy anasema, sijui dada yangu Ann. Huyu jamaa, this man, tulikuwa warned na Uhuru Kenyatta, tulikuwa warned na Matiang'i. Tuliambiwa these people are cartels na hatukusikia. Na kwa sababu wamepenya wakaingia kwa uongozi, watu hawatatoka kwa kura. Hatutaweza kutoa cartels kwa kura. These people are so dangerous to every tribe. They are so dangerous to every person. Hawa watu sio watu wa kubembeleza mpendwa. I tell you, hata Mr. Captain, hata kama mnalipwa pesa mnakuja kwa studio mnapigana simu, ndio mkuje mwanze kulagai wa Kenya ati kuna uzuri tutapata kwa Ruto. No way. These people must be forced out. Kitu yenye itafanya tusaidie Kenya ni kuamua ya kwamba tusumuzeni lugha moja. Hakuna kitu ati housing, hakuna kitu ati sijui Ruto atatengeneza uchumi. Ruto is not an economist. Usoma historia ya Ruto vizuri. Mimi nimesoma historia ya Ruto tangu atoke university. Huyu ni mtu ana clutch, ni cartel, ana clutching kwa kitu opportunity yenye amepata kupanda juu. Na ameclutch kwa hizo opportunities akafika mpaka sasa ni president. Kwa njia ya ulagai. Ameingia president kwa njia ya ulagai. And just wacha nikuambie, you cannot have a Luo wife and a Luo husband giving birth to a Kalenjin. That is no way. It has never happened. You cannot have a lawyer wife and a lawyer husband giving birth to a Kikuyu. It has never happened. We can't have cartels ruling, be in the state house, and the same cartels wanasema ya kwamba watatuletea maisha mazuri. Haiwezekani. Biblia inasema katika kitabu cha Mathayo 12 mstari wa 33 ya kwamba out of the abundance of heart so speaketh the mouth. Na Biblia inasema ya kwamba miti inamea, inatoa matunda kulingana na hiyo miti. Hatuwezi toa mnazi kwa mwembe, hatuwezi toa ndizi kwa popo, hatuwezi kutoa maendeleo kwa Ruto, hatuwezi kutoa maendeleo kwa Moses Kuria, hatuwezi kutoa nyumba kwa Murkomen, hatuwezi kutoa nyumba kwa Faruk Kibet, hatuwezi toa nyumba na maendeleo mazuri kwa cartels ambao wamezunguka Ruto. And it is high time Kenyans, hao watu wametushinda, wameua watu wetu, wanajifanya wanahofia, hata maaskari wanaua. We cannot allow these people to continue reigning over us. We must stand as Kenyans and tell them no way. Hata kama niko na nguvu kidogo, I wish Mr. Captain na udadangu wa kutoka kwa damu ya Ruto ukimware na huyu mwingine huyu mwenye ameshika masikio huyu, I wish tungeungana kama wa Kenya, tungekataa ukabila, tungesema ya kwamba hao watu tuende tuwang'oe. These people are dangerous to this country.
Okay.
Hao watu ni watu hatari.
Umesema vizuri. Oguna ana raise very serious issues na anasema wanaomzingira William Ruto hawatamwezesha kutimiza malengo, hata kama anaweza kuwa na nia njema. Amejizingira na watu ambao wako na kashfa mbalimbali, na kwa sababu ya wao kuwa na kashfa, hivyo basi haileti trust katika hii serikali. That's why hawaamini hata wakielezewa sera ambazo zitakuwa za manufaa kwao, hawaamini kwa sababu wanaomzingira ni watu waongo kulingana na Oguna, watu ambao wamepora nchi, watu ambao wako na makesi chungu nzima kotini. So wewe kama AC, unaona Ruto anafaa afanye nini ili aweze kugenerate trust kwa watu, ndio bill kama hii watu waweze kumwamini, na hao ndio mzingira ataweza fanya nini ili majina yao yasimuaffect, kwa sababu haezi kuja na excuse aseme one of the reasons sikuweza kufanikiwa ni kwa sababu Moses Kuria refail, ama ni kwa sababu Aisha Juma hakudeliver. Yeye tutamwangalia yeye kama kiongozi, yeye kama rais, tutamjudge yeye peke yake. So akijizingira na vitu ambavyo havitamnufaa yeye tu ndio hata succeed. So kulingana na wewe Ruto anafaa afanye nini? Kwa sababu umesema vizuri, unapenda jinsi ameleta sera zake, lakini wananchi hawafurahii wakimwangalia wale watu wamemzingira, wakiangalia zile sera analeta, na ni sera ambazo zinahusu pesa ambazo zinapotea, pesa ambazo zinavujwa, pesa ambazo ufisadi umekithiri sana. Wanaomzingira ni watu wamezingirwa na mambo ya kashfa za kiufisadi. So trust ata-earn vipi kwa watu? Najua swali pana, lakini ata-earn aje trust? Jinsi wewe unamwamini, utaweza ambiaje Oguna, ama maoni yako itakuwa yapi ili Oguna aache kumtazama na lens ya wizi, lens ya uongo na lens ya ufisadi?
Mimi na trust Ruto na cabinet yake sana sana, wale watu wako mbele, wale wako karibu na yeye. Mi naona ni watu wa kazi. Na kwa Kenya uwezi sema mtu ako na ukatel na ila sheria haijemu ugumu. Everybody is innocent until proved guilty. So as long as mtu ayuko kotini, ayuko jela na ana kesi, huyo mtu we prove that she is innocent. Mimi nimesaliwa nikipata mjaluo akicomplain, mpaka sasa mimi nimepata akilia tu. Mimi nimepata jaluo akilid wa Raila, nimepata akilid. Mimi nimepata mpaka saa hii yako tu, na kila saa nimepata tu akilia moyo, akilia mpaka tunaimba wote wasewezekana bila moyo. Amekuja kuimba
Lakini
Kibaki tena
umeuliza
hivi
swali,
mpaka
jibu
akapewa mkate
swali.
nusu
Wacha kujifanya
akanyamaza.
ni kama uelewi
Juzi
swali.
ameingia kwa nani kwa uhuru
Swali.
na wakanyamaza. Na
Umeulizwa
sasa
swali, jibu swali. Unajua wewe unauliza swali.
hapana,
Jibu swali.
mimi na trust wale wako naye. Ruto hawezi shika mtu mjinga na akaweka akakae karibu na yeye. Hata inasemekana akaa na watu werefu. Mimi naamini wale watu wamekaa na yeye wako na experience na ni werefu na watainua economy ya nchi. Unajua nyinyi mnakuanga ngumu kwa mabadiliko. Nafikiri sasa ni kama nyani vile imezoea kukaa juu ya miti. Ukimwambia nyani kuja ishi kwa nyumba ni ngumu sana kubadilisha. Unajua ukiangalia watu sana wale wameishi kwa slums ni watu wengine kutoa tena hapo amezoea slums na kukaa hapo maisha yake. So unajaribu kumwambia atoke kwa juu ya miti aingie kwa nyumba ni tabu na si rahisi kuchange hiyo watu. Ni gumu.
Asante sana, lakini jibu swali langu, watamtrust vipi? What must okay. Watafanya nini ili waweze kutrust Ruto?
Watamtrust, wacha watulie kidogo na wampatie muda, wataona atadeliver na hii bill itapita na itafanya vizuri sana. Na Ruto si ati kiongozi ya hapa peke yake, anategemewa saizi kwa East Africa mzima mpaka ng'ambo, wana trust naye na wanangoja hii bill hadi nchi zingine wanangojea. I think Ruto is not even a Kenyan leader only, ni African leader. So let's give him time na tuache afanye hii kazi na manifesto yake, tumpe muda, atadeliver. Na mimi najua wale wako karibu na yeye ni watu wako na maono na wa trust, watadeliver. Let us give them time. Sisi yote tuwe tunateta, tukae kando, tumpe muda afanye kazi. Sisi ndio tumemchagua na yeye ndiye alipita, yeye ndiye ako kwa kiti saizi, yeye ndiye ameapishwa.
Haya, Captain, naja kwako chuka tu saizi, Captain.
Jex, kitu nataka nikuombe sana ni kwamba tumesikiza Obolo Guna akiongea kwa muda mrefu sana, na hakuna mtu yoyote hata mmoja, either Kenya Kwanza, either let me call them ODM or Azimio as they call themselves, the way they group themselves in Serena, that has interfered to Paul Oguna. Nothing. Now AC Paramoiben has been talking, but you see I don't know, the Konoleno Chuka, I don't know if the hand has a problem or is he raising the hand. I don't understand. This hand has been up for a very long time, because I don't understand if he's a lame or ni mlemavu, mkono yake ilikuwa pale juu, ama ni kutaka kuongea, anataka kuongea. Mimi simuelewi, kwa sababu watu wote wa Kenya Kwanza wakiongea, watu wanataka kuwa walemavu hapa. Please tafadhali, Sajex, jaribu kucontrol the show. Mtu mwingine akiongea patiana time hata kwa mwingine pia. So kitu nataka niseme kwa watu wa Azimio ni kwamba wimbo mnashinda mkituimbia, lakini sisi tunawaambia sisi ndio tutawapeleka mbinguni, sio Kanani. Tunawapeleka mbinguni. Kanani amuendi Kanani ngo. Hakuna Kanani dunia hii. Mbinguni iko real na Kenya Kwanza ndio itawapeleka mbinguni. Hii mambo ingine hii makalaba mala press conference, sijui maandamano kesho, sijui mara nini sava, sijui tunataka maisha irudi chini. Mnakuja kutuambia maisha irudi chini in real sense. You want to enter inside the government in a different way, that you want to be in government by using the name maisha iko juu sana, rudisheni unga chini. Unga itarudi chini. Shida ile tuko nayo kwa sasa hivi ilikuja kwa the previous government, of which I don't want to quote whoever was there in government before. Ndio maana William, or the president who is in power right now, anajaribu kufix the problems you left for him. You've been here before, guys, and you remember even there was some money ilikuwa released by whoever was the Minister of Finance. I don't want to quote the name here. And he released pesa na within 20 minutes or 26 minutes. Billions of money imereleasiwa. Na hiyo ni simu kutoka kwa State House. Because State House, they were in panic. They know it very well. They are not taking anything. Wakatukua pesa kutoka Ministry of Finance or Treasury. Alafu sasa hivi tunajaribu kufix hiyo wizi mlifanya pale, mnakuja kutuinulia mikono hapa, mnajitan kuwa vibovu hapa na viwete, mikono zinakwama juu ya vichwa. Hapana bwana, we have to tell ourselves the truth. Atito, I think that somebody who I can talk with is Atito, because Atito sometimes is somebody who can give advice and you will understand, because he's taking time to explain to you what is supposed to be done. But for somebody like Konoleno Chuka is just coming here to tell us William Ruto Mwarere Dam. William Ruto sijui kuku ilipotea wapi. William Ruto mayai sijui kaefanya nini. Achana na hizo bwana. Continue.
Unajua sikutaka hata kumkata. Hapa nataka kuongea vitu mbili. One, nimeona Jake una tolerate matusi. Sasa pia tolerate matusi yangu because mtu hawezi kuja hapa kwa panel aseme mimi ni kilema. Mimi si kilema. Jex, wasikizaji wako wengine ni kilema. Wakisikia mtu kama huyu akiongea juu ya kilema wanasikia mbaya sana. Hapa tunataka issues na evidence. Mtu kama huyu mlevi unaleta kwa group, mtu ajitambui, mtu ana masomo, mtu haelewi, hawezi leta issue, anakuja kutukana walemavu. In the name of Ruto, ameambiwa Ruto ni mwizi. In the name ameambiwa Ruto ni yako hivi. Sisi ukisema juu ya Raila, we always give issues. Hatusemi wewe ni mlemavu. Hapa kuna watu wanasikia hii kitu na ni watu milioni. Sasa wewe na hii kichwa yako unakuja hapa unatukana watu wadhani sasa tuwezi kutusi. We can do that. But wewe aside. Unaona? Esi ni kama naona ni kama umechukia Wajaluo sana. Na ni kama ulikuwa na boyfriend Mjaluo na ni kama Mjaluo alikuacha. So tafadhali ukipewa time uambiwe prove for us, can we trust Samoei Ruto? Give us the reason why we can trust Samoei. Si ati ulipata Wajaluo nyakati ya Moi walilia, Wajaluo wanalia, Wajaluo wanatupa mawe. Ukiwa na issue na Wajaluo unasema sisi na nyinyi ni majirani. Kumbuka hiyo. Kumbuka hiyo vizuri. Sisi na nyinyi ni majirani. Sisi ni majirani. Ulia KK. Wewe pia unajua Jake saa zingine unaleta watu drop out. Watu wanaenda shule wameanguka shule. Unaleta hapo. Mimi nitahandle nyinyi wote.
Kwani hii Mutembei ni shule? Kwani hapa tumekuja darasa ama tumekuja kufanya debate? Unasema hapa masomo. Kama uko na masomo tunafanya nini hapa? Inataka watu wamesoma tu ama tunaongea lugha ya taifa? Masomo vitu gani? Ati masomo. Wewe uko na matusi sana. Ati Jaluo. Unafikiri Mkala anaweza date Mjaluo wewe? Acha mchezo.
Hapa kuna ng'ombe. Mimi si ng'ombe unipeleke nikunywe maji.
Acha kusema wewe.
Nakwambia ukweli.
Ati kama nilikuwa na boyfriend Jaluo. Kwani unafikiri mimi naweza kukubali kudate Jaluo?
Mimi huwezi nipeleka malisho.
Wewe acha kelele yako.
Hapa. Na wewe mwenye alikufanyia makeup hata rizuri alikufanyia makeup gani hiyo unakaa kama
mimi nafanya makeup usiku.
Unatoa hiyo wig.
Nafanya makeup watu wakilala. Sasa nilale na makeup.
Point yangu. Back to my point. I think nishawaambia kenye nilikuwa
wewe hakuna kitu unasema wewe acha. Unaongea vitu una waste time hapa.
Unafanya makeup vizuri bana. Unatutisha hapa. Juu nyinyi mnakuja na matuzi. Sisi tukiongea mnasema sisi pia tunaweza tukanana to stick na issues.
Sasa unafikiria umetusi nani?
Usikuja hapo useme mambo na ulemavu. Kama wewe ni mlemavu mimi siongea mambo na ulemavu wako. Unaona ulitukana na meno.
Wewe wacha kuongea hivyo.
Watu wengi
sana. We will know you for the last 800 years hata milele na milele. Central Kikuyu sisi Kikuyu. Hata wacha kupiga kelele
hapo. Bado niko hapa. Mimi to stay. Mnaongea lakini
wewe kama umekosa topic uache. Tutatawala hii serikali mpaka miaka baadaye. Na hiyo bili ya Ruto imepita hata sijui unaongea nini. Imepita. Ilipita kitambo. Wewe hii kitu imepita kitambo sana.
We have to have a show. you know, you may allow this for some time, but now we have to have a show.
Jakes,
It's very easy. Yes, Manyagaka, just one moment. The topic is easy. Let's have the show by talking the issues, not attacking someone's maumbile, someone's G what. Stick to the issue. If you don't have a point, it's not a crime to say I don't have a point. It is not a crime. Abusing anyone does not make you sound better or anything. Eh? But anyway, thank you so much for joining me. I want to do this. I want us to discuss the issues that we are having, not the people we are having here in the show. How watu ni watu wazuri, they are very good. I just wish mnaweza tolerate everybody, yeah? Okay. Is it okay now? Sawa sawa. Yes, Pen Nyagaka. Nyagaka, go ahead.
Okay, asante sana Jakes, asante sana mheshimiwa. Na huyu Esi, wacha nikuulize. Mimi ni Mkisio, unaweza kunidate? Umekataa kudate Wajaluo, lakini Esi unaonekana mzuri sana.
Nyagaka, what have you brought?
Okay, let me say a word. Let me say a word or two, please. Yeah, Edgar, vile unazungumza ni mzuri sana. Now, what I've always said is that if UDA fails, then you come along. But vile kuna mwingine huyu alikuwa anafanya makelele na you guys are out. ODM or Azimio is out of the game. Why are you making all this noise instead of spending most of the time to figure out how you can get UDA out of the way? But you should be planning to take UDA out of the way in 2042. But meanwhile, vile niliwaambia jana, hata nani amewaacha kama ni Manyora. There is no point. You guys are criticizing the tax bill. Who wrote the tax bill? It is UDA, and this is what they ran for in UDA. So it is going to pass. But if it fails in 4 years, when the Constitution of Kenya was written, if it fails, then you can take over. But we don't. Some of us don't not see. Now, some of us we don't hate Luos. So kama mtu mmoja anawadanganya, hiyo ni shauri yenu. Endelea kudanganywa, endelea kufanya ile mnataka. Mkija hapa muweke manoise, lakini hii manoise haiwezi kuwasaidia. Where is your ideas? Have you ever come up with any idea? Just mmesikia hii pro show yako all the time. It is only criticizing Ruto. It is calling Rigiji Majina. All these things. And one wonders, what ideas do you have? Because if you are calling Arab Ruto, in the meaning Arab Mashamba or Sakayo, anything I want. I am not a follower. I'm a supporter. You guys are followers. You follow anybody anywhere you want to go. If you want to go to Lake Victoria, you follow him there. I support Ruto because of what he did. And number one that I told you, Jake, is bottom-up economics by John Maynard Keynes. That is who has raised Southeast Korea. I mean, Europe, the whole of Europe after the Second World War was devastated. Southeast Asia, it was raised by theories of John Maynard Keynes, who started the World Bank and the IMF. So let us be very clear. Intellectually, Ramashaba Ruto is way up there. Vile Asia natuambia. So let us compete with him with clarity, not just talk. Mukizungumza hapa mtazungumza mpaka the sun goes down, goes up, goes down, goes up, and that's it.
Okay.
Na kama Colonel Chuka ndiye alikuwa na pendua serikali 1982, you are still a young man. Okay, asante sana Jakes.
Thank you so much, Nyagaka. And as well, you who is joining us, thank you so much for making time to be part of this conversation. At times it gets out of hand, but somehow we are trusting that it will still meet the objective of discussing the issues affecting you, Mwananchi. SG Kamau, habari ya leo?
Sadakta ndugu yangu, habari ya uko Ukraine ama uko wapi ndugu yangu?
Mimi niko hapa kwa show, lakini kidogo tu
wewe naona maisha yako, unajua mtu anaweza afford sukari.
Nikukusalamia tu kabla sijakupa muda na kusalamia tu, nataka kupea muda Edgar, lakini
unajua hii network ndio problem.
Okay.
Inaweza potea, lakini nilikuwa nasema nashukuru sana. Nimejionea Citizen TV wamechambua. Nashukuru sana Citizen na NTV because they are keeping no prisoners.
Okay.
They have no jails. So wanachambua hii uongo mingi ya hii serikali ya potovu ya KK. Hii serikali haipeleki watu anywhere. In fact, hata ukiona watu wanaitetea ni wale watu ambao wanasema hey, unajua ni mtu ya kabila yangu, sijui nini, ni mtu there is no indicator that we are going anywhere. In fact, if you look at the cost of living, the inflation, the dollar against the Kenyan shillings, this is a very, for lack of a better word, mismanaged government. For the 8 months, I think it's torture. Now, I think ukiangalia hii finance bill, najua watu wengi hapa wanaongea tu kwa sababu wana support mtu kwa sababu wana aibu ya kusema mambo ni mangumu kwa ground. But if you look at the finance bill, Jakes, this is basically Mackenzie akiambia watu mfunge mkufe. Because if you cannot afford sugar, if you cannot afford unga, if you cannot afford mkate, if you cannot afford fuel, if you cannot afford gas, no wonder somebody said there ati tutapelekwa binguni. It is what they want to do. They want to kill the Kenyan public by overtaxing them and bringing those barbaric proposals ambayo mimi in my life, and I can tell you for free because I usually give advices with a cost. There is no time hata nimeshaijua kuna kitu inaitangwa finance bill. Actually I've known it this year. Personally nilikuwa najua kitu inaitwa budget. Watu wanasoma budget, tunaendelea na maisha. Lakini kwa sababu ya vile symbolic this finance bill is, kila mtu amejua kuna finance bill kwa sababu ni kama ilitengenezwa na Mackenzie. Ni finance bill imejaa contradiction. Ni finance bill imejaa taxes, imejaa confusion. Wanaweka mambo ya nyumba kwa finance bill, vitu ambazo zinatakiwa kuwekwa kwa act. You look at it, you pity this government. But then I also want to thank Uhuru Kenyatta because ni kama Uhuru Kenyatta alijua hawa watu wanaweza iba waingie president. So akaenda akachukua kitu inaitwa commercial loans. Loans ambazo zinamachua chap chap, ambazo zinalipwa na USD. So ukiona wanakonda na wana mastress, wana parara, si kupenda, hawezi lala kwa sababu China ina haki system, inawaambia mlipe madeni zetu, fanyeni hivi. Pande hii nyingine hata nimeona Martha Koome hajaweza kulipa watu yake miezi 6. Unajua Martha Koome alikuwa mmoja ya wale watu ambao walisema hii serikali ni ya Mungu. Na ukiangalia hivyo unaona ya kwamba hii serikali haina Mungu ndani yake, kwa sababu zile vitu tunapitia kama wananchi wa Kenya, kutokuwa na NHIF, kutokuwa na capitation, inakuambia tu hii ni serikali ambayo inatumia jina la Mungu vibaya na Mungu anawapunish. Anawapunish kwa sababu ya kutumia jina la Mungu vibaya. Kwa hivyo kwa maoni yangu nasema Kenyans need to come up. Haijalishi wewe ni kabila gani, kwa sababu sukari haijui kabila na unga haijui kabila na kutopeleka watoto shule haijui kabila. Usimame na useme William Samoei Ruto is not taking us well. Na si kumchukia, he just incompetent. Na incompetency, it is something that people can see. It's not about what he says. Nyagaka anatuambia vile he is an intelligent person. Where is the intelligence in the rate of a dollar? Where is the intelligence in the cost of living? Where is the intelligence with the job creation? Na tusiambie mambo ya housing italeta job. Haiwezi leta job kwa sababu we are not all construction workers. Watu kama sisi wengine tumefanya mambo ya science, actuarial science. Utafanya nini kwa construction center? We cannot make Kenya a construction site. So we need a more pragmatic and a more and a very unique way of dealing with the issues affecting Kenyans. Sahi hakuna mahali mtu ali. Ukiona, in fact, this is a government of a minority. That is the truth, because it is affecting everybody. The disposable income has been affected, the employers have been affected, the manufacturing has been affected, and therefore, from where I sit, Jakes, it pains me kuona mtu anasema that there's something that is happening in this government. Sijui bottom up, sijui what.
For the next 5 years.
Those stories tunasikia bottom up, those are theories. They never work in any country. Actually, the only bottom up that should be there is devolution. That is where people should take money, and it is not bottom up. It's actually up down, where you get the money from the treasury and equitably you share among your people. Lakini historia ya bottom up ilikuwa hadithi za Abunwasi, hekaya za Abunwasi ambazo zilikuwa za kudanganya mama mboga na watu kama hao. So the story unasikia bottom up, there is nowhere it has ever worked in this world, and I want anybody to challenge me on that. Those are stories that don't work. It's a good slogan. It's a good slogan. It's a good slogan, but it is a policy that never works. So from where I sit, I think we should manage our devolution. Tupatie governors pesa, we account for that money. That will help the people at the ground. In fact, since devolution came, Kenya has changed. The Hustler Fund cannot help you because 500 shillings pengine ukule mgoka na ununue nusu ya chrome. Nothing else that can help you with with 500 shillings. Hiyo kama ndio bottom up tunaambiwa hapo, hiyo ni uongo. Thank you so much.
Nyagaka, what is the problem?
The problem is these guys in your show lying that bottom up has never worked anywhere. I just gave you an example very clearly. Europe, after it was devastated in the Second World War, it was the bottom up theories that, yes, it's a theory, but practically what does that mean? Bottom up is you increase the level of the people that are going to be working, and then you can tax them and finance the government. Southeast Asian countries like Singapore that was poorer than us used bottom-up theories. Wale watu wa jini wakiandikwa kazi, kama wana kazi, they cannot pay taxes. Wakiwa na kazi, watalipa shilingi. So this guy SG asikuje hapa kwa show kusema kitu ambacho hajui. That the fact that you hate Ruto does not mean that the theories that he's saying cannot work. I'm a friend, Jakes. The bottom-up theory will work only if we can do away with corruption. If corruption is there, that is just a theory. Vile huyu SG amesema, hiyo itakuwa theory tu. Lakini kama ameanza kutoa hiyo corruption, vile mliona alifuta watu wa Kemsa, wale watu walikuwa wanauza sukari mbaya, and anything, any smell of corruption ikiwa huko, then bottom up will not work. So don't just say bottom up and you don't even understand what the bottom up is, because kutoka juu kuja chini. In the USA, it is the Republicans that practice top down. Bottom up is the Obamas. That's your son from Roland. That's bottom up. You pay the people that are on the bottom first, and the Republicans come around, they pay the rich people first. So don't just come here through words that you don't even understand. These are theories that have been run for the last 100 years. You know, the gentleman was kicked out of the Treaty of Versailles because he was advocating for that, but the kings did not want him. So, my friend SG, think about what you are talking about. Do you hate Ruto? Yes. But his
I
politics are
don't
why you
hate
hate him.
Ruto.
No.
I don't hate Ruto, bro.
Umekuwa ukiongeanga
I
na
just
hate,
hate his policy.
umekuwa ukiongeanga na hatred ya Ruto since millennia, since mlikuwa mnatufukuza kwa hii panel. So wewe tunakujua. Alafu I want to ask you before you talk.
Hate nini?
Tuna hate Ruto. Sasa ita polisi. Tuna hate Ruto.
When our
Tuna hate
education
Ruto.
system
We don't. Me, I
Endo
hate his
mwambie meze
policies.
dawa. Endo mwambie meze dawa. Anaisha. Anaenda.
Jakes, when our institutions are
Mbona mtu yote ya Kenya Kwanza akiongea
cultural engineer.
Ochuka ana interrupt? Mbona?
So ulisikia ni
Juu KK anaongea. KK akiongea tunaongea. Kama ni moto tunaweka moto. Mbona KK anaongea na bado Kamau ndo anafaa kuongea? Kamau anafaa kuongea. Mzee ameongea. KK anaongea sana. Anapanua mdomo, tunapanua mdomo. Funga sewage. Tunafungua tunafungua.
Okay, order. So
yes, Kamau, go ahead. Kamau, go
yeah,
ahead.
I just wanted to rebut on what okay, Skiza. There are two things he has mentioned, that the bottom up can work in Kenya and it worked in Singapore. You know, I was even watching Citizen and I realized that Singapore is like Nairobi County. It has less than 7 million people. And when you compare Singapore with Kenya and management issues, you realize that Singapore is basically a kiosk and Kenya is a supermarket. For him to understand that thing about bottom up. And then he talked about corruption. Sometimes it pains me to listen to people talking about corruption. How can the corrupt fight corruption? You know, it beats logic that I am the victim and yet I want to victimize other people. It doesn't really work. I think that story of corruption, it is not going to be a priority in this government. I think from the head to the toe, corruption is a rule of the day. And I think if we want to fight corruption, we have to look for people who have integrity to fight corruption. Corruption will not be fought by Kenya Kwanza because almost all the cabinet, they are either rapists, murderers, land grabbers. We know them. We are in Kenya. We know what they have done. We know what Isa Juma has done. We know what Inturi has done. We have seen the videos of wakina nani. It is in the public domain. So hakuna kitu ati watafanya juu ya corruption. And therefore, I don't think there is anything that we can see happening in this, even that finance bill, that is bottom-up oriented. There is nothing like that. We are in a lost cause, and the country has gone to the dogs, literally. That is what is the truth.
Okay. Edgar Tito. Sorry, you have really waited, but I hope you understand the interruptions were many.
No, I was listening actually so that I capture some of the things that I can counter the speakers with. But one thing that I would love to beseech fellow panelists is that please let us respect this forum as one of the platform where we get airtime actually to air out our views. It is not right for adults like us to start throwing words at each other to the point that now we are going personal. That is unacceptable. AC, Captain, and where is the other one? We should stop that. Let us train our minds so that we stick to the debate. However much you may hate certain sect, let us restrict ourselves from those. And there we'll have a very healthy discussion after all. Ajax, I joined the show when this lady was talking, Nancy, about Boma Yangu. Actually, for those who invested, they never got their return. And so
that was not Nancy,
it's something
that was Anne. That was
yes,
Anne, not Nancy.
Anne. Thank you. And so we can relate it to this one as well, because once bitten, twice shy. And there's something that we always say, that the only way that we can develop our nation is through contributing and giving, is through paying taxes. if you see the slogan of KRA, tulipe ushuru tujitegemee, it is through taxes that we will develop our nation. That is why we are saying we are not against paying taxes. However, do we have structures that are going to protect this money that is going to be taxed from us? The answer is no, we don't have. Yes, from my point of view, this bill is very controversial. When it reaches a time that we are having a divided nation just because of a bill that is intended to help us, then I think it is the right time that the president should hold on and have a discussion further with both parties, and let's have a way forward in regards to this bill so that we don't tear a nation apart. Another thing, Jakes, we are having a sinking nation, a nation that judiciary cannot pay the staffs and the lawyer and the judges, a nation that NHIF you contribute, but when you go to the hospital you cannot be treated, a nation that you contribute money through NHIF, when you retire you cannot get your money in time. Surely it is something that we have to look at. And therefore, I want to tell my fellow panelists that this is another pyramid scheme in the making. It is not about development. You are arguing about bottom-up. Bottom-up model, economic model, is putting money into the pockets of the wananchi and then you tax them. But in this case, what effort is our government doing to ensure that each and every of us, the jobless, get employment? Nothing at all. All they see is how they can collect more from already someone who is almost dying. You are still taxing him. Our education system is going down, Jakes. Yet, like I said yesterday, government is still adding more people. The expenditure, today they had a prayer day. Millions were spent. In a nation where we are struggling like this, you are still holding events like this. What is the essence of that prayer, the National Prayer Day? We've had such. Ni nini kizuri tumewahi pata kwa hayo? Nothing. The reason why I'm saying that Kenya is going down, and if the president is not wise enough, or if he will not react faster, then I think he's going to leave office before his term expires, because it's no longer a Azimio thing. I know Captain will dispute this, but even in Rift Valley, people are suffering. But because kuna hii mentality ya mtu wetu, like AC was saying, that they will rule us for 800 years, we have no problem. If you have good governance, rule even forever. But if the system is not put in place to ensure that we have a stable economy, then I'm telling you, it's going to be bad. We are going to print notes, Jakes. But of what essence will that help us with? Nothing will happen. Another point, and this will be I'm going to react on, though it was personal, but allow me just to say it, that we should not argue based on travel line. I want to remind AC that the late Bomet governor was my auntie. She was married by my uncle. Kwao iko Moroni constituency around for 10 years.
Nobody asked you about those issues of tribes.
Patiana time. Wewe funga sewage. Patiana funga sewage yako. Funga sewage.
Go ahead, KK.
James has the right to interrupt anything.
Funga sewage bwana. Nyinyi mnataka kusumbua. Funga sewage.
Go ahead.
Captain, I always respect you so much. I will never interrupt you when you are talking, and therefore I expect you to reciprocate.
Edgar, please. Even hata nakutetea na bado unanivamia. Nimesema James peke yake ni hata control.
Bwana nyamazeni, wacha amalize. Wacha Edgar amalize upewe time.
Okay, Edgar, go ahead.
Captain, sorry, Captain. Anyway, what I was saying is this. If we want to address all these issues and have a good country that all of us will enjoy, number one, we must change our mindset. I want KK right from the show to start humbling himself, to be accommodative. You see, the way Jax is giving you all the airtime to rant and saying nothing, but he's still patient with us. Now I want you to assume that you are in his position. Ungefanya nini? Ungeshatufukuza. But now back to the point. We will make the UDA administrators not to govern this nation the way they want it. We will go to the street, tutafanya maandamano, and majority are going to join. KK, believe this. People are going to join because of this controversial bill. Should it pass? Yes, I know it's going to pass because you have the numbers in parliament, you have the judiciary in your pocket, you have the police. But again, if it goes through, let me tell you, Kenya will not be governed. Because it's not only going to affect me, it's going to affect even you who comes from Sugoi. It's going to affect every citizen. Because how can you tax someone yet the income generating you're starving the business, the little that is getting from an employer, you are taking more than what is taking home. And then on the other hand, you are raising school fees, you are raising the prices of basic commodity items. I mean, it's only people like Moses Kuria and your deputy president who will support such kind of mediocrity. Yes, I'm coming back. Let
me ask you, Edgar. Let me ask you.
Yes, sir.
Unasema eti let me tell you, by the way, unajua bill itapita. Bill itapita because we have 2 weeks bana, the beginning of another fiscal year. We have debt inatuangalia. Next year we are expected to pay 250 billion Eurobond in amateur. So no, whether we like it or not, this is our country and we have obligations and we have to meet them. Hii maneno nasema eti wameongeza taxes kwa chakula. Chakula gani imeongeza taxes? VAT imegusa ni ya fuel. Consumers wa fuel wengi ni nani? Si ni private owners. Ukipunguza VAT kwa fuel, do you know una subsidize nani? You're subsidizing the private. What mtu akona gari, wewe una gari una complain nini?
KK, just stop that one. No, stop what you're talking about.
Funga sewage inaanza kwanza kuongea.
Which sewage? You're only the one which is sewage.
Funga sewage muongee.
No, you have to respect others. Don't tell people that you follow their sewage. Where is the sewage? It's your own sewage. You are deputy president. Come on. Just told me that we don't keep quiet. Instead of telling me that I close my sewage, you do the sewage that you can't from your mouth. No, but he's addressing very badly. You see the way their president diarrhea is the same way he's diarrheaing here. Shut up your mouth. You need to use the correct language.
Uchuka ndo alikuwa anasema tufunge sewage. Si mimi.
Na wewe umeniambia nifunge sewage.
Uchuka anajua, mimi sijui.
Mimi sijaongea. Wewe umetukana Sweeto sasa hivi. Mimi sijaongea.
Which sewage? My mouth is a sewage.
Jibu siwezi gani?
Wacha nimalize. Naongea na Edgar.
No, you have to apologize. You have to apologize for I'll interrupt you throughout. You have to apologize.
Allow me to
I'm very sorry.
Allow me
Yes.
Let me talk. Hata nimesahau nilikuwa nasema nini.
Yeah, that's a lie.
I was talking but I've lost track of my thoughts. So
allow me to finish.
Actually, you are talking about how it's gonna pass.
I've really lost track of my
just
thoughts.
A minute.
Now, I think.
But
Jax, what I want to say, I'm sorry, I won't respond. I won't respond to KK. If you like, You can abuse me the way you want, but I won't respond to that. So what I was saying, Jake, is this. As much as the government is trying to force this bill on our throat, like I always say, we can only get development through paying taxes. KK has done very well by mentioning Eurobond. What did Eurobond do? It was squandered. By who?
Mkachukua pesa ya wamama huko. Those are union money. Union
when
money.
Ruto was
Mnaenda mnachukua pesa ya wamama, mnakuja mnajenga nini ya bunduki. Pettiness, ujinga. Sasa ndio hiyo pesa wanataka, wenyewe wanataka pesa yao. What do we do? Those are obligations we cannot run away from.
And I like it that way because kama hiyo pesa haingechukuliwa hawa watu wangekuwa na stress. Unadhania kwa nini wanaumia? So
Conchela is saying this is
KK, wewe tuzungumze kidogo.
Wacha kama waongee. Sema kama.
So sisi hata mimi maombi yangu ndugu yangu ni hiyo bill ipite. Ikipita mimi siwezi, I don't want to advise Kenya kwanza ati vile ati mtoe hizo 3% sijui msipunguze mafuta mkifanya hivyo hatutakuwa na reason ya kuangusha. So tunataka mupitishe mafuta iwe juu, sukari iwe juu, ndio tukiweza kuita maandamano. Hata wale wako juu ya nyumba ya ngorofa wanasema tunataka baba. Hata nimesikia wengine wanasema baba anaitisha maandamano lini? So we are not going to be here to advise KK. Na nilisema hapa
baba anaongea kesho. Kama baba anaongea kesho.
No, wacha tugojee kwanza hii kitu ipite. Ndio nikuoneshe vile tunaangusanga serikali.
Sasa kwa
so that
Jake, wacha tuzungumze kidogo. Hello.
Okay.
Wananchi, wacha tuzungumze kidogo. Yeah. Jake, KK, wacha tuzungumze kidogo, dakika moja tu. KK, dakika moja. KK, dakika moja. Wacha tuseme namna hii. Vile SJ amesema, this bill passed yesterday. This bill passed a week ago. So SJ Kamau kusema hata wacha hiyo bill pass, it already passed long time ago. So Ochuka na Edgar vile wanazungumza ni mzuri sana. Let us talk to each other. Let us argue the issues of the day. And when you get that emotional, na kutukana, you are not getting us. We are not going anywhere. It makes the show real bad.
But let me
Nyagaka, just a moment. Nyagaka, TV yako iko on. TV yako Nyagaka iko on, so inaleta feedback kwa show. Mute the TV, just allow your phone to be the one we listen to. Nyagaka, kindly if you can do that. Yes, Nancy.
May I have a question? Me, sometimes I don't know where. I think we're heading to a ditch or something. I've listened to what everyone has had to say, but I'm going to bed to sleep because I'm very disappointed today with the way people have behaved. But anyway, let me tell you, if Kenya bans, it bans with all of us. Whatever to Azimio munatuambie di.
We wanted to ban tuanze upya.
No,
in fact we wanted to
it's really bad. If Kenya bans with you and your children, your grandmother, everybody. So be a bit objective. Hivyo mnasema mtaenda kutoa Ruto kwa kiti. Kwa nini msiende parliament, muhijack parliament? You guys sometimes argue from a point of information and knowing that Kenya belongs to all of us. And if it really pains me because the citizens of Kenya are the problem, and that's why politicians continue to take us for granted. And unless we fix the way we talk, how we respect each other, how we support one another to see what is wrong, objectively tell someone, let's discuss this. Hakuna mali tunaenda, it's all bullshit. I'm really sorry, guys. Let's put sense in each other. Let's help each other. Wacha tuongee ndio hata MP wangu
wakicheka cheka hapo. Kama wanajiona ni wanaume waende watoe Ruto.
Jakes.
Waende watoe. Wanacheka hapa na
Ruto ndiye anajitoa.
You know, watu wa Azimio, wakati Raila Odinga alikuwa ana support BBI wakatumia billions of Kenya shillings, they didn't see it as a problem. When Raila Odinga was prime minister, akakuwa minister wa Kibera for many years. Kibera hata hakuna choo. What type of thing do you guys talk about, honestly?
Wewe ulienda Kibera ukapata kuna choo. Ushaenda Kibera ukapata kuna choo.
We come there every year to do
Ulikuwa huko lini? Watu wa Kibera wanakusikia.
Choo ziko. Wewe unasikia
kesho utafuta watu wa Kibera.
Choo ni mingi huko.
Nancy akiwa na choo sidhani
choo ziko mingi. Unataka kutuambia sasa Sugoi kuna swimming pool.
Choo iko kila mahali.
Kuna kichaka.
Sugoi watu walitengenezewa swimming pool.
Wacha kukula na choo tu hapana. Choo iko kila mahali. Choo iko siku hizi mpaka kwa gari za kwenda nyumbani ushago. Choo iko kwa ndege. Choo iko kwa mabasi. Choo iko kwa matatu.
Kwa hivyo Msamaria mwema na Nyaugenya iko na choo.
Wewe nyamaza, wewe usiongea na wewe nishaka wewe nimekushinda. Wewe nishaka wewe sitakujibu. Wewe
unajua hii chuki ya Raila naielewa sana. Mimi ni Mkikuyu. Hii ni watu ambao wanachukia Raila kwa sababu ni Mjaluo, sijui ni nini. Na hiyo tabia ya kufikiria kwani ni Kibera tu kuna slum. Kwani Raila alikuwa mbunge wa Mathare. Ndiye alikuwa mbunge wa so hiyo chuki ati Kenya will ban sijui threat. That's a tired argument. We want an argument because why should we be in a country where we are no shareholders? Where people feel like we are not shareholders, and you're telling us it will ban. We need to reset this country.
Utawala iko na slums. Hii ya Raila ndio unaona tuna choo. Wewe choo unatoa wapi saa hii choo? Choo pia kapte na kanuni.
Maandamano is the man. Garbage. 8 million people went to vote, and majority of people were talking. KK, can you just shut up?
Nani anaongea si bibi?
Majority of
huyu mwingine sitaki kutaja jina yake. Mimi amejiudhi kabisa.
You did not even vote.
Majority were leo.
Kwambie, umesema mimi Sugoi kuna shamba, kuna ng'ombe, kuna kuku, kuna
that man is a big thief.
Wewe sikiliza, Raila alikuwa prime minister wa Kenya. Kwa nini hakubadilisha mahali hata kuwa MP? Anatumia
Nancy Raila alikuibia nini? Raila alikuibia nini?
Ulitaka Raila
alikuibia nini? Nancy nataka tu nijibu Raila alikufanyiaga nini wewe? Nancy Raila alikufanyiaga nini?
Sio hivyo.
Ochuka Raila aliruka
Nancy nijibu tu. Raila alifanyia nini? Unajua Nancy nilishopo kwenyu Raila mlikuwa unajua kuna pembe.
Wadanganya maandamano na watoto wake amewapeleka jela. Sasa mlafu
Nancy si Raila Nancy watoto Raila wanakuwa maandamano daily. Winnie anakuwa maandamano. Raila Junior anakuwa maandamano. Nancy hawa. Unataka kuona Aida ndio ujue.
Kwa nini hakuchukua mtoto mmoja apeleke akuwe nominated Yala MP? Kwa nini apeleke mtoto wake?
Anakuja kuinua tu kushinda kuinua mkono. Kuwekelea mkono kwa kichwa hivyo. Endelea hivyo.
Nancy mimi sina shida, lakini nitakwambia Raila ana pembe. Raila ni Raila tu ni binadamu. Unajua mimi nasema Mount Kenya anaambia Raila ako na pembe. Raila ana pembe, Nancy. Usiogope Raila. Nikutumia picha yake uone saa hii ana pembe.
Wacha nikuulize swali. mulipatiwa alipatiwa nini wewe Kalonzo Musyoka, kuna watoto wengi sana Kibera, their degree, their PhD holders. Kwa nini hawakuenda wakasema mimi nataka kusaidia watoto wawili wa Kibera wale?
What is your bitterness? Tell me, what is your bitterness over Raila? What is your bitterness over Raila? You don't have any concrete anything about Raila.
Nancy uko sure Raila hajawahi peleka mtu shule. Kama Raila alipeleka mtoto wa nani?
Raila is a conman.
Huyu freedom Mau fighter. Raila alipeleka India kusoma. Uko sure Raila hajawahi peleka mtu hapa Kibra?
This man that is not the president. This is now
Raila analipia captain masomo yake. Unajua aje? Sasa tunasema ukweli hapa.
Kuuliza mambo ya Yala. Nilipia maskini mmoja akampeleka
Baba yangu captain alisoma hapa Kibira. Captain alisoma hapa Kibira kusoma mbali. Unaona captain anaongea mingi. Captain ni mtu wa Kibira hapa proza ya bandari.
Hawezi
But anyway, Nancy nimekuelewa na nimerespect decision zako, but usichukie Raila sana.
Akisema ati we are Raila
don't be soft with her. What does she want from Raila so that we know? Najua Raila akisema okay baby how are you, ataanza kusifu Raila. It's just because that you are not
wenyewe vibaya. Raila hawaje kutumia watoto wa wenyewe vibaya.
Ulisoma hapa Kibira nyamaza
Tanzania. Hapa watu wengine tuende maandamano.
Nyumba ya captain ndio inacho. Nyumba ya captain haina choo. Captain anapuku huko nje. Sasa captain anaelewa hii uchungu ya choo.
Ni wewe. Hapa ni kwako. Hii choo iko hapa ni kwako.
Nyagaka enda tuonyeshe. Nyagaka kidogo tu, just one moment. Nyagaka, kindly mute your TV. Your TV inaleta feedback kwa show. Ndio unaona ninakurudisha backstage kwa sababu once unawasha mic, Nyagaka please kindly mute TV. Mute TV yako so as to minimize the echo. Kuna echo mbaya from Nyagaka's end, eh?
Okay. Is Nyagaka a KK person or Azimio? Kama ni Azimio, I'm sorry on his behalf. Kama ni KK,
don't be sorry on my behalf. Don't ever be sorry for me. I can stand up for myself and speak for myself.
Who is Mogaka?
I don't. Mimi najua Raila is a conman. Raila 1997.
What is your surname? What is Mogaka? Can you give me the meaning of Mogaka?
Old man.
Mogaka. There is nobody.
Mogaka is an old man.
Is that a surname? Is that a surname? Gaki?
Yeah.
Who is Mogaka?
Mogaka is not a surname.
We have surnames, not like Mogaka.
Good. Wadau, it's very late. It's very late here in Kenya for me even to shout. So let's not shout anymore. Maandamano paper 2. Is it part 2 or paper 2? How are you, sir? Unmute yourself.
I hope you're not giving KK something to talk. Because KK, me, I'll slap you.
No. We
KK,
have to balance the show. Everyone. Captain, wacha karibu na choo. Toka karibu na choo. Kwani nyumba ni ndogo aje? Wait, we have to move on. I've said it's late here in Kenya. It's almost 2 in the morning. I cannot shout, eh? So wacha to balance kidogo.
Watu wa Azimio wakalale waache watu wa KK to debate finance bill.
Get out. Exactly. Who told you that? Who gave you the guts? Who gave you the guts? Who gave you the audacity to talk to the government?
Kumbe wengine wamekaa karibu na choo hapa tu. Choo iko tu karibu na yeye hapa.
Kwa sababu sisi hatuziki uchungu ya kununua unga bro. Unga ikienda 250 unaanza kutulilia hapa. Sisi tunakula.
Wacha kukula harufu mbaya ya choo. Kaa mbali na choo. Ni watu unaongea
Shauri yako,
vichafu hivi. Kaa
utakubaliana
mbali.
naye, shauri
Ni watu
yako.
unaongea vibaya. Yaani hiyo
Shauri
choo
yako na
inakuharibu akili.
utakubaliana na yeye hivyo.
Gaki, eh? Hey, my voice has gone. Oh my God.
Uko mute, we Jex, uko mute.
This one I'm drinking for Mogaka. Me and you today.
Jex, uko mute.
Sasa watu wale wanataka kudebate finance bill wakae. Wale wanataka kuongea identity politics wakalale because we wasted a whole
Who
evening.
told you that? Are you the prefect? Shut up.
Mimi ni prefect.
Are you the prefect?
Yes.
You're not the shut up. Just shut up.
Asito relax, eh? Now, just one moment, guys. One moment. We have to discuss the finance bill because that's the reason why we came. Thank you for fighting as Kenya Kwanza, as Azimio. Mmepigana. You fought mpaka mkashindana, kuna wale wali win, kuna wale wali lose, kuna wale walikataa kufungua server, but by the end of the day we must have a show. And because we need to have a show, allow me to be muting if either you shout or if you make unnecessary interruption, because we must have a show, right? Okay, so no more shouting, no more interjecting unnecessarily. We must have a show. Must is the word I've used. Mzalendo, how are you, my brother? Good to see you.
You have to take care of health
I'm
issues.
doing fine.
Watu wanakohoa sana wataleta corona kwa show.
I'm doing so fine.
How are you?
I'm doing fine, Jex. Hi, Aswito, Kochuka, Edgar, Nancy.
Hey.
I hope you guys are doing great.
Where were you? I missed you. Where have you been?
I've been around, Aswito. I've been around. I've been just scrutinizing the budget and trying to see how it's going to help.
And why did you allow this lady to attack me and you are there? There's a weapon. KK weapon is here called Nancy. She wanted to finish me.
You know, Aswito, in every village there is a madman or madwoman.
So Nancy is a madwoman.
So when you come to the
Nancy,
show and meet,
I did not call you. I did not call you.
No, I just said
Why are you not muting us, Vito? You muted me.
in every village there is a madwoman or a madman. So, hey, Jex, I think let us stick to the issue. We have heard from our politicians, but by and large, the budget has already passed technically. So we don't have much to say apart from just praising what really affects us and what does not affect us. Yeah, there are things that affect us directly that we must say congratulations. But I want to talk about something that the Kenyan government or the population are not understanding. You know, sometimes we borrow the constitution and we don't implement it the way it is supposed to be implemented. The Senate in Kenya should scrutinize the budget. After this public participation, you know, our Senate has been relegated to a Senate that only discuss about county affairs. Parliament should not be the last stage of the budget. They can pass the budget, but pass it to Senate for further scrutiny. So this is something that should be looked into. Senate should scrutinize the budget and, in fact, amend it when it is necessary. So in Parliament, we only have a Parliament that rubber stamps, and the senators who only shout from the periphery and only scrutinize the governors. So this is something that we should look into as much as we are participating in the discussion of the budget. There should be two processes, either in parliament and then it stops at the Senate. That is how, where they borrowed this constitution here in America, that is how it works. So it should not work that the first house, that is parliament, debates on the budget, passes it, and we cannot do anything about it. Yeah, that is what I had. I can see somebody's hand, Asweto. Asweto, you can ask the question.
Now, I'm not asking you a question. I just want to add something on it, on what you've said. Today, I can agree with you. We are not fighting today. What you've said is quite correct, but the problem is the people who are elected in those seats that you're talking about, do you know most of them are illiterate? They really don't know why they're there. If you call, for example, you'll get some of these people who are elected to go there. They were just elected because of the party they were bearing. But if you tell them now to stand for you to defend the constitution of the common mwananchi, they cannot. 90% of them, they really don't know what the constitution says. So that's why I say it's up to us wananchi. If we don't talk, those people are going to slaughter us. Because at the end of the day, when they sit, they go to that parliament, they sit down, they get their sitting allowance. Big, fat, they get being like now, this bill that is going to pass. You know, they've been bought. Their accounts have been credited already. You have to vote for us. You have to vote for us. You understand? So I believe that this bill needs to come back to we wananchi. The wananchi people, they need to vote for it. Like we in diaspora, they need to come and ask us. Because in diaspora, we are divided. We are divided, but we are divided. They need to listen to us. They come back on the ground. They need to listen to the people. Leave these people, these greedy people with big stomachs. All they want is money. When they get that money, they don't care. Us, let's pass the bill. But the common one, it is the one who is suffering. I believe this bill needs to come back to the people, and we, the people, need to vote and find and make the last decision. Let's not depend on the parliament, because these people actually, most of them are illiterate. They really don't. If you ask them to tell you about the constitution, they really don't know. They only know that I'm Azimio, I'm Wiper, I'm UDA, like that. Most of them were taken there because of the party. They don't know what it means.
As Asweto, you are right. Very, very correct. 100%. What I can add on is that you need to scrutinize your thought also that the leaders, most of these legislators, they follow what the leaders say. If Raila say that whips his MPs, that you must not vote for this vote, for this bill, that is what they will do. Ruto will also do the same.
No, you are not supposed to start with Raila. You are supposed to start with Ruto. When you start with Raila, you have.
Let me reverse my Asweto. Let me just reverse my sentence. When Ruto whips his members of parliament,
yes,
they will support the bill.
Yes.
When Raila whips his members of parliament, they will not support the bills. All right, depending on how he feels about the bill. So this cultish movement, and you want leaders who can be independent in their thought. We have not reached that stage. We have reached a stage whereby the politics is controlled by the cults. All right, the cults, not independent thinkers like Okiya Mutata. You know, we have very few Okiya Mutatas in parliament and in Senate today. We need leaders who can stand for the people and stand by the law. And even if they cannot get decisions in parliament, they can get the decisions in the corridors of justice. That is what we want. All right.
But do you believe that this bill needs to be passed to us, the wananchi, for us to
But that is not the constitution.
You see, this is why you are talking about it today. Whatever you are doing today, you are participating in the amendment of the bill. All right? We are discussing the bill right now in Mutembei show. That is your legislative role wherever you are. Your voice will be heard. Just like they amended some of the things, like the laws that were affecting artists, that was scrapped off by the KK Alliance. So you see, some of the voices, the noise that we make as the public, it is important that we make useful noise, all right? Useful noise, because this show is also important to the leaders. They listen to you. So make some useful noise and use your time properly to educate and eliminate what is not necessary in the bill.
Use we, not you. We.
Mzalendo, I was expecting diaspora watume memorandum. I didn't see any. This finance bill doesn't affect you or what?
We are on it.
You are a very
I'm one of the. I'm one of the diaspora officials. I'm one of the diaspora county 48 officials. As I'm telling you.
Have you sent?
Of course, we are working on everything. We are working on something.
It is
not too late. Don't worry.
I didn't see a memorandum from the diaspora.
Yes, Nancy. Yes, Nancy.
Our team was in Kenya. Our team was in Kenya, and some of these things were put across. You understand?
I didn't see a memorandum
and I'm
from
one
the
of the
diaspora.
team members.
Not even one.
Yes.
Of those 900 memorandums that was sent.
KK, there is a memorandum from diaspora. I think they did it by email.
Asante sana Jex kwa kumueducate kidogo.
Gazette, you'll see. It's there.
And you can come. I can add you to our county for you to be able to read and be updated on what is happening.
Yeah, there is a memorandum from the diaspora. Yes, Nancy.
So
when honorable officials talk, you keep quiet.
Okay, Asito, let's listen to Nancy kidogo. Yes, Nancy.
What I wanted to add on to what Mzalendo said, because I always say we the citizens are the problem. Our leaders are as a product because of who we are and who we elect. But for me, if we're gonna see any change going forward in regards to the way our politics is organized in Kenya, is to start from party primaries. People need to stop joining parties along the tribal lines. Join a party for what they stand for. They define their issues. If it's like me here, I stop joining Gachagua because Gachagua is Mkikuyu like me. I join a party because of the issues. And the people who, the delegates of those parties, they should demand party primaries to be conducted in the right way instead of these direct nominations, because this is why we have end result of ngombes in parliament who cannot even think, who don't even know what the law says. So for me, if people organize themselves according behind issues rather than tribal and identical politics, we're going somewhere. Because for me, when I looked at the last nominations, it was a shambles. This is why we ended up with some people who you even wonder when they speak in parliament, someone cannot even speak a whole sentence of proper English, because we've allowed these party leaders to control who is nominated and in the end in the ballot to be elected, because they know they'll be able to control them. So for me, unless we fix that ground basic level as Kenyans, because we are the only people who can fix Kenya. The power belongs to us. It doesn't belong to these MPs. So that is my thought.
Okay, well said. Okay, now let's continue with Ochuka, you were saying something.
Mimi kama Asito yuko hapa, mimi siongei. Mzalendo hizo Nancy leo Nancy ni rafiki yangu. mimi kama venye anapenda Raila, mimi nataka Nancy ni rafiki yangu number 1, na sikuwahi jua anaweza kuwa rafiki na Nancy. Nancy, asante sana, wewe ni rafiki yangu sasa.
Haya, chunga tu, unachokipenda kitakuramba.
I have a question, please. I have a question.
Yes.
Please.
Okay.
Ask the question. Colonel, mbona unaangusha serikali? Sasa wewe badala ya una backup adui.
Unajua Nancy amesema pendi baba, lazima nikuwe naye karibu nijue, na kama nimepata pia ana point na nika yeye kwa, lakini Nancy wacha tu asito samia mimi hapo. Nancy jua pendi baba. Nancy ni rafiki yangu mzalendo. Mzalendo wewe kila siku unanichapa, leo siku leo mimi siongei, mimi nakaa tu online na kuangalia tu.
Ochuka, mimi siku ile nitakuja Kenya na ninataka tuende have a coffee tuongee about issue politics, not identity.
Usikuja na chuki mingi, usikuja na chuki yani kichunga kidogo. Yani baba sasa ule hata ukiangalia baba ukichukia sana, hata wewe hebu angalia ukichukia baba zaidi, si unaona pia unaumia moyo pia mzee onea mzee huruma.
No, mimi nataka wewe utoke huko kwa Raila Odinga na watu wa Kenya Kwanza watoke kwa Ruto, tukuje to discuss issues.
Sasa mimi ni roho, mimi ndio roho ya mzee. Nikitoka si mzee ameanguka.
Okay, good luck.
Atiko.
Just one moment, Asito. Nyagaka, I see you raising your hand. As Nyagaka is coming in, I'm sorry for those who are trying to get in. These guys wameja kwa studio. I have over 10 panelists. No, 10, not over. I have 10 panelists, and the platform can only host 10 at a go. Now, sorry to the many who are naona wengi wanatumia kwa personal box. Na it's getting interesting, tough, but otherwise, thank you guys for holding on in there. Tutapata tu nafasi just now. Hold on kidogo tu, I'll have you in the show. But above all, thank you for still tuning in. Ninamwona Black ako ndani, Atticus ako ndani, Gitash, Kimani pia ako ndani. Namuona nani hapa? Namuona Remesu ako ndani. Namuona
That Black needs to be here.
Unfortunately, he can't because tumeja. And Nyabil as well wants to come in. Alex wants to come.
Wacha niwachie Black. Black unajua rafiki yangu. Nimeamua kutoachia Black. Black ingia, natoka mimi.
Okay, now let's continue.
Zalendo, why leta Konchela? Ambia Konchela matusi imeenda. Mwambia ingie.
Konchela ako kwa show. Konchela ako hajawasha camera, but Konchela is in.
Okay.
Konchela ako maybe akuwashie mic kumsikie. Konchela, are you able to hear me? Konchela, are you able to hear me? Can you speak from where you are? Okay. So I think nani amebahatika ameingia. Who is this? Jamaa tunamuita
Maandamano.
Tunamuita Nyabir ako ndani ya show. Karibu sana Nyabir. Okay, now we go on. Konchela says he's unable to communicate fully. He can hear us but cannot come in, but ako kwa show. Okay, let's continue. Mzalendo, I was to come to you with a question. Why do you think this bill is truly dividing Kenyans, given that it's not the first time ever since we passed the constitution? We always have a finance bill every year. But why this? And it's the first one for Ruto. Why is it so controversial? Is it that there before the government would just do it, push it, and nobody seemed to care? or is it mwananchi sasa amechanuka and he's able to follow everything the government is doing? What do you think is happening?
Thank you, Jax, for that question. The reason why this bill is the most discussed bill and the most controversial bill is because there's an introduction of new things that we have never seen before. Things like housing, things that things to do with export of mines. Those are things that we have never seen in the bill before. Things to do with the minerals in the country. Ruto is safeguarding the interest of the people and the interest of the resources that we have in Kenya today. So if you scrutinize the bill properly, and another thing, William Ruto inherited a country that is divided sharply on tribal lines, very, very, very sharply on ethnic lines, not on particular issues. It is divided on ethnicity. Ruto is inheriting orphans from Uhuru's regime.
Okay.
All right. He's also inheriting orphans from Raila's following. And all these people, and there is also Kalonzo Musyoka on this other side. So all these political heads, political party leaders who have got following are against some of his policies. Yeah, because they did not make it into government. Jex, the reason why the country is where we are today and things are skyrocketing is because of the government has to run and at the same time pay its debts. Government has to run and pay its debts. Government has to pay salaries. Now somebody would ask you that we were doing this before. How are you doing it? You are doing it the wrong way. You are borrowing to pay debt. You are borrowing to pay salary. You are borrowing to pay salary. Ruto is telling you, I am not going to pay that salary with borrowed money if I can collect taxes for a day or two or a month and pay your salaries with our own money. And this borrowed money is also earning interest. And it is foreign. It is earning interest. We had borrowed to an extent whereby mtu ushakopa kwa duka mpaka mtu wa duka akikuona anafunga duka. Ama anajificha nyuma ya duka. Kenya ilikuwa imefika hapo. Watu inaitwaje? The World Bank wakiona Uhuru amekuja kuboro, anamwambia hapana bwana. Waambie duka leo imefungwa. Leo hakuna kukopa tena. Unaona? We borrow even for subsidies. Tuna borrow, inakaa ni interest na bado tunalipishwa.
Now,
so what are we saying?
That is raising so many questions. Then why fund, for example, some parastatals that are failing? Why have so many CASs? Why have so many PAS who are in government? Why don't you reduce costs? Because if for instance, if I borrow a page from Ruto, if you're in a hole, the best thing you do is stop digging. Why increase the wage bill by employing so many CSs? He says that he did that because the work is too much. In any case, they were elected to do the work, not to give excuses, neither to complain about it. They said they were well able to do it. Now, in the event that they're saying they're sleeping in their offices, it's a good thing. But what is the outcome of them sleeping in their offices? What is the outcome of them having these so many CSs? Now, my question to you is this. If what you're saying is correct, that there's so much that the government needs to do with limited resources and a huge debt bill, why as well don't they also go ahead and reduce the excesses in spending?
Or rejects. This, Ruto is a human being. Huh? He's done his mistakes. We don't expect his government to be 100%. There are things that he has done which I don't agree with. All right, like a bloated government. Yeah, I expected when Ruto came into power, he should have reduced the civil service. He should have reduced the number, the pay packs for civil servants. Some of these guys are paid some extraordinary huge salaries, unimaginable salaries for a third world country that is even struggling. I thought that you would sit down as the legislators and tell them, what I need to kaze kamba, you will not get your allowances. Yeah, you'll not get your allowances because we have got the SGR to pay, and the Chinese are saying, they are not able to the interest. They are not able to stop the interest anymore. You must continue paying that loan with interest. Yeah. So what did he need to do? He needed to cut down on cost, cut down on trips, and cut down on the appointments. They might be necessary for him, but he needs to cut down on. He needed to cut down on the appointments and wastage in government, so that he has got some money to pay the debts and to do and to run government. So hii mambo ingine, employing so many people. I think for me that is a no. That is a mistake that he did. And if there was if it was necessitated by anything, then he should have gone to the public and really asked them, I need to do this because of this. I need this CSS because the cabinet secretaries are unable to do A, B, C, D. Jakes, as we speak right now, apart from the cabinet secretaries, we have also ministers in the county government. We have counties that are very close to each other. For example, like even Kisii and Nyamira, they are close to each other, and you find that they have got ministers for mining, ministers for things that they don't even need, things like fisheries, and they don't even have a lake in Kisii or in Nyamira. So these are some of the things that are called wastages. We don't need those ministers in the village trying to duplicate what is in the national government, and especially for counties that are close to each other. There's a minister at the national government who can serve the interest of all Kenyans. So these are the wastage in government that I feel that, and this is what makes Kenyan politics very, very competitive, because getting into politics means getting riches. Everybody wants to be a politician today. People are leaving their careers to get into politics and get that money that is being earned in politics. So we need to cut it down. And when we cut down the salaries of our politicians and their allowances, we will get quality leadership. We will get servant leadership, people who want to serve their country because they love their country. All right. Thank you. Yeah.
Maandamano paper 2. Just one moment. Mzalendo is here. Mzalendo is not going anywhere. Just wait kidogo. Maandamano paper 2.
Thank you, Jakes. I hope unanipata.
Very loud and clear. How are you?
I'm good. Some of us don't want to be here for a long time, but anyway, it's good to wait for somebody to submit his agendas. Now, let me say this, Jakes. We are mature people, and sometimes when we come to live shows like this, we should give points that at least can educate Kenyans and make Kenya a better nation. And when we come here and make noise without reason and all that, that's not discussion. And now let me submit my point and say this. When such kind of bills are being tabled, like the bill that we have today, first of all, we should ask ourselves, do really Kenyans, do we really need this house thing? Or we really need to work with the food issue first? We should table things that can make Kenya a better nation before this issue of house. Sasa sahi watu wanakufa njaa and unaleta issue ya nyumba. Can we work on how food products can go down? Can we make money to entitle these farmers so that food things can go down? Why are we like working hard on issues to do with house? Nana nahitaji nyumba sahi. Those slums wenye mnasema you want to upgrade, they have been there for several years. Okay, we can work on them, but on a smaller scale, pole pole. Lakini ukisema like sahi tunahitaji like 500 million houses. Unazitaka, yes, it's a good idea, but do we really have that money to fund that thing right now? We don't. We really have a lot of things to work on right now. Wakenya wanalala njaa. You should make sure that Kenyans have got money in their pockets first. At least tengeneza tupate job, create job first before bringing such kind of issue. That is the reason why mimi nasemaga at the times William Ruto is a learned fellow, but he is being backed up with those people who are not serious about what they want to do for this nation. These people are really obsessed with having money and all that. Lakini they are not looking on common mwananchi. William Ruto would really love to see a Kenyan being upgraded. But when you want our back, who are they? You see? These are corrupt fellows. So we said we are against William Ruto. No. Tulimpatia nafasi afanye kazi. But those who are advisors, who are the advisors of this government? That is where the problem is. There are those things that you could put, there are those priorities unafaa kuweka kwanza. Like ukienda kwa shamba, unafaa ufanye ni unafaa kulima kwanza ndio upande. Ufai kupanda before ulime. How? And that is the situation where we are right now. Let's not come here and say William Ruto ni wetu, we have to defend kwa nguvu. We just have to question. There are a lot of questions that are there we have to question. Tusiseme tu huyu ni wetu, even if he goes wrong, huyu ni wetu. Kenya is made up of many communities. Yeah, so that is the thing that tunafaa tuongelele. We should not just come here and say huyu ni mtu wetu, so whatever he decided is right. No one is always right, but you can be right through corrections. Thank you.
Jake, let me ask Madam before I go to Mzalendo. Then I leave the space for Edgar. I think Edgar haven't spoken for a long time, so I want to ask Madam. The government wameanza maneno ya agro processing every county. In fact, wamesha publish tenders for about 10 counties already as we talk. Kuanzisha maneno ya nini agro processing wa every county. Hiyo maneno value addition kila kitu. Industrial parks every county. The government kwa hii finance bill tu wameweka pesa ya manini ya we move from rain-fed agriculture to relying on irrigation. Kwa hii nini nyingine nani maandamano anataka government ifanye kwa maneno ya chakula, kuzalisha chakula? What else does he really want? Maneno ya employment, what project gani government itafanya sahi iko na a long value chain which is very long and which is labor intensive, naweza ku create jobs. Ni nini government, what kind of project does he want? When he talks about employment, what kind of what nini vision yake ya employment, creating employment, what is it really? Which kind of project? Naona iko na pesa, iko na long value chain na iko na it is labor intensive. Which ngani government aioni sahi? I really want and then Mzalendo, I almost forgot. I remember when you started your submission, you talked about Ruto inheriting a very divided country. Do you really think he would have survived with those guys who lost election, being out there, with looking? Don't you think he needed to play some politics so that he at least would? Do you think he would have stand resistance with those guys outside there in the dark? I'm asking, so you respond politically. Don't just give your view. And I think that is that. But please let Maandamano really. I want really to know what kind of government anafanya project gani za yenye iko na a long value chain and is labor intensive. I love what else.
Now you see,
can do.
KK, what you did that I think imefanya maandamano akapotea. You didn't allow him finish, so akaruka too. So he's not even in the show. But anyway, that's why I'm saying let's allow someone to finish, then ask the question after. Because if you interject, not everyone.
Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you're audible.
Edgar. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think Jake's has hung up. I mean, his computer is tripping. But thank you for the question. What you are saying is that Ruto made political appointments. Those are political appointments to appease the people who probably would have been making noise on the side for political stability. That is you would call them political appointments. So I'll tell you, I'll look at it in a different angle. There are people who invested in Ruto's politics. So when you invest in Ruto's politics, those are the people in Azimio are calling stakeholders. Stakeholders. These are people who poured money into making sure and oiling the campaign for William Ruto. In return, he has to give back to this kind of people. It happens everywhere. It happens everywhere. You have no stake in a government that you didn't really work so hard to form. Rather, he is a president. He will provide for you the services, but he has got no obligation to appoint you and leave somebody who invested in his campaigns. And that is how it works everywhere in the world. So when people are talking about stakeholders and shareholders, they should also know that there are people who invested in Ruto's campaign, took their time. Some even went to jail on behalf of KK Alliance. So those are people who at least he has to look for them a place to, or an appointment. That is just justice. It is just natural justice. So if they qualify for the position, why not? I would do the same. And you would also do the same to people who supported you. It is just natural justice. The gentleman who left earlier had mentioned things that I have heard so many politicians talking about, but he doesn't scrutinize the issue of housing. They are saying that he should have built, he should not build our houses. Yeah, but even if you have food, you need shelter at the same time. Hiyo chakula hutakula kwa barabara, utaenda kwa nyumba ukule na watoto wako wakiwa pale kwa nyumba. All right, your children need shelter. You don't talk about yourself. Your children need also that decent shelter. And those houses are things that will spur economic growth. What spurs economic growth in a country like Kenya is, reducing maybe injecting money into the economy. How do you inject money into the economy? The private sector are going to invest in building these houses. They are going to invest in building these houses. And how many people are going to be employed by these houses? In your own village where you come from, there'll be a plumber who will get a decent job. There'll be a carpenter who will get a decent job. There'll be a driver who will get a decent job. There'll be a water supplier who will be getting some earning throughout when these houses are being built. And what will happen in the economy of that locality? Because this is happening in all the 47 counties. Yeah. So these houses, we should not even debate about it. Somebody, I saw the women rep, Asa Pasari, giving a very simple analysis. If you are if you are earning 10,000 bob, and somebody is telling you to pay 300 bob to get a house, are you this dumb to think that this is not a good thing for you? Are you very dumb to think that the decent job that is going to be provided and the suppliers, the cement factories that are going to, they are going to increase production because they have to supply cement throughout the 47 counties. This is jobs, man. Let us just style up and not just kupinga tu kila kitu ile serikali inafanya. Asante.
Yes, Kamau.
I'm wondering what my previous the person who has I think it's Muzarendo. He's saying that the damness is 300 siju pata nyumba. You know, the contradiction in KK is massive. The street children right now in Nairobi, how will they get these houses? How will they get the houses? Because the street kids and they are not contributing. Is this project for creating employment? Is it for the contributors, or is it for the spurring of economy? It is total contradiction. And when you talk about dumbness, I don't understand who is dumb, because surely wewe unaniambia kwamba watu wa contribute 300 watapata nyumba. How watakuja wachukuliwe? Because as we speak there are 7 million people who live in the slums. How long is it going to take for the 7 million to get houses? How much will it cost? Will they even be able to pay, even if it's a mortgage plan? Will they be able to pay every month until they own the house? Are we going to do a barter trade or what we call a lottery? Ule anaangukia nyumba ndiye amepata. It is total confusion. And therefore, we have been trying to tell Kenya Kwanza, it is not bad to have houses. But, I mean, where's the structure? Kwa nini tunaanza kusema tukate tu watu pesa alafu watu wapate nyumba? It doesn't work that way. In any case, I come from Nyandarua. People of Nyandarua are asking, we get out of our farm so tukakaa town. It doesn't really make sense to anybody. This is a very confused bill, and to me it should be trashed, but on the other hand I want it to pass so that we see the folly in it. However, for me, I don't think that housing bill or housing fund levy, it is taking Kenya anywhere. And even today, there is this guy called Kwame who was in Citizen. He said they already the last 5 years were built 14 million units of houses. It has not spurred anybody in the economy anywhere. Now hizi nyumba zinatengenezwa per year 250,000. Where will they spur? And are we all construction workers? Are we going to work in a construction because employment iko huko? It makes no sense. To me, I think the government has misplaced priority. I think what we need is a government that makes sense. And therefore, for me, hiyo kutuita dam because asijui unatoa 300, I think dumbness is on the other side, where people think that if you contribute 300 from your mboga, ati utakuja uambiwa after 7 years shika nyumba ndugu yangu na funguo ya 3 bedroom. It doesn't work that way anywhere in the world.
Edgar.
Thank you so much, Jake. Actually, wanted to respond on some of the issues that were raised by Mzalendo earlier on. Mzalendo, I love how you debate, but at some point you are not giving us facts. You are saying, Jake asked you why this bill is so controversial in that it has divided Kenyans in such a serious manner that we've never experienced before with some other bills except BBI. But now, when you say that one of the reasons is that housing, affordable housing, this is something that has been there. Uhuru did it. But what we have to ask ourselves, of what essence, or what did we see any impact in terms of addressing employment issues? Did we? The answer is no, we did not see. And then, again, you're saying another problem is that Ruto inherited a divided nation. Actually, if there was someone who was trying to divide the nation, it was Ruto. Raila and Uhuru were trying very hard to ensure that we become one thing as a nation. But on the other hand, they were opposing everything that the government, where he was number 2, was doing. He was really opposing. KK, relax. And then, Jake's another thing that now is the real elephant in the house. You see, this bill actually is meant to increase our collection, like I've said before. But when you see the kind of appointment that our president is making, is actually paying back its financials of the last general elections. That's why we are seeing losers being appointed in various government institutions and being given CSS. I think if government is really serious, just like you said before, let them try and reduce. It's so bloated. Let us reduce the number of ministries that we have, so that even if I'm paying this amount or this tax or levy as they call it, I'll say, sure, he has a good plan and he's making good use of this little that we have at the moment. But now when you see corrupt individuals given the mandate actually to take care of this fund that we have given, there was a good example that was given by Anne about Boma Yangu. How did it go? And what makes you think that this one will be different from that? We are actually going to see the same thing happening again in Zalendo. Oh, I want to support SG. First of all, by giving example of what Pasari said, that if you're earning 10,000 and you pay 300 shillings, you will get a house in return. Yes, I wanted to take example with the insurance premium. When you're paying a premium of, let's say 2,000, how much do you expect to get in at the end when you want your money back, or how much? And for how long will you pay this 300 so that you can get this house? Or what system are they going to use it so that you get this house? Because remember, it's affordable housing. Those who have money, actually, they are living in good houses. The high income earners. I believe someone who is earning a salary of over 500, the ministers and they have good houses, decent houses. And this thing, if it is meant for people, the low income earners, people who are living in the slums, how are they going to get these houses? That is one question that we should ask ourselves. And these are the things that Ruto's administration should explain to Kenyans. And they should convince us that it's not going to be like the ones we've seen before. So as much as KK may abuse me or say some nasty things about people who are following Azimio, no, we're just telling them the truth.
Why are you, what have I told you? I haven't said anything to you, Adito. I just said it's your turn to talk, and why are you saying I'm abusing you? I haven't even talked about you. I haven't even addressed you.
No, you said something. I didn't respond. I didn't respond by the time you were talking about it.
What?
You called me a sewage.
No, I haven't even
You
addressed
called me a
you.
sewage. Okay.
To,
away from that. Away from that. Away from that. Let's discuss issues. Let's discuss issues. Oh, Mzalendo. Mzalendo bottom-up approach was actually meant to put money in our pockets. But the way we see it, it's actually taking the little we have to the pockets of Wabwenyenye. So if you're telling us that these houses are meant for us, low-income earners or hustlers, then you are lying to us. Because number one, the one that you are building this house for has no employment, is jobless. At the same time, the people who are contributing for these houses are those who have payslips. So how is this jobless person going to get this house? Not true. Secondly, you're saying that you want to create jobs. How many are you going to employ? You're saying plumbers or masons. It is not true. In fact, the current program, the current project is being run by a company called Intex Construction. Ya Muhindi hapa natoka Westlands, I think so. are we seeing the impact on the economy? It is not. The only thing that we are seeing here, Nigeria, it's our time, we must eat. That is the slogan. The only way that people can get into riches is through getting into parliament, getting political positions, and those who support them. And Mzalendo, you know that. And that is actually what Ruto's administration is trying to do. We were told that this government is for shareholders. And we are not shareholders, the people who did not support this government. Yet you want our money to run your activities. Let us tell the government the truth. We are already starving. You cannot starve us more by imposing this tax on us. Let us come with a way that will actually generate more money so that we pay our debts. Let us have priorities, right? So if you come with your bill, we'll definitely support it.
Okay. Mzalendo, right of reply.
Thank you, Edgar, for that, for your contribution. I wanted to explain to you what bottoms up means, and you really take it literally, like going to the bottom and uplifting these people up. Let me explain to you so that you understand. Our politicians have not been able to explain this properly. It means that money is being taken from the people at the top, and that is why they are kicking so hard. The 3% of 1 million of somebody who is earning 1 million is being deducted and taken down here for somebody to get a house. That is what it simply means. And for the civil servants, to be deducted 3% and get a decent housing. And you also mentioned this investor who is building houses, the Muindi. Now, minus the Muindi, the contractor who is building the houses, minus the contractor building the houses.
Huyo Ben azime nini yake. Ben ako na echo.
Ben Zima. Now, Edgar, this construction is going on. I believe it is not something that you're doing in a computer. It is a construction where people are employed every day and they earn some money. They earn some money every day. It is not AutoCAD. It is some people walk in every morning to this construction site and they get some money and they go back home with it. That is how the economy grows. When we have so many people who are able to spend some money, you cannot quantify that or measure that. But the economic index in Kenya says that the economic growth is 5.6. All right. So you will not notice that your village brother has been employed in the village who has been disturbing you with the money, nitumia M-Pesa, when these constructions begin. He'll be liquid enough to put some food on the table and pay school fees for his children. That is how his economy is sparse, and that is how it grows. And today, there will be the county government collecting taxes, on these houses. It's called land rates on this property. It's also, we'll move to the next phase called property tax. If you have property in somewhere in Nyandarua or somewhere where I come from, you will be able to pay property tax to the county government. That is how the county government economy will also grow. So this is the long-term plan, my brother. Don't look at it from just the face value. It is something that has been well thought of. Ruto did not just wake up one day and say, I want to build houses. This is something that government sat down. They had a physical plan for it and a way to implement it. The difference, let me now explain to you the difference which you don't understand. Boma Moja and Ruto's plan. Boma Moja, in a one-bedroom house, you have to raise a deposit of 1 million so that you occupy that house. You didn't know that. In a 3-bedroom house, you have to raise also a 2 million deposit. Aslam gani atakuwa na 1 million or 2 million. So those houses, the people who have bought them And remember, it is sold off. Is sold out. The units that are starting in Starehe is already sold out. Hata nyumba zijaanza, but it's already sold out. The ones in Gara are already sold out and paid. And who are owning these houses? Ni wale mabwenyenye unaongea juu yao. Now, this thing, if it is locked to the civil service, that civil servant will be able to get that property. And the beauty about it is that even if you retire, even if you're going to pay it in 200 years, your children still will have that card to pay for that particular house. The houses in Jericho were inherited. The children are still staying there, but they still pay. Tom Mboya built the houses in California. That was a government project, but there were people like our fathers and your father who are refusing that they don't need those houses. They have to go and live in the village. Yeah, why should they pay for houses in the city? You are laughing, and it is true. Why should they build a house in the city? You are laughing, and you know that is very, very true. Until very, very recently, they came back to rent the same houses from the communities that saw sense in it. So let us not cheat our tribesmen that this is something that is very, very wrong. Let them acquire property. Let them acquire property and leave it for another generation, even if they are going to pay it forever. But if you're paying 300 or 500, whatever it will be, but your children and your great-grandchildren will have some asset in the city. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with it? Sincerely, what is wrong with that? Thank you.
Okay. Now, I want to leave Mzalendo to moderate kidogo. Kamau is in, and Nyagaka Eli together with KK and Atito. I am in the background. I want to do something else kidogo too. Eli hasn't spoken Mzalendo, and Nyagaka naona anainua mkono, SG anainua mkono, na KK wanted to respond. So I would wish wapange. I know you are able to do that. If anyone needs to be echoed for sure, I'll be doing it behind the scenes. But I am here. I'm just trying to do one or two things. Nyagaka kindly ukiwasha TV na uwashe hii inaleta feedback kwa studio please so let's try to continue kidogo. Yes, SG Kamau, even as I leave you in the able hands of Mzalendo.
Yeah, the question of how will the homeless in the streets get a house? It is not being answered. How will the 7 million slums be? People get a house. It is still not being answered. What we are hearing is that you will pay the rest of your life for maybe, because 300 to get 1 million. I think it is years. It is still, this thing is still very scanty, for lack of a better word. But because we want to see the folly in it, I think it is important that it passes. After the time that they're going to construct, there is actually nothing that was being promised, because people are asking very genuine questions. Yeah, is it a job creation mechanism? Is it for the civil servants? What about those who have houses already? What about those who are retiring? It is scanty, and I think it is important to acknowledge that it is true there is a housing problem in Kenya. In fact, I would rather not pay 15,000 every month and lose the house eventually. I would rather pay for that house and then own it. But when it comes to explanation of this housing levy, it is not making sense to anybody, because you're asking questions and you're being told it will create employment for the plumbers, it will create employment for the merchants. Let me ask people, because we are even in these construction sites, hakuna flat hata hiyo inajengwa na serikali saa hii ambao haina contractor, subcontractor na casual laborers. In fact, those people who work every day and paid every day, these are casuals. Hao wengine wanakuja na mafundi zao. Plumber kazi yake inakuwa very easy, anaambiwa sasa lay out pipes, it might take 3-4 days in a flat, and then his work is finished. So the question of creating a job, I am trying to get it, and it is not making sense. Is it a job that actually you can be having pension? Is it a job that a fundi comes every day and is paid that day? Because you and I know how construction works in Kenya.
Nyagaka, please mute your mic.
Nyagaka
Nyagaka,
naye.
please mute your mic.
Nyagaka ni
Nyagaka, your
kama.
mic, please.
So hii mambo ya housing, it looks horror, it looks shallow, and it looks that people are doubting. In fact, I would dare say that this is a project for the politician to steal money and prepare for the next election. That is what I would think. The 9 billion shillings per month will be just to prepare how to buy the IABC, buy courts, buy any vocal person, because that is what UDA is doing now. We have seen them buying bloggers to a tune of 500,000. In fact, one of Azimio said that he was being asked to be paid 500,000 to speak for them. I don't know why Nyagaka keeps on opening that mic.
I think
I don't know.
No, you keep repeating. You're repeating yourself.
But repeating doesn't mean you open the mic. You wait for your time so that you don't repeat yourself. The thing is, we know that this is a scam. This is a pyramid scheme. It is a Kenya Kwanza scheme to fund the next election, to fund the politicians, and to buy politicians, because the principle in KK is to make sure that the opposition is minimized, buy as many MPs you can in ODM, pay out the people in Jubilee, buy members of parliament so that we have the majority, and eventually we might even have a term limit extension where there is no time limit in this government. That is my sentiment.
Thank you, SG. Thank you, SG. Nyagaka, I know you are really itching, but there's a gentleman here who has been coming in and off called Eli. Let us hear him briefly, his submission, then we can go to Nyagaka in that order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mzalendo. Nyagaka comes from a space that people always fight for land, and they in an extreme way, and from family to community, as you know, the larger scheme of things in Kisi, this guy needs to style up, because if he's not talking about the issue of the contentious issues of this housing debate, he needs to look very well at what they do in Kisi in terms of their traditions and inheritance of land. Is an important issue, which is going to be my next point. Habitat, UN Habitat, were in Kenya recently. Sorry, we're having a conference in Kenya recently. The other day, I submitted that this thing that the Kenya Kwanza people are doing.
Eli, can you come closer to the mic? Can you come closer to your mic, please?
Yeah. What I was saying. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah. You can go ahead.
Yeah. What I was saying is that this thing that Kenya Kwanza are doing is effectively an international affair. This is a test case, an experiment in Africa, and it is going to be something that will affect some of the values of inheritance of the estate, the traditional concept of family, and the likes of Nyagaka, they know that they will be one of the first communities to be cornered by this because of the population density to land and housing and things like that. This is a very, very serious, intense issue, right? And I believe that the international organizations, UN Habitat and so on, are behind this policy that is being pushed by force to Kenyan people. I'm stunned that the likes of you, Zalendo, who comes from the same fraternal area as myself, what we used to call Ndewa Division, now Ndewa sub-county, would imagine that this so-called housing scheme could, raise the living standards of poor people or the poorest of the poor in our division or our sub-county where we come from. You don't have an answer for that. I suppose because you live most of your life in Nairobi, and you're giving those urban answers of what housing is about in terms of mortgages and things like that. You're not looking at the rural concept of housing and how that can affect an economy. You said something about property tax. In this debate, you're saying about a property tax. In the UK, that thing was tried and it was introduced, and Margaret Thatcher, in fact, targeted something called social housing, where she thought that, and that was for a conservative leader who their main aim is to make profits. But she was trying to aim at helping so-called the social class that was below, to make sure that if you had lived in, like, for example, a council flat, for example, for 3 years, you had the right to buy it. Okay, you were even given a loan, and you could be subjected to a fair way of purchasing this house. But what happened was that there were cartels then that bought these houses. In fact, there were third parties that bought these houses, and people revolted against Margaret Thatcher's experiment. And to date, there is a lot of social housing problems because of that particular experiment that Margaret Thatcher tried. Yes, the people here in the UK, they still are able to buy houses within that scheme, but it's a very, very, very low scale thing that they don't do as they used to do in the early 80s. This is part of the thing that is being introduced by the likes of the UN Habitat. They think that they have an answer for the African continent that is similar to what they tried in Europe. And this is where I find that we're making big mistakes. And they target someone like this William Ruto. And by the way, my preamble statement is always, in hindsight, I don't have time for a government that I did not vote for. They rigged themselves in. That was supposed to be my introductory statement. But what I would like to say is this William Ruto is an easy target of the Western powers. He is anti-China, that we know, from his opposition of the SGR and various other things. And he's very, very pro-West. In fact, he's pro-Republican government of the US. We know that. But I was trying to put an exposition here that this is an international issue. And if we fail to recognize that, this particular issue of the way it's being rushed about housing can actually have a big conflict with our norms, our past norms as communities in the village, families. There's a lot of things that need to be considered before we think that housing in this format is the best solution. Look at life expectancy, for example. All of us in this panel, what's your life expectancy? Maybe if you're in a different country, I don't know. But the life expectancy in Kenya, sorry to say this, is very low. It's between 55 and 60 if you're lucky. That's something I don't need to expound on further. But then if you're telling this person that they need to buy a house, they need to go on a mortgage, or they need to do whatever, and whatever they're doing is to also balance out the housing priorities of the poorer people, is a big lie. Kenya is a pirate economy. We know this. Okay. I am not into my last word. There is I'm not into this microeconomics about the way people are trying to explain this thing in terms of money and trying to justify it. In terms of money, how much should be spent by the person trying to buy a house to elevate the social housing issues of other people, because those people who we are talking about that are are able to do this, they also have rights. We cannot take the rights of other people just to subject other people to a better housing place just because other people can afford it. There's a philosophical thing about other people's rights. So I believe that this is very wrong. I believe that the better ways of social housing in Kenya, number one, is to address the land issue. The land issue must be addressed. And in this one, I don't care if you are Kenya Kwanza or Azimio or whatever. The land issue, if it's not addressed, the housing issue cannot be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eli, for your wonderful submission. What I would have asked you just before, no, let Nyagaka speak, then maybe you'll answer this question. Azimio had got the housing in its agenda and manifesto that they were going to build houses for Kenyans. I wonder whether it was informed by Habitat or it was just informed by the Azimio leader. Ben Nyagaka, it's your turn.
Hey, asante sana ndugu yangu Idari Kanye. Daromoro Mangenya. I don't see you.
I'm here, Baba.
Sasa wacha niseme ya kwamba, thank you very much Eri for knowing me, but I don't think you know me that much. Yangu ni kusema ya kwamba KK na SG, this is a concept that you guys have chosen not to like, have chosen to criticize, which you have always doing, which you are very good at, especially as SK and Elisas. So it is, Nani Mzalendo said it very well. It is a concept, it's a new concept that is in the budget, that we are raising the taxes in order to finance our government, not anybody's government. My friend, Eli, it is very, very clear that Ruto will finish his term up to 2032. But if you can do anything, do it. Start not by criticizing what he has established and the concepts that he has come up with is thought out. But do you agree with it? No. And you have every right not to agree with it. But at the same time, you have every right to come up with your concepts. That's what a democracy is. Huko England, wale watu walikuwa wanakimbia away from black people or people that are not people white. But guess what? They got a prime minister, Mwindi. He's not a white man. So democracy works in very funny ways, but let us know that, Mzalendo, this is an UDA concept, and KK. This gentleman will not accept it. They will not see it. They are the people that were criticizing it from day one, criticizing Ruto. And all the concepts that Ruto will come up with will be criticized. But at the same time, Eli, me, Mzalendo, I beg you guys, I beg you kindly, why don't you come up with your own ideas? And Eli, finally, Eli, let me tell you that UDA is like Democrats in America, not Republicans. Republicans support the rich people. The Republicans don't recognize the president of the day, just like Raila doesn't recognize Ruto. Trump has never recognized Biden. So we have to be very clear on where we are going. But that you don't accept it, and that you don't want it, you have a right.
You know, Eli, if you cannot listen to any wise counsel from Nyagaka, this is called wise counsel. Yeah, he has explained to you why you criticize the government of the day. just like Republicans today. They're still criticizing and they're still saying that Trump won the elections, despite everything. They have gone,
Yes, right? And all the people like, hey, tuliba, iriba nini? My friend, hey, I come from Kisii. Ukiambia Mkisii mara mbili ati ameibiwa, mara tatu atachapwa, atapigwa. So if you guys can be stolen after for 6 years, that's 6 times, that's your problem. Wacha nimalizie hapo mzalendo, sitaki kuzungumza sana lakini
can I answer him?
I think Eli has got a right to reply. KK, wacha ajibu and then you'll come in, KK, please.
Come back, Nyagaka. Nyagaka, stay there, right? I will ask you one question because you're the one who now decided to pose this issue about the stolen elections. I don't want to go to this too much, but I'll ask you one question. And there's another funny person there called Gitash in the comment section talking a lot of rubbish, but we can deal with that. Anyway,
that's my friend.
Nyagaka.
Yeah.
You said that we are complaining constantly about stolen elections. I will just give you this election that was done last year. When IEBC produced the results in the diaspora, why is it that William Ruto only garnered enough against Raila and Martha Karua only in one country, one polling station out of the 12? Why was it impossible for Kenya Kwanza people to undermine the results in the diaspora? And don't give me the statistics of how many voters there are in the diaspora. Just answer me that question, please.
I will give you an answer the way I want. Just listen to me like I listen to you. I will not venture to answer the questions about the diaspora because I don't know the knowledge. Lakini ile mimi najua ni kwamba when they went to the Supreme Court, they all agreed, both Raila and Ruto, they agreed that whatever the results are, we will accept it. Ruto accepted it, but Raila never accepted, number one. Number two, there were about 24 polling stations that Azimio complained about. They went all with the Supreme Court. None of those were found to be any fault. So that's, but you at the diaspora, I really don't even want us to vote. Why are we going to spend money?
All I'm trying to say is the percentage of the diaspora, results, in fairness, to look at what Raila and Karua got compared to what Ruto got during Qatar or something like that. Can you not just accept that even that result by the IEBC is enough to tell you about the state of electoral process within Kenya? You can deny what you like, but I'm just giving you an example. I can give you more examples, but this one is particularly about the diaspora. But anyway, that's enough from me in relation to the elections, which was rigged. The elections have always been rigged in Kenya since 2007.
Eli, thank you very much. KK, can you come in?
I think I've even lost track of track of my thoughts. SG, you've talked about the issue of housing and employment. I really want to see an alternative because you guys are not giving alternatives. And then we have been talking about foreign and direct investments, trying to attract them. They are willing to invest in our industries, in our projects, in our visions. But you've heard there is a problem of risk in most African countries. The way we access development funds is almost 50 times. The interest is 50 times. The way you guys in the UK access development funds. What we are doing is just trying to de-risk our investors. We are telling them that come and invest in our housing. We have an off-take plan. As soon as you finish this project, the money is ready. What is wrong with that? The issues of employment. We have talked several years. Our industries are stagnating. They have never improved from where they were. Our car industry. It is easy to import a seed from China than to give to our young boys who have the skill here in Kenya. What is wrong with trying to create a consumptive demand for these our local industries? What is wrong in this? Have you really looked at this project critically and try to understand why the government is so passionate about this? Do you think they can just do things anyhowly? What is wrong? Do you think you're really right always? Have you looked at the demand of windows in this project? Who is going to do this? The doors, the inches, everything. The government is just trying to create a consumptive demand that it is needed. We did the project of using 100 billion to build an industry of manufacturing guns. No one needs guns. There is no demand. Now you are only 4 people is working in that industry. Then we have an housing that is capable of creating employment for people, starting our industry that have never grown since where Kibaki left. But you guys, I just think that this is overburdening. I don't know. SG, I really want to look at your alternative. Which one do you think the government should have focused on? Which has
want alternatives? You have a pen? Do you have a pen and a biro? Because I'll give you numerous alternatives. Number one, I want to tell you, we have one of the biggest human resource in Africa, and what that means is that Kenyan people are well equipped. The reason why you see Buzarendo in the UK, I don't know whether he's in the UK, and Eli in the UK, I don't know, is because they are well trained,
Buzarendo is in America.
Is in America, right? You're in America doing some work there because they believe you have the capacity to do that. Let me tell you something, and this is a point of information. I want you to go and Google a country called Philippines and see what they are doing to their young people. There's what we call the service industry. The government has intervened in that industry. In fact, the Philippines government trains the waiters, they train the what are those guys who give massage? What are they called? They train these people in the hospitality sector, and they actually airlift them to countries abroad. Let me even surprise you. They are even in Kenya. The Philippines are in a hotel called here Sweet Waters, because the government has come to help the young people get employment. So thousands of them have been airlifted. They are in the United States. They are in Dubai. They are everywhere. So it is simple for Kenya, because nurses are required in the United Kingdom. House girls are being required in the UAE. I mean, all these people can get jobs if the government comes in and secures that job. In fact, if the government does it officially, it is even safe for our girls who are going to Dubai and who are going to Saudi Arabia. Why? Because the government will say we are sending this bilateral trade. We are bringing 100,000 girls for domestic work na hii mambo ya kuchunga hata nugu na nini. And at the end of the day, you know the biggest earner of Kenya today? It is the diaspora money, the whatever inaitangwa nini. So hii mambo ya mijengo tuachane nayo, haitupeleki mahali. Hii ni uongo, hii ni wizi. Na if it was somebody who is trustworthy, not Gachagua and Ruto, we could have agreed even to give 30%. But this, we know them. We are actually right now confronting issues like NHIF and NSSF, and even Kome himself has no money to pay his judges. Why? Because the truth of the matter is, some of his account money has disappeared mysteriously. It has disappeared mysteriously. That's a fact. That today there's no Linda Mama. That today there is no Inua Jamii. That today, that you cannot even use an NHIF card, my brother. And then you give the same people 9 billion every month, it will not work. Let us look for other alternatives. Now, the other thing is, in Kenya,
I need this alternative. I want this alternative you're talking.
I want to give you
Exporting
another
labor is
alternative.
there. We have been exporting labor, and the kind of jobs we are going to do in those countries is construction. If you don't have experience, we don't work on our talents here in Kenya. Unaenda kufanya kazi Saudi Arabia, unajenga kitu ujui. Let us be serious, my brother. Why
We are very serious. Kwani Saudi Arabia wanafanya tu construction?
No, this needs. Okay, I really don't want to answer that because you also know these are the kind of jobs we go for.
Mi nasema when the government does it officially, it is no longer any si kama ile ya kujipeleka. These are very good alternatives. In Kenya today, we need also to enhance the environment for business. Right now, we are giving punitive what we call taxes. How do you tell an employer who has employed 2,000 people to match sijui 3,000? And I heard somebody here saying that the 3% of 1 million sijui ni 3,000. 3% of 1 million it's about 40 or 50,000. The thing is, an employer who has 5,000 employees telling him or her to match 3,000 of every employee, you're telling this person to sack half of his employees. That's what you're telling this.
You are right. That's why I don't listen to the numbers those people are banding about there. You're
Yes,
very right.
because we are contradicting ourselves. And that is why I'm trying to help KK and Jue. There are numerous ways. How did Dubai become a business hub? How did
We
Dubai
don't have
become a
oil.
business?
They have oil.
Yeah?
We don't export
It's
nothing.
not.
We only have salt and human resource. There is nothing we have in Kenya. You cannot compare us with Qatari. Those guys have oil. We only have salt and human resource. Our talents. There is nothing else we have in Kenya.
I want you to study. Leave alone oil. How did Dubai become a business hub in the world? Did you know that
brother,
at one point?
You will
Yes?
come back to oil. You will not go back to
Anyway,
anything else.
this argument will not stop. But SG, thank you for your contribution. I think you have got very, very valid points. The only thing is that you are forgetting is that the president has been making various trips and roundtable meetings in the US with investors and all that to come back and invest in Kenya. In fact, one of the Ruto's main agenda the other time he came here was to woo investors to come. The Kenya Kwanza government is trying to renegotiate with the Western partners to invest more. You mentioned the issue of Philippines in the service industry. Yes, Philippines is in the service industry, courtesy of companies abroad and elsewhere. They are working back at home, and this is something that you, SG, can even start in your own village. You don't need the government. Some of these things, you don't need the government to come in. You can start them by your own initiative. So some of we depend on government too much. Some of the ideas you have them in your brain there. Let you implement them. Let us not sit with the ideas that we have or thinking that the government will come and help us. You can advise. You can negotiate with a company in the US and partner with them to employ Kenyans back at home in the service industry. Yeah, and they will train them. You don't need government for that. All right. Thank you. KK, and something you want to add on that as we move on? We are almost ending the show right now.
Yeah, sure. I think this is my parting shot. I didn't really. I was looking forward to SD giving us where our government can invest and get value for their money. Education is talking about exporting labor and brains and talents and skills. We are spending 650 billion annually on capitating our schools. Isn't that enough? What else does he really want? I want that project. That is things we can. The government should focus on instead of doing these housing things and these stuffs of value addition, and you know, the issues of dams and how and what kind of which industry sector does he think that it is faltering and requires government interventions and even requires our taxes, more of our taxes. That is where I have a problem with SG.
You see, KK, whatever Ruto is introducing is so new to the country. We are used to, we are used to spinning the same wheel each and every time. Is introducing things that people have never had before. So some of these development initiatives are so foreign, and they will, just like the elder Nyagaka said, they will be criticized in equal measure. They will be criticized, not for any meaningful criticism, but just political mileage. So for the politicians, they have to be saying something each and every day. They have to be saying something each and every day. If you ask the same people that in 2021 financial bill, Raila whipped his people to support the Uhuru budget. It didn't have any tax cuts, a lot of tax cuts. It has got tax increases, and he had to whip them and tell them this is very, very good. Sometimes the politicians play with our minds. So when we criticize, let us criticize objectively with alternatives. I said before that all these political parties had got housing as a priority. In fact, in their manifesto, it was either coming number 1 or number 2. How are they going to implement it? They should tell us, hey, in our housing manifesto, this is how we were going to get money and implement the project. But what Ruto has done is that he's collecting all the money and putting it in one pool and giving the banks now manage with the contractors this money, and build houses. Before it has never been done with like that before. There will be money to build the houses. It is our money. It is not borrowed money. That is the most important thing that the people should know. It is our money. It is not borrowed money that will build those houses. Sio deni ya China, sio deni ya America. Like somebody said that this is an habitat initiative. That is very, very wrong. It is misleading, and it's a big, big lie for Eli to say something like that. Otherwise, thank you. I mean, we are now winding up the show. Jakes, if you are around, you can come up and close the show. Let me start with SG. SG, tuambie maoni yako ya mwisho.
Yeah, me, I think I've listened, I've heard, but I still stand with that. The policies of this Kenya government are upside down. They will not take Kenya anywhere, and I think for me, I am really praying for it to pass. In fact, I want this finance bill to pass, because from where I sit, I really want to see, to see that. I want to be convinced otherwise, but I know the better, the more, when the finance bill passes, because it is full of punitive taxes, then Kenya will understand, and the people of Kenya will understand what we have been warning them about. And that is where, as I finish, I say, wacha hii finance bill ipite as it is, ivuruge watu wa mishahara, ivuruge mama mboga na hizo turnover taxes, ivuruge employers na ivuruge employees, ndio sasa watu wafike mahali waseme na ni kweli this government was very clueless and they had no plan for Kenya. Thank you.
Nyagaka.
Now we have Elder Nyagaka.
Thank you, Jakes. Thank you, Mr. Rendo. KK, SG. Yangu ni kusema tu it is a very good show, Jakes. It's a very good debate. Zalendo vile nimesema, this is the time for UDA to show up and do their job. And this is to confirm you, our SG, come on. If I was betting or if you were betting, I'll tell you this for free. This bill passed like yesterday. You don't have to wait or doubt it or anything. And yes, I know that some of us know that you hate it. That's why you wanted to pass so that it can punish the people. When UDA won the elections, they did not win to punish anybody. We hope that it is a new concept. Let us work with it. Let us see if it works. If it doesn't work, it's open out there. And some of us will agree that it didn't work. But so far, especially filing those people that are corrupt, my friend, we are changing Kenya to a new Kenya. And we pray that, Jakes, you have more energy to come. And at least 4 years from now, we'll see who will win the elections. And it is UDA that is going to win. Because my friend Kamau, they want to really talk bad about this government. And that's it. What good are they talking about they're going to do? None. So yangu ni kusema rara salama vijana. Thank you very much. Dakane ni mzalendo.
So I think let me leave it at that. Let me also leave it at that. I think it has been a very wonderful conversation. We started with some, but anyway, we have really engaged one another very well, and that is good progress. So, as normally we say, in every organization there is a resistance, and what I've loved with this government is that it is time to make tough decisions. You cannot move. You cannot, if you find yourself you agree with everyone, you must know that there is a problem. So it is time for us to really make those decisions. Even you in your family, sometimes it reaches a point you cannot agree with your wife, and you have to stand up as the head of the family and take that decision. Probably maybe investment or savings or whatever it is. Normally it happens. It reaches that point. So you guys, I really enjoyed talking to Kina Mzalendo, Kina Kamau. Kamau is really, you cannot convince Kamau. I think he has but anyway, that is the nature of debate. So you guys enjoy yourself wherever you are and have a good one. Thank you.
Mzalendo.
Well, thank you, KK. I mean, it has been nice debating you, Nyagaka, as usual, Kamau, and Eli, Eli and other panelists who were here before. Thank you for making the show a wonderful show. I want to say that when you are given an opportunity, let us try to help our country, despite your political affiliation. I know losing election really hurts, and it hurts so much, but let us not forget that we have a country to build, and there will be another election that is coming. Let us put that behind us and let us build one country called Kenya. Yeah, that is the most important thing. Let us build one country called Kenya. If Ruto is going wrong, let us point out that, hey, wait a minute, Mr. President, here you have a bloated cabinet. Do something about it. Do something about the allowances that these MPs and legislators are earning. You can cut down the cost and pay other debts with it. Otherwise, we are in the right trajectory. This country is going to progress. I believe Ruto's next agenda is to create industries. I believe there is a fertilizer industry coming into the country that will also spur growth. When we have a fertilizer industry, that will spur growth and reduce the cost of fertilizer. So these are the kind of initiatives that we want. We want industries to come. We want development partners to come to our country. We don't want them to come to a country where they are seeing demonstrations in the streets each and every time. They are seeing they are seeing insecurity throughout the country. Let us portray a good country that is governable and that respects the rule of the law. And thank you, Mr. President, for sacking those who are corrupt. That is a good thing that you have done. And Jakes, continue opening the show early so that we can debate on these issues and inform the general public. Otherwise, asanteni na mkuwe na usiku mwanana.
Okay. Thank you very very much. SG, sijui kama ulikuwa umepewa nafasi ya mwisho.
Nilikuwa nimepewa, lakini najua siwezi kosa neno ya kurusha mbili cheche, kurusha cheche mbili za maneno. Nimeshukuru pia. Unajua, I want to say that we legally we know that Ruto is the president. There is nobody who disputes the presidential authority of Ruto. What we are doing as the opposition, it is to air out things that we think are not right, so that as much as they will have their way, then the opposition will have their say. And that is why we are saying opposition members should go to parliament knowing that this bill will pass because a majority of MPs were bought, and but oppose it despite the fact that the majority will pass it. So what we continue doing is not because we hate Ruto. I want people to know, because in the comment center people say that I hate Ruto, but it is because we want the country to be good and better for each and every person. Thank you.
Kamau, thank you very, very, very much for always being part of this show. Mzalendo as well, Nyagaka, KK. I had ladies like Anne, Nancy, Essie, who showed up for the show. I had Captain. I had Cornell Ochuka, among many who joined in, Akina Edgar, and many who tuned in and many who commented. You guys are just fantastic, and thank you so very much for keeping this show and making this show always is an awesome show. At times inakuanga tricky at times inakuwa difficult kwa sababu uko na two opposing sides, uko na two alphas, uko na two people who are very very strong in their thinking, in the way they believe in. But thank you so much, asanteni sana. I can always say thank you and thank you and thank you and thank you and thank you once more. The show must come to an end, unfortunately. All good things must come to a close. So I wrap it there. I'm having a funny issue with my end here. Okay, just one moment. But I'll leave you guys with a clip or several clips on the financial bill. Probably we didn't tackle much because maybe we are not well versed with knowledge on the same, but I'll try to play clips that will explain more what the financial bill is and what we expect. Of course, from tomorrow, or rather today, the bill will be tabled, right? The bill will be tabled, and a lot will be discussed, a lot will be said. But all in all, I thought Mutembei will be airing everything that happens in Parliament. So stay tuned, stay tuned, and keep up following, liking, and subscribing to Mutembei TV. Asanteni sana wale ambao wamekuwa kijiunga nami every night. It has been an awesome experience. Thank you very much, wonderful people. Thank you so very much. I leave it there unless there's someone who has something to say. Just one moment. I'm having a challenge with my well, okay. But anyway, all in all, thank you. I wish you God's blessing. I wish you the very best, the finest of all moments as you have a fantastic Thursday. Okay. So goodbye. God bless you. Let's have a fantastic day. Okay.
Kwanza troops in parliament. And for the record, and with all due respect, this finance bill, we need it like yesterday for government to settle down, for government to provide service to the people.
But
We shall not.
have you listened to us? Have you listened to? You're saying yes, we'll bring it to the open, but the discussion we're only hearing is we will pass it whether you like it or not. Are you listening to us?
I'm the one who said that, and I don't know why you are using the long route. What I'm just saying is that as a legislator, under Article 1, you either exercise the mandate directly or indirect. Personally, I was elected by the great people of Nandi. Any process, and he has been a senator and a legislator before some of us, any process, be it a bill, a motion, or a statement, is being enriched by the discussion. It doesn't mean that it will affect the final product. And that is why as the representatives of the people, as parliamentarians, especially on the side of Kenya Kwanza, we are not going to amend even a comma, because we believe this bill, we should allow, what is happening in the country is there is too much noise, because our people are the people in opposition are too idle, and therefore, to oppose is very easy. You just sleep and wake up in the morning and say, I don't like the show run by James Smart, and you go back and sleep. But running government is, and the mess, James, we are trying to fix, were created by our brothers and sisters who are now making a lot of noise by saying,
and of course, there are many things that have been incorporated in Clause 76 of the Finance Bill 2023. One of the things is the benefits that you can reap once you start contributing is that you may purchase a home. That is, if you qualify for affordable housing, that is yet to be defined. It is understood that it will be explained later on in regulations by the Finance or the National Treasury Cabinet Secretary and the Housing Cabinet Secretary. But you may withdraw your contributions upon attaining the age of retirement or after 7 years, whichever is earlier. So at this point, there has been a bit of controversy because they're saying that whatever you take out will be subjected to taxation. That is what is on the Finance Bill of 2023, that they will be taxed. I want us to take a look at a sample payslip. Currently, if a person is earning 50,000 shillings, that is in terms of the gross pay, these are the sort of deductions that are coming to their payslip. And at the end of the day, you end up with a net pay of 40,841 shillings. Of course, that is, so far there's no housing levy. So once it's introduced, it is at 3% paid by the employee. That is 3% of 50,000 shillings is 1,500 shillings. So that will be deducted. The calculation this is based on the assumption that the deduction of the housing levy will come before taxation. So before you arrive at the taxable income, then that will have been deducted. Of course, the Finance Bill does not tell the clarity on that, but this is something that you can get clarification about. But after that, then you end up with 39,611. So the net pay will have reduced by about 1,200 shillings. But even as we get into this conversation, I want to start with you, Kwame, because we're seeing this conversation in the Finance Bill, and of course the Finance Bill is what defines how the government is planning to collect revenue.
La Umoja wa Kenya Raila Odinga amesema atatangaza maandamano kote nchini pindi tu ule mswada wa fedha mwaka 2023 utakapofikishwa bungeni, akiendelea kukashifu serikali ya Kenya Kwanza kwa kushindwa kupunguza gharama ya maisha. Akizungumza kwenye kikao na wanachama wa ODM hapa jijini Nairobi alipowapokea baadhi ya viongozi wa eneo la Kisii, Raila alisema Wakenya wamechoshwa na ugumu wa maisha na kuwa hawako tayari kuongezewa mzigo mwingine wa ushuru. Emmanuel Toa anaarifu zaidi.
Katika mkutano huo ulioandaliwa katika jumba la Chungwa hapa Nairobi, Raila aliendelea kusisitiza kwamba atapiga parapanda ya maandamano wakati tu mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2023 utakapofikishwa bungeni. Raila aliyezungumza katika kikao na viongozi wa kutoka eneo la Kisii wanaoishi hapa Nairobi, amesema Wakenya wameendelea kuumizwa na serikali ya Kenya Kwanza kupitia kwa mzigo wa ushuru na gharama ya juu ya maisha.
Kesho wataweka hiyo finance bill kwa bunge. Ijumaa ambayo Alhamisi ambayo inakuja watasoma bajeti. Okay? Baada ya kusoma bajeti wataleta hiyo finance bill. Wakileta hiyo finance bill na hii tutapiga parapanda.
Waziri huyo mkuu wa zamani alisema hadi sasa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza imeshindwa kutimiza ahadi ilizotoa na kudororesha maisha zaidi kuliko wakati wa kuhudumu kwa Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta.
Jamaa alisema ati akichukua tu Biblia namna hii, bei ya unga itarudi chini kutoka 200 hadi 70. Sasa bei ya unga iko wapi? Bei ya mafuta iko wapi? Wana tena sasa wanaleta mpango mpya ya pesa, finance bill, ambayo sasa wameongeza. Wacha hiyo mambo suri ya manyumba hiyo. Kuna mingi ambazo zimeongezwa ndani ya hiyo bajeti, ambayo ikitekelezwa hali ya maisha itakuwa mbaya zaidi kwa Kenya.
Excellency amenileta hapo kwa kuzunguka maandamano. So ndegi wewe. Excellency ameniita hapo mbele na kuanga hapo. Sasa labda wewe umekuwa mzee huwezi kimbia sana.
Wewe unapenda Mkisii. Chusi ulikuwa huko, ulisaidia timu yetu ya Kisii.
To the contentious Finance Bill 2023, and what would be the outcome of a vote if it was to be decided in the National Assembly today? Well, it appears that the bill would sail through easily, going by the numbers enjoyed by ruling Kenya Kwanza coalition compared to those opposing it. The ruling coalition currently has at least 200 MPs on its side, a figure that's above the simple majority that's needed to pass the bill. On the other side, Azimio, which is strongly opposing the bill, has about 130 MPs, meaning it will need the support of more than 70 MPs from the ruling Kenya Kwanza if it wants to defeat the bill. Already, some legislators in the opposition, including the Nairobi woman representative Esther Passaris, have announced that they would back the bill, thus shrinking the opposition numbers further. KTN's political affairs reporter Emmanuel Toh interrogates Parliament.
After about a month of grueling contest outside Parliament, the debate on the Finance Bill 2023 is set to move to the National Assembly as the decision on the bill is expected to be made by the 349 legislators. However, if the current numerical strength and the tyranny of numbers in the House is anything to go by, then the bill becomes a walk in the park for Kenya Kwanza.
The Right Honourable Speaker.
Kenya Kwanza has approximately 221 legislators who include the 165 elected under the Kenya Kwanza banner in the last year's general polls, 14 from the Azimio breakaway parties that included the UDM party, 11 independent MPs, 6 ODM rebel members that include Lang'ata MP Felix Odiwuor alias Jalango, and the 25 Jubilee members who shifted allegiance to Kenya Kwanza. And if these legislators will vote to a man for the bill, then it will only sail through, considering Azimio has about 127 legislators. Azimio numbers could shrink even further after some members decided to back the bill.
I want somebody who's earning 10,000 to understand that only 300 shillings will come out of your payslip. Then I think it's a little sacrifice for us to ensure that all our people living in the slums, which is over 80% of our population, actually end up with decent housing. SDG says we need to give decent housing to our people, decent jobs to our people.
We are going to whip all our members and make sure that they toe the line of the party. The party has taken a position on this matter. So I'm not aware of any member from our side who's saying that he's going to support the bill. But if there's any, the person knows the consequences.
What are the consequences?
No, the party has many ways of dealing with such things. This is not the first parliament that is going to deal with such matters.
Equally, Kenya Kwanza has lost some support on the bill, with a section of members silently disgruntled by the bill. Githongori legislator Gathoni wa Mushomba is one of the outspoken dissidents.
One of the bills in parliament that's a negotiated bill is a finance bill, all through. So if you want to have your way, it's not easy. This is one bill that you must negotiate with all political parties in the House.
Members have read this finance bill very well. They know the effects, both positively and negatively, but bringing it for a discussion in Parliament means we are looking for consensus.
Both coalition principals have already drawn a line in the sand for their members, and the question will be whether or not they will toe the line. The hope, however, is that some critical amendments could be made on the bill during the committee of the whole House, thus changing the fortunes of the finance bill. The government solely relies on the bill to survive, meaning it will have to pass for government business to continue. Meanwhile, police were forced to lob tear gas to disperse anti-finance bill protesters who are marching to the National Assembly to present their petition. The National Assembly now has about 3 weeks to pass or reject the Finance Bill 2023,
with time ticking before July 1st deadline.
Wide array of views, especially from Kisumu and the county of Uasin Gishu. The common denominator, and also as mentioned by Ndindi Nyoro, is the aspect about money. Tell the Kenyan people, and you have previously said so, you're on record for doing so, Pierre Singer, that this money will not go into the consolidated fund. Is it?
No.
Okay, and if it doesn't go into the consolidated fund, which is procedural, as the PFM Act inscribes in the Constitution, where will this fund go?
It's going to a special fund that is created under the Housing Act, and it is going to be administered as per the regulations which are going to be published immediately after this statute is formed. You know, it's very, very important to understand that you can never publish regulations before you complete the statute. All the questions that you are asking about who is going to administer the fund and the management of the fund is contained in the regulations. The safety guard for Kenyans, and this is important for them to understand, is that when you read the last part of that section 76 of the finance bill, it says that the fund will not be operationalized until the regulations are in place. The regulations themselves go through a public participation process of its own. Okay? It will be published 2 weeks. We will go to all other parts of the country. We will explain about the regulations. So when you confer with our legal people, we said, why can't we just release these regulations? Because they are the ones that are explaining the many questions that are being asked. Unfortunately, you cannot publish regulations before the statute is done, because regulations can never amend a statute. But I just want to say a couple of things, because there's a lot of things that have been said.
Okay.
And so this is a very healthy debate. And first of all, I just really want to appreciate the fact that we have actually made shelter to be where it should be. Because first of all, this is a human right. Our own constitution actually accords that right. Article 21, let me read this, because I got in and I heard some of my friend Kwame make some comments which I like to dispute. There is a section, Article 21 of the Constitution, that deals with implementation